Obviously, full disclosure, needless to say, you know, we are doing a deal for this PC. You know, we didn't just randomly say, hey, magically MAINGEAR is on our channel. There's no deal going on here.
But you did want the best, though, John.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I was looking around and I wanted something, and I spoke to people to find out where to go when it came to custom boutique builders, because there's a lot of them. Yeah. And a lot of recommendations came for this particular provider, and if their PC sucks, you will know. And so they were willing to take on the challenge of building it, knowing full well what would happen if they screwed it up. So I appreciate their balls for that.
I appreciate your honesty and your character.
You know, I mean, that's what you're gonna get. And once the thing is up and running, we'll definitely get some benchmarks on it, so you can have a look at that and see how well it runs. And that's going to be the daily driver for videos going forward for both streams on this channel as well as all of the pre-recorded stuff for YouTube. So big thanks to MAINGEAR for putting up the parts for this and putting together the build.
Okay, we'll just give it a second to get going. Cool. Just give it a second.
Oh, can I not see this stream since I don't have a...
Since you're not... Yeah. You will if you log into MAINGEAR.
Can I not see this stream since I don't have a...
Since you're not... Yeah. There we go. We're live. You will if you log into MAINGEAR.
I'm getting the feedback.
I'm getting feedback, Charles. Okay. I think this is functioning now. Yeah. Cool. We're live. What's up, everyone?
Live.
Awesome. What's up, guys?
What's up, everybody? Wallace Santos and...
Well, what's your title? You forgot?
I forgot. So, I'm Wallace Santos, CEO and founder for MAINGEAR Computers. I forgot that we're being hosted. That's why. I'm assuming we're in our own channel here.
I know. And Ron Reed, Technical Marketing Director of MAINGEAR Computers. And we should have John on voice chat with us.
Absolutely do.
There we go. Let us know if you guys can hear everything. We already got some beard comments, which is good. It didn't take too long. I'm very proud of... How's it going, John?
It's going fine.
Okay.
Let me just post this here as well.
Yep, just give 1 second. We're just we're sharing it on our channels.
So everyone know that we're live. There we go.
Oh yeah, and we also have Charles here as well, who can wave. I forgot he's on camera this week.
Oh yeah, Charles is actually on camera.
Well, my body is.
His body is, and you could probably hear him a little bit in the background.
You probably want to show your face and say hi.
They're saying John's a little bit quiet, Charles.
Okay, I got you.
So our our director for this week is also building the system.
It'll be interesting for sure.
To make things even more challenging.
Build a computer and direct a live stream as well. Yeah, if you just boost the main audio, that should do it. Okay, that should be better, guys. Just let us know. Just let us know if you guys can hear John in the voice chat.
Should be able to hear me fine now, I would think.
Yep.
Let's see what the levels are like.
Up the volume. Okay, cool. You good, Wallace?
Almost.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay.
Got it.
Okay.
Yep. It looks like everything's good.
Cool.
Cool. So this is a pretty special thing we haven't done before as MAINGEAR anyway. We're really excited to get to kind of do this.
It's actually our first true live build.
This is our first live build. We did it kind of one time on a stream like 2 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
And
it was kind of like pieces of a live build.
Yeah,
it wasn't a total
start to finish build. Yep.
Right? Yep.
So we're doing basically a start to finish build today of TotalBiscuit's new build. I guess this is Mk5 for you.
This would be Mk5. We burned through PCs a little quickly here.
Oh, you put them through their paces.
Yeah, I mean, like, why do you replace your PC like as often as you do? Like, haven't you had 4 machines in like the last 6 or 7 years? The answer is yes, but there are a few mitigating factors. One, I was responsible for building quite a lot of them. That's a bad thing. That's that's bent boards. That's missing pins. That's water cooling not properly installed. That's fans installed backwards. That's all sorts of problems with that. And we thrash these machines. Like, they run 24/7. They are never turned off, ever. Like, it just doesn't happen. They encode overnight, so they never get a break. They're used all day for gaming. They're used all day for streaming. They're used all day for editing. And then at night, they sit there encoding gigabytes upon gigabytes of 60 FPS video at extremely high quality. So they get thrashed overnight as well. They never really get a break. And, we also overclock them. So that's going to reduce the lifespan a little bit. And we swap parts out quite often. Whenever we get new graphics cards, we put them in. And there's usually something goes horribly wrong in the process. So it's just the reality. If you didn't thrash a PC as hard as that, then there's no way that it would need to be replaced anywhere near as often. But unfortunately, ours do get hit pretty hard. And this one, it's got a little rattly in its tender age for some reason. It's been we've had a lot of bad luck with closed loop cooling. In particular, the things like the H110, things like the Kraken, for instance, we were using. They're nice and easy to install, but ultimately they don't seem to cool that well, and we have had at least 3 of them now develop nasty rattling, which really defeats the point of having a quieter cooling system, especially when you have a big microphone right next to your PC.
Yeah, we had spoken and kind of went through what kind of configuration would make sense for you, and I think we've come up with something that's going to address all of those little nitpicky issues that you have and should be really robust. Let me go through the specs that we picked out. So this is our Rush, which is a full tower case. We're going with a X99 EWS board. So that is Asus's Workstation board.
So the reason why we chose that board is because we wanted the stability.
Exactly.
With the overclockability.
Exactly. So
right?
So even though Asus markets it as a pure workstation board, it still has all of the really high-end overclocking features of their gaming boards. So you kind of get the best of both worlds. So you get more reliable power delivery to the processor, like military-grade capacitors, but you get the ability to push the CPU as far as you can. And that was one of your big requests, John.
While being stable.
It really was. Stability is super important because there's a real issue when you go onto YouTube and you report that a game doesn't work properly to 300,000 plus people, and then it turns out actually that Asus Rampage 5 BIOS update screwed something up randomly and caused a whole bunch of problems that is not in any way reflective of everybody else's performance. And it's like, well, damn it, how can you be accurate, when reporting to the consumer if you're not if you can't trust your machine to be reliable, to be stable? And that's why we started looking at these these workstation boards as opposed to these high-end gaming boards. Traditionally, we've usually gone with Rampages, and I'm going to be honest, the last 2 Rampages we've had issues with, and we're not the only ones to have issues with them either. They're feature-wise, those boards have incredible feature sets, huge amounts of things you can do with them, but they're not providing the reliability. And one particular thing that we noticed, this is a very recent problem, is that they're not providing powerful enough USB controllers. They're not providing USB. It
gets really
controllers
tricky
with
for the stuff you're doing.
For VR in particular, and a lot of external devices.
That's you're gonna see that more with the older Rampage boards. The most recent Rampages, I don't think we're having those types of issues that we're able to replicate back here.
So Intel's fixed a lot of the they've made their USB 3.0 and 3.1 chipsets a lot more robust. The other thing is sometimes you'll see the boards will use a third-party USB chipset on the 3.0, and that can cause problems.
That's where you run
which could be kind of tricky. And I realized I forgot to mention, which is kind of hilarious, but for users that don't know, we're MAINGEAR. We're a fully US-based PC.
Yeah, we're forgetting to say, because we're being hosted. We're forgetting that we're being hosted on TotalBiscuit's channel. So, guys, if you want to learn a little bit more about us, go to maingear.com. It's maingear.com, and you can see what we do there. Also, check us out on our Facebook. So it's facebook.com/maingear. also our YouTube and Instagram, whatever social network you use. So.
Yep. Okay, so as far as a processor goes, we went with Intel's Broadwell E6900K. That's an 8-core CPU. When we were discussing this, we were trying to choose between the 6950X, the 10-core, or the 6900K. And I think we both agreed that for your workflow, 6 cores at a higher frequency, 8 cores at a higher frequency was going to be a better fit than 10 cores that were running a little bit slower, just because Premiere tends to be, the sweet spot tends to be like 6 to 8 cores for encoding.
Yeah, that's the thing about gaming at the moment is that we are still not in a position where really good multi-threading is happening with an awful lot of AAA titles, to the point where having that many cores is less beneficial than just having higher clock speed.
Right,
There's a ton of games still running right now that are absolutely awful when it comes to using multiple cores, even brand new stuff. We're not just talking things like, say, StarCraft 2, which doesn't even benefit really from more than 2 cores and actually benefits more from clock speed than anything else. We're talking about modern stuff that came out in 2015, 2016. And when I was looking at the new range, we're thinking, well, 10 core sounds incredible. But ultimately, I'm looking at those clock speeds and I'm saying, am I actually going to benefit from those 2 extra cores, and in what capacity?
Right,
exactly. Going to be able to use all of them?
Right, exactly.
And is there a sweet spot there? And the sweet spot we thought was 8. I don't use a separate PC for streaming. I do everything on one machine. So having that many cores is definitely useful for streaming and encoding. And it will be utilized by Premiere as well, but I also have the clock speed to make sure I get the gaming performance.
Exactly. And we're going to be able to overclock this. My guess, so every processor is different. We'll overclock this as high as we can within reliable reasons. That's one of the things that we are very particular about, right?
So there's a sweet spot there, right? On the overclocking side, when you're trying to overclock with stability and also longevity. So because we are a liquid cooling system, and the liquid cooling system that we're installing is actually very robust. It's an open loop cooler.
Yep.
Right.
We'll get into the details.
We'll get into
further down the spec list.
It's dual pumps, crazy reservoirs, etc. But we're able to dramatically bring down the temperatures down in the processor as is. So we try to work within that delta and overclock back to where it would essentially operate at the stock temperatures.
Exactly.
Get it?
Yep.
So I don't know if I explained correctly, but
so one of the key things in particular that I was asking for with the system is a certain level of noise.
Of course.
That's the other thing.
Why water cool if it's going to be loud, right?
Yeah, I remember my first overclock. I bought something called an Asus. I think it was an Asus cooler. It's called the Asus Star Ice. It looked like a jet engine, a giant glowing green jet engine. It cooled like a beast because this thing was so unbelievable.
Those air coolers, man.
Unfortunately, it also sounded like a jet engine, which. Yeah, for some people, that's not a problem. Maybe your PC's the other side of the room, or you're just not recording anything. You just have a big set of headphones on. You're gaming nice and loud. You don't care about the sound of your machine. The sound of the machine kind of matters when you're streaming, and it certainly matters when you're recording, YouTube videos with a fairly sensitive microphone that's quite close to the rig. So it's not worth the extra 20 decibels to get a little bit extra out of it. We're looking for stability with a balance. With actual decibel levels or under load, not just under idle, under load as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, and so I'll talk about the cooling. So one of the things as a company, MAINGEAR, that we specialize in are really beautiful handcrafted water-cooled systems. Now, speaking with John, one of the important things was that this was going to be a system that he wanted to be able to be a little bit more upgradable. Mm-hmm. So we went with our soft tubing. So this system's going to be cooled by 2 radiators, a ultra thin, super dense 360 rad, and a thicker 280 rad in the front. So one of the other things that we keep in mind is we want to make sure the system is reliable as possible. So the system will actually have 2 reservoirs and 2 pumps. So there'll be a primary reservoir and pump in the top that's very big. That way, so you don't have to do any maintenance on the machine, which I'm sure is very important. You don't want to have to go in there and fill it up
24/7. Yeah.
Right. It's going to run 24/7.
Yep.
And then in the back, we have a secondary reservoir and a secondary pump. Those serve two benefits. One, if one of the pump fails, each pump is set up to be rated to run the whole system. so you don't have to worry about it going down midstream. 2 is the pumps will go at a lower RPM, and what that's going to do is it's going to mean that the system's going to be quieter, which was important to you, and the pumps will last a longer time because they're only running at like, I don't know, probably like 30% capacity at all times.
You're not going to get thrashed. You're not going to have to worry about replacements.
Right. Exactly.
And overall, the full cooling system itself, every fan is PWM in the system.
Yep.
So it's all intelligently controlled based on your thermal. So as John loads it, puts it under load, it'll the fans will slowly increase in speeds and will decrease in speed. So it's actually everything's very intelligent in there.
Right. And I see someone in chat said building is quick, QA is time consuming. That is actually very true. We will test the machine for about 48 hours as it goes through our overclock and our burn-in process. We have a pretty cool like pod setup where the machine will run actual games and synthetic benchmarks for a long period of time to make sure that if there is any component that has an issue, we'll be able to kind of find out beforehand, which is pretty cool. The system also has 32 gigs of DDR4 2666 HyperX quad channel memory. We went with 32 because honestly anything more than that is kind of excessive.
Yeah, for me, I can definitely eat up quite a lot of RAM. And I do use Google Chrome, so 32 gigabyte is the minimum for that.
It's so bad. It's so frustrating.
The update is coming out in November, right?
I don't believe they're ever going to do anything about memory.
It's been the way it is forever. So
yeah, but you still use it though, right?
Slowly consuming RAM. Remember hackers? You know how the worm was slowly eating little bits of every transaction. That's what Chrome is doing. They're going to sink 8 tanker ships in the next 24 hours and demand a ransom of several $1 billion.
But we still use it though. That's the thing. It's like
great.
every like I still have Firefox installed, and I use it for like 1 or 2 things specifically here at work that like work better. Primarily the fact that Firefox allows you to scale your printing. Chrome still doesn't have like the drop down.
I use Internet Explorer for that.
Yeah, it's so frustrating.
Yeah, so when you want to print, it lets you actually fit to page, right?
But it doesn't crash though, right? You don't have any problems with that, do you, John?
No, it is reliable. I'll give Chrome that. I'm willing to give it, sacrifice the gigabytes to it as long as it stays running and doesn't break, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Apparently, incidentally, I'm still a little bit quiet on their end. If you just want to up that.
Okay, Charles, you can bump them up again.
Yeah,
you can bump up the volume again.
I can't recall what kind of speed and timings we're looking for on this RAM.
So we went with 2666, and the reason being is we found that was the sweet spot for DDR4 as far as reliability, and as you go faster, it doesn't actually do anything for you.
It really doesn't, honestly. In terms of actual raw clock speed, you don't get a lot of benefit from that. You can get a little bit from tightening up the timings, which is much, much easier when you run at a slightly lower clock speed. Because if you look at that really high clock speed DDR4 RAM, the timings are all out of whack. We had the same issue the last time we tried to go for DDR4. It's like, well, this clock speed sounds great, but these timings look disgustingly bad. So,
exactly.
Am I even going to get any benefit from this? Generally, the answer is no, you don't, actually. Get faster RAM doesn't usually help all that much. It's often a bit of a money sink.
It's actually a problem for us because as a business, we get a lot of requests for like DDR like 3000 or like 3400 or 4000 because there's some companies that sell it, but like it's so unreliable, it ruins your overclocking potential and it doesn't do anything. So we have to argue sometimes with people and convince them that like it doesn't help. Just because it's faster doesn't mean it's better.
Yeah, you want a sweet spot of latency and speed. So you don't want to be too slow in the latency, or too lax in latency, or too slow in the speed, and that's what I think we're achieving here. And also the amount of memory too. So like if you're running only 16 gigs of memory, then it's kind of okay to run faster memory in a way. But once you're 32 or 64 gigs or 128, then the higher speed memories, it's just not gonna be as reliable.
Yep. Now we're to the exciting part, John. Graphics cards.
Graphics. It's probably the most important part of the build.
So this is the overkill part of this build.
There's no such thing.
This is overkill.
On GPUs, there is no such thing as overkill in my eyes.
So we got dual Titan X Pascals. I want to be clear. This is the fancy new Titan X
The Titan XP, as
Titan
people
XP,
have,
yeah.
you know,
Titan XP.
colloquially called it. Because why would you release 2 graphics cards with the same damn name? What the hell are you doing, NVIDIA?
It's just to confuse us, John. That's why.
Pretty much, yes, yes.
But 2 of them in SLI, which is a total of 24 gigs of video memory, 12 per card, with NVIDIA's high bandwidth SLI bridge.
Hell yeah.
So these
now,
will.
What are you running? What kind of monitor setup you running with this, John?
Nice big 1440p 144 hertz monitor, which is kind of, you know, you do, if you want to get a modern game running at that high frame rate, you do need that kind of power. You know, it's like, that's overkill. It's like, no, it really isn't actually. You know, you try to run a lot of these modern games at 1440p and try to get them to 144 hertz. Good luck. Like,
That's a good point.
chances are you can't. You know, you can't do it. I haven't moved up to 4K as of yet because I'm a frame rate whore. You know,
I'm
I
too.
care more about frames.
I'm totally with you.
I'm waiting for the perfect 4K monitor to come out.
You want like the IPS 4K 144
144
hertz.
hertz
Exactly.
with G-Sync or
Yeah.
something along those lines. Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing you'd be looking for. But 4K, if you're okay with 60 FPS, yeah, you can totally do 4K in quite a lot of games. But
Yeah.
I like 1440p. I think right now 1440p is a great thing to aim for. You can get much higher frame rates out of it, and generally speaking, games are better optimized for it.
Oh,
And it
absolutely.
still looks
yeah.
great. It still looks great.
I agree,
So,
especially at the
I'm excited for
sizes
that.
most of us are playing at.
Yeah.
You know, like 27 to 30 inches.
Yeah, 4K kind of shrinks everything.
I also find 4K monitors kind of frustrating from like a productivity standpoint. Like the Adobe Suite scales kind of weird. Sometimes UI elements.
yeah, not everything's optimized. I agree with you.
So I'm with you. 1440p looks pretty great.
Yeah, I do like 440p. And some people I know that ask is like, why not have 4? Well, you kind of can't anymore. Right? Let's be like totally honest about what's currently happening with, you know, dual graphics cards of any sort, whether it be AMD or whether it be NVIDIA. A lot of games right now are not supporting them that well. Now,
Right.
SLI and, of course, Crossfire, there's no downside to having it outside of, obviously, cost and power consumption, because you can just turn it off. A lot of people seem to not really understand this. It's like, oh, well, if you've got SLI, then everything's going to be less reliable. Well, no, you could just turn it off with 2 button clicks and just run on 1 card. And then it doesn't matter that there's a second card in there. But you can turn it on when you need it. So that's always nice. But NVIDIA decided to stop officially supporting more than 2 cards in SLI. And there's a number of reasons for that, because
We were pretty happy with the
didn't work all that
decision,
well
to
in
be
the
honest.
first place.
We were.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, they want to focus on quality, right? They want to deliver, and they want to provide an optimal experience. And
The one that actually works.
Right. Exactly. So you're paying for 4 GPUs, and all of a sudden most games are not scaling across 4. It's kind of disappointing. So they understand that. And the second reason is also the X12. So
That's true.
with multi-GPU now.
Multi-GPU, yeah.
The dream, right?
The dream. So
That's what we're looking for. That's supposed to be the eventual replacement, you know, for SLI and for Crossfire, isn't it? This multi-GPU.
And it should be.
In
I mean,
theory.
and it should scale. It's from the looks of it, it's going to scale much better
it's
too.
probably a couple years off. But you know, I think as the tools get easier for developers and they get used to it, it's going to be better for everyone. The whole unholy trinity of possibly someday like upgrading your like AMD machine to a new NVIDIA card because you decide to jump ship and using both at the same time kind of thing. But
That feels weird.
Yeah, it just
I don't
feels
know if I
dirty.
want to do that. Have an AMD and an NVIDIA GPU together. It's kind of weird. I don't know.
but you went with the Titan X's because they are the best card. It is the best
Yeah.
card available right now,
I mean,
That's
there's no
hands
doubt.
down.
It's
hands
the
down.
1080s did just come out. This is more powerful. I do like to stay on top of the graphics cards, I gotta say. I will also admit that it's very easy to stay on top of the graphics cards when it's NVIDIA giving them to you. You know, full disclosure, I don't pay for all of my graphics cards. I only pay for some of them. You know, every now and again I'll get an email saying, we have new cards, would you like some? And usually my answer is yes, obviously.
Oh, you know what? I forgot to mention. So one of the cool things we're doing with this build, and you'll see once we get to that part of the build, probably like 2 hours from now. We wanted to make this easy for you to upgrade, so we're doing a quick disconnect system for the GPUs. So you'll be able to disconnect the GPUs from the loop, remove them physically from the machine, connect the loop back to itself, and then you could put 2 air-cooled cards in the future, or 2 liquid-cooled cards in, up to you.
So you don't have to drain the system.
But you don't have to drain the system to upgrade it. We wanted to make it as easy as you could to make it to upgrade.
Yeah, that is the part of the system that generally gets, upgraded the most.
Right, exactly.
So it does make sense to be able to do that. That was one of the concerns going into this. Like, well, if we're going to have a custom loop, what's going to happen with the GPUs? If they then come along and randomly say, oh, we have a Titan XP bonus edition now, you want that? It's like, they have a stack of...
They better change names next time.
Not being used right now.
They better change names.
I think the idea is to keep the name. They want to create a franchise like a
something
brand.
like that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna be so confusing.
It is. So you have the 2017 or the 2016 Titan.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
They should at least paint it. No, they can't paint it a different color because it would look funny.
Just keep on changing the colors. That would be pretty funny.
Someone in chat, Earth Crane asked how the 1080 compares to the new Titan. The new Titan is probably 15-20% better. It really depends on the use case. When you're playing at higher resolutions, the extra VRAM, the extra 4 gigs of VRAM, can make quite a big difference as the textures get bigger. So it can scale more than that, depending on the game itself.
Yeah, we have seen quite a few games recently come out with some very demanding texture packs when it comes to VRAM. Now, bear in mind, VRAM does not stack when you go into SLI.
Unfortunately not.
No, I wish it did, but it doesn't.
It will technically with the...
that's why the Titan makes sense as well, because you have 12 gigs.
It's 12,
Exactly.
And generally speaking, you're not going to find a game that should eat all 12. But I have run into a few games that will definitely eat more than 6.
Unless it's like a Skyrim mod or something that's kind of going crazy and abusing.
Yeah, it's like, you want 12K textures on those mountains over there? Yeah, let's give that a shot. The extra VRAM definitely does help. Higher resolutions, more VRAM is always going to be beneficial.
Someone said it's going to be called the Titan Vista.
Yeah, there is also, the fact that I believe the Titan XP, in terms of its power stability, though there were a few reports about the 1080, having a couple of issues, at least in the initial editions for power stability. I believe they resolved those for the XP.
Yeah, we didn't have any issues. A lot of times that stuff comes down from, and I'll mention the power supply we're using now since we're talking about it. So we're using a Corsair 1200 watt digital power supply, 1200i, and a lot of times you see power issues. It's because people are using power supplies that kind of they may advertise that they're 500 or 600 watts, but in reality it's a 250 or 300 watt power supply that can peak up to 500 watts.
Yeah. It's often about rail stability as well, isn't it? Rather than just pure power. It's like, I'm going to buy a 2,000 watt power supply. That will power everything. But how clean is that power?
And how much amperage can it put out per rail? You're exactly
Absolutely.
Right.
And how stable is that amperage?
Exactly.
Is it going to stay where it's supposed to be, or is it going to go all over the place? 12,000 watt, that would be overkill. 1,200 watt, not too unreasonable, for a system with that kind, it gives it a nice little bit of leg room if it needs it.
Of course.
That
means it's going to be running cooler.
Now, the one thing you never, ever skimp on in a PC build is the power supply. It's not only the old adage is buy cheap, buy twice, right? When it comes to PSUs, buy cheap, rebuy the rest of your system when it explodes.
Exactly.
Being there, done that. I had a cheap Chinese power supply burn out on me, and it took my CPU and half of my RAM with it, and a puff of smoke.
Did you buy those Ultra power supplies back in the day?
No, I bought a power supply with like a blue LED fan because I was really dumb.
The biggest mistake right there.
I know. I was a young kid. It's not my fault. But
so kids, do not buy cheap power supplies.
No,
we
use EVGA and Corsair. EVGA on the more affordable end is quite good. My favorite website for power supply reviews is HardOCP. They do really in-depth testing with an oscilloscope to see how clean the power off the rails are, which is fantastic. But what's cool is the digital power supply has like one giant rail that it artificially divides. And we do internal power testing, and we've overclocked some machines and gotten the amperage to the point where it's like ridiculous. And these power supplies don't fail us.
They hang on. I mean, non-existent RMA rates on these power supplies, right?
Exactly.
Guys, for those of you who are tuning in,
you with a Corsair PSU.
We haven't either,
and I think I've run them in my last 3 machines. Other things have failed. The PSU has not.
Yep. Usually Corsair. There's a few recommended brands out there. We like Corsair. We like EVGA power supplies.
Yeah.
Seasonic, actually, we don't use Seasonic today, but it's actually a really good brand.
They're
too,
still good.
So,
Yeah.
or just buy the complete system from us, guys. If you are tuning in right now, I know there's a lot of you tuning in. We're MAINGEAR. We believe that we build the world's best PCs, and here's proof. Charles is actually assembling a TotalBiscuit's PC right now, and you'll see the outcome. And the outcome is just going to be absolutely
And if it breaks, you'll
beautiful.
know about it.
Yeah,
So,
you'll know about it.
They're rolling the dice on this one. They believe in their product.
That's right. We
Yeah.
trust that our product is good, and you'll see it's not only beautiful, but it's really it's beautifully built, but it's really well engineered as well, right? So, and we'll get into the nitty gritty of the details of the actual how we select certain components and how we actually assemble the liquid cooling.
Cool. So we're almost down the list of specs. We're to the last big thing, which was storage. So you're doing a lot of video work, obviously, a lot of recording. So we needed a very big, fast SSD. And then archival large storage.
Did we get an NVMe SSD?
Of course we did.
Of course.
So we went with the best solid state drive in the market. That's Intel's 750 series NVMe PCIe SSD. Crazy
so
fast.
fast.
Yeah, it's
Stupidly
so
quick.
So
Five
I
times
actually
faster?
I upgraded to an NVMe SSD at home, right? And because I was upgrading my system, I ended up taking that SSD off for a bigger SSD. I couldn't find a 1 terabyte NVMe SSD at the time. So I went back to a standard SATA 6 SSD, which is also very fast compared to a hard drive. And I actually noticed a huge difference.
It feels slow in comparison.
It feels slow.
Yeah, it's insane.
Even to a regular SSD.
It's
so
insane.
it's amazing.
So this is, like I said, the Intel 750 series. It peaks up to like 3,000 megabytes per second. So crazy fast reads, crazy fast writes. Also runs cool, which is what I really like too. We also offer the Samsung drives, but those run a little bit hotter. So I like that the Intel drives run cool. And for you, John, the advantage is that they have more consistent performance. So when you're doing long writes over a consistent period of time, they don't dip as much because they don't thermal throttle at all. So they're
we do
very consistent.
Pretty freaking huge writes. I mean, we've got to the point actually where a physical drive, as in a platter-based hard drive, can't really keep up with the capture rate that we do, and we've been looking into doing more higher bitrate capture at 1440p as opposed to 1080p, and I capture using DxTory at a fairly high bitrate codec. A lot of people capture using things like NVIDIA Shadowplay. And that's a great piece of software, and I've used it especially for performance benchmarking, because it has almost no impact on the performance of the software. But if I want to record the cleanest possible gameplay, I'm going to record much higher bitrate.
absolutely.
Shadowplay is not enough. That Windows 10 game capture thing is trash. It's absolutely awful. It's like, hey, 20 megabit is fine, right? No, it's not. I think some people obviously you can't. People are going to make the argument you can't notice on YouTube. But here's the thing, right? What happens when you take the best possible beer you can? It's a wonderful IPA. Best in the state. What beautiful beer. You get a nice big flagon of it, and you hook it up to rusty ass pipes, and then you pour it into a dirty ass glass.
I like that analogy.
That's what happens when you take lossy footage, encode it again into lossy footage,
that's very true.
Then upload it to a lossy video service.
Super true.
You make every part of the process as clean as possible, and that will result, despite YouTube being a artifacted mess, in the cleanest possible footage. So that's why you capture at those high bit rates. And to reliably do that, you need fast storage that can keep up, because that's 60 frames a second.
It's a lot of data.
Insane bit rates. I'm just looking at my. Let's see what my bit rate is. Let's see. Let's look at It very much varies on the game. Depending on how much detail is in the game. Because the bitrate will vary outside of that. I'm looking at a piece of footage here. This is, let's see, this is about 15 minutes, and this is 73 gigabytes.
Wow.
73 gigs?
That's for an indie game.
Wow. That's like 2 gigs a minute?
Yeah. Total bitrate for that is that 2.6 million kbps? Let's see. So, according to Windows details, anyway, that's 265,420. Yeah, that's 2.65 million kbps.
That's crazy.
Is what I record the video in, and that's a 1080p. you go up to 1440p, that's a huge jump in bitrate. I think this is probably why a lot of people don't really get the whole why is 4K so difficult thing. It's only a step up. No, it's like 10 steps up.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Ridiculously.
The amount it changes your workflow is just crazy. And that's why everybody who's like, oh, 8K will just happen, you know.
No, it won't. It absolutely won't.
They're still not even recovering from all the money they've spent to upgrade all their pipelines to 4K.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're looking at a WQHD, which is 2560 by 1440, is 3.6 million pixels compared to 2 million pixels.
Yeah, it's a
for
crazy,
that's
a crazy
1.77 times as many. And that's the kind of thing that I want to eventually move to doing. I want all my video to be at that quality. And a physical hard drive is not going to keep up with that reliably. And when you start dropping frames, that's also going to affect performance.
Yep.
That's going to affect the quality of the video, and that's going to affect the perception of the consumer of that game. That game's not going to look like it's running at a stable frame rate. They're going to say, oh, well, this game's badly optimized.
I love your commitment to that, by the way. I think that's pretty great.
Quality. Everything's about quality.
I think you have to, right?
And we have the same thing. We have the same thing with our builds. You know, it's you want to always offer the best. No matter what you're doing, do it the best you can.
Yeah, I mean, John, an example of that is if you go to our website, we only offer a few select components across our builds. It's for a reason. It's because we've tested everything that we sell. We actually qualify and work with the vendors directly. So we'll work with Intel, NVIDIA, AMD, etc. The motherboard manufacturers, and we'll select only the best for that category. So we try to select the best motherboards. We try to select only the best memory that have the least amount of RMA rates, right, or the return rates, or failure rates in this case. We try to basically only use the best, and that's why you won't see like 20 different motherboards being offered on our configurator, with like 20 different memory kits being offered, because we want to offer just a fluid or just a really great experience when you actually receive that product.
Yeah, because what you essentially are is you are a boutique PC manufacturer that is manufacturing for a specific portion of the market. You're looking, these are. I look at these PCs on this machine on this website, and I'm looking at supercars essentially. And you're saying, well,
that's where a lot of the
just
influence
buy a
comes
Kia.
from. Right.
You're right, and a Kia is totally fine. A Kia is going to get you from A to B. But, Ferrari isn't selling to the same market as people who are buying Kias. They're both great. They both do what they're supposed to do. And it's funny that I should mention supercars because you guys do a very specific thing with your paint that I found to be quite interesting.
We do, and you'll see that later in the stream. It's behind the build right now, but Wallace can kind of explain the ridiculousness that is MAINGEAR's paint process.
Yeah, so I'm a big car guy, and when we founded the company, that was our inspiration. It was just the supercar, the motorsports, right? That's what we brought into the PC space, and we used to get these systems built. We would take the chassis apart and we would bring it to body shops, and the body shops would go and paint the carcass, right, or the chassis, right, and we would bring it back and assemble and do the final build. And I just wasn't happy with the quality, so we ended up setting a full downdraft automotive spray booth here, in-house. And we
have a great YouTube video of it on our YouTube channel.
Yeah, definitely check out our YouTube channel. So it's youtube.com/MAINGEAR.
I'll post the video in chat.
Cool. I post the link on chat there. And we actually do these paint jobs in house, and we use the best quality paint. So we use glassware paints. It's essentially the same paint finishes that are being applied to Porsches, BMWs, Ferraris. We can actually match the color of your car. So no matter what car you have, if you have either a Kia or a Ferrari, and you want your PC that specific color, we can match it for you. So we can make it look just like you want it, which is pretty cool. In John's case here, he actually got it finished in white. Is that Alpine white?
This is pure white. This is a custom white that we do.
It's like really, really white.
It's really white. Yeah. I like this build.
I'm looking at the chassis on my right here, so if you're wondering what I'm looking at. But he's gonna get a beautiful white and black finish. What color is the liquid? Is it gonna be white as well? It's gonna be all white.
And we actually, it's pretty cool. We custom mix this. This is where it gets ridiculous. So we make our own coolant in house too, John. Because what color is antifreeze usually? It's like green, right? It took us I think 6 months to be able to find an antifreeze solution that was clear.
Right.
That way, so we could ship during the winter and not have to worry about it.
I mean, part of once we get this fully built, assembled, beautiful masterpiece, right? How we call it. How do we get it to you? I mean, it's worthless if we can't ship you the damn computer and you get it in one piece, right? So that's the idea. We make sure that this thing we ship all over the world, so whichever country you're in, we can actually ship to you, and it gets there. The idea is for it to get there safely as well.
Yep. I forgot to mention also we put a 6 terabyte mechanical drive in the machine as well. For the mechanical drive, we went with one of Western Digital's enterprise drives. It's their RE drive. And the idea behind that was just to get the same thing. We wanted something that was going to be as reliable as possible. So the RE drives have longer write lives. So they're designed to operate like 24/7 essentially.
And which is exactly what it's going to have to deal with.
Yep.
You gave us quite a challenge with this build, man. You're like, oh, it's gotta run constantly.
Yep, all the
It's
time.
fast, reliable, and beautiful. That's us.
And I mean, that's pretty much it from a spec standpoint. It's got we're gonna pre-install Windows 10. I think you said you're gonna dual boot it, right?
Yeah, so the issue that we had up to this point, which is starting to ease off now that Microsoft is getting its act together, is that UWP games, and particularly Windows 10, was causing us a ton of problems. Massive problems. The recording software that we used to use, and we still do use, didn't initially work with UWP products. So anything that you got from the Microsoft Store would not capture. It just wouldn't.
They messed that stuff up so much, man.
They did. However, that has been fixed recently.
Okay.
DxTory now does support UWP, which is good. And we also had a ton of capture issues even with non-UWP games. So what was happening was under Windows 10, I'd do my record and I'd press stop and the record wouldn't stop. It would just freeze.
Fantastic.
And that resulted in file truncation, which meant that I had a file that was clearly there, 100 gig video file sitting on the drive. It was clearly taking up space, and yet it was reading 0 kilobytes of data. So it wouldn't load into anything.
Oh, geez.
I tried 5 different repair programs. So some of you might have actually noticed the result of my brief foray with Windows 10. If you go to my final Doom video, the release of Doom 2016, and you look at the multiplayer footage, you might notice that some of that multiplayer footage has some weird stuttering in it. Like it's rewinding slightly, like every 30 seconds. That's the result of 3 different programs trying to repair a broken piece of footage that was recorded on a Windows 10. It's at that point that we just gave up on it entirely. But ultimately, Windows 10 is becoming a more important platform for gamers. It's now past 50% adoption rate on Steam, so it is the more relevant platform. They are now releasing software which works. Gears 4, for instance, is apparently a phenomenal port.
That's what I've heard, and I'm excited too because it's
not a port anymore. It's actually being developed on PCs.
Exactly.
Yeah,
we refer to it kind of colloquially as a port, but at this point, we're actually seeing it. This is native stuff, and it's being done really well. And then, of course, we have the comparison to that, which is Forza Horizon 3, which is anything but that, which is an absolute mess. But because it's right now such a crapshoot, particularly on the Windows Store, but there are some very desirable pieces of software coming out, we need to be able to cover Windows 10, but we also need to be able to jump back to potentially a more reliable operating system if things start to go wrong. And dual booting is a great solution to that. You can run both operating systems. If one fails, then you've got the other one. It's not going to interrupt our workflow too much. And with the amount of space that we've got, it won't be a problem to run both.
Yep. Someone in chat was asking, and we had touched on this briefly, which M.2 drives do we prefer? Sticking with Intel 750, they prefer M.2. We do offer the Samsung 950 Pro series drives.
We'll be offering the 960s.
The 960s when they come out. They're both excellent, and they have different uses. The Intel is better for in a situation like John TotalBiscuits for his streaming, where you need 100% consistent performance. The Samsung drives are really great because they come in the M.2 format, so you can kind of fit them better in some builds. They still perform great. It's just that because they have a little bit of thermal throttling, they kind of at a certain point you might get lower transfer
speeds. So they'll peak. Their read-write speeds will peak
and then drop off.
Right, and then they'll drop off more.
I actually have one.
You do?
Machine. Okay. Yeah, and I had that exact same problem. It's kind of my own fault, really. because I put it in a PCIe slot, mounted it to a PCIe thing.
Okay.
Because the way that this board ended up being designed, it's a bit of a hot mess. And trying to get the drive into where it's supposed to be is like, no, it's not going to go there.
It's tough with the M.2 drives.
It really is, yeah. So what you can do with one of those is you can get a simple adapter which will allow you to put it into the PCIe slot. Problem is, that puts it right between the blowers of two very, very large graphics cards, which tends to mean the airflow down there is not so good. And I have noticed thermal throttling as a direct result of that under heavy load. So they're great drives, but make sure you can put them somewhere on your board where they're going to get proper airflow.
Some people
don't do what I
actually
did, which is jam them between two giant heat monsters.
We experience it that less in the water-cooled systems because we're pulling pretty much all the heat off of the card and out of the system. So in those cases, usually the ambient temperature in the case is lower, just because most of the heat is going straight out of the case.
Absolutely.
But I think for an average person, they're both great.
Right.
And the Samsungs can be more affordable. The Intels are more rock solid, but they're all fantastic. So
they're monstrously fast. If you thought an SSD was fast, this thing, oh my god! I mean,
it's 5 times faster than your SSD. It's amazing.
Yeah, it literally is 5 times, if you can actually believe that. It's to the point where you start to notice that it's the RAM not keeping up, not the hard drive when you're loading games. Like, this is only loading 4 times faster. Oh, it's actually because the RAM can't keep up with the rest of it. It's incredible speed. Time saved, time is money. I want to get rid of load times as much as possible. I want to win that load time race in every multiplayer game. It's very important for my ego. So, that's how you make sure you do it.
What game are you stuck on the most personally anyway right now?
I've been just devouring the preview build of Civ 6 and absolutely loving it. I've got to say.
I'm excited for it. I'm a casual Civ guy.
Yeah, me too.
I don't go too crazy every year, but this looks like the one that might grab me the most, just because of what they changed. Kind of fixes at least the problems I had with Civ 5.
There's a lot of additional depth that I feel is going to take a good few playthroughs to master this time around. I'm a casual Civ player as well. I play all of the Civ games. I play all of the expansions. I don't play them over and over and over again. I might do like 3 or 4 runs, maybe win it on a couple of different difficulties, and then I'll be done. I'm not that kind of person that just goes and immediately restarts my Civ game after I've played one. I'm okay with a few playthroughs, especially when those playthroughs are like 10 to 20 hours each. I feel like I got good value out of it. Civ 6, on the other hand, I feel like I'm learning so much every time I start a new playthrough about efficiency, about the things that I can do.
That's what looks really good about it.
It's more extreme as well, I've noticed. Like, you can if you want to commit to some stupid technological goal, the game has put less barriers in the way of you doing that. The playthrough I was doing on stream is with Japan. I have biplanes in 1340. I have an electronics factory in 1400. And I mean, in previous Civ games, they would try and stop you from doing that.
Right.
It's like, no, that's silly. It's like, but in this case, because they've split up a lot of the Civic development from actual technology, and they're running on separate tech trees now, you don't have to waste your precious years researching, say, proper democracy when you can be researching ICBMs, which is much more fun.
Exactly. It sounds like the game that will grab me again after I bounced off of Civ 5 a little quick.
Yes.
Quicker than I usually did. So
it definitely does not feel like it needs an expansion to be relevant.
That's awesome.
I think the last couple of games definitely have.
They definitely did. You were like, oh, you're missing enough content. By the way, so Charles just put the unibody aluminum shell on the system.
Yep,
so you can see
one piece, right?
Yep, you can see the painted system. You can see how gorgeous the paint job is.
So at this point, he's done what? He's mounted the motherboard. He's mounted the reservoirs.
A single reservoir.
2 reservoirs.
Oh, he's mounted both reservoirs.
Yep. There you go. The tank, and then there's that one up there. Both pumps are in, and the one radiator. So I have to do the one in the front, and then all the wiring that we did.
The wiring, just so you know, the wiring is usually the part that takes our guys the longest.
Oh yeah.
We have this thing, and I won't call it out specifically, but if you look on forums of people who buy PCs from PC manufacturers, you go on the company's website and they'll show these gorgeous photos where every cable's in the right place. Sometimes not even every cable's in the right place on the photos, but regardless. And then you get a computer and the back is like a rat's nest and it's disgusting on the inside.
Yeah, so the product that they're selling you is not the same product they're shipping you.
Right.
And with MAINGEAR, every photo that we actually post on our Facebook or Instagram, you'll see it. It's the product those are customer systems, right?
Yep,
so
absolutely.
it's just a shot right off the assembly line. And all the cellular builds, right? And
I know
just
it's
take a
important
picture
for you,
and
John,
post it for
too,
you guys.
because adding extra drives and stuff in the future, you want all the cables to be neat and tidy.
Oh, God, yeah, because I'm a klutz. Yeah, I'm an absolute klutz. And if there's cables in the way, I'm going to start pushing them around. And what's going to happen is those cables are going to start catching on things, and they're going to start bending boards and pieces, and everything's a goddamn disaster. And let's be honest, having cable management, not only does it look very nice, but, it's great for airflow. It also means that, upgrading just becomes a hell of a lot easier. I have built absolute monstrosities. Like, if Cthulhu was going to rise, it would rise in the form of my cable management.
We've all been there at some point.
I'm a disaster area when it comes to that. I can build a PC, but my wife takes one look at it and it's like, that just sickens me, like, to my very core. What did you do? It's like, well, I plugged everything in the right place. It's like, you did, but at what cost?
I totally agree. And I have some people PMing me just for, I'm going to go over the specs real quick for people who just tuned in.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Just a big overview. So we've got a MAINGEAR Rush, custom painted, automotive paint finish, an Asus X99 EWS motherboard, an Intel 6900K CPU, 32 gigabytes of 2666 HyperX Fury DDR4, dual Titan X GPUs, a 1200 watt power supply, a Intel 750 series 1.2 terabyte NVMe SSD, and a 6 terabyte Western Digital Caviar RE RAID hard drive. And someone was asking about the CPU cooling. So this will have a custom cooling loop. We use EK for the cooling blocks because they're the best cooling blocks available. And that's going to be cooled through a 280 and a 360 millimeter reservoir. One in the back is ultra thin. One in the front will be a little bit thicker with high static pressure fans, which means they spin slow and move a lot of air. And they're all PWM controlled to keep it nice and quiet as well. Just the graphics cards alone is like $2,400.
Right. Yeah.
You're bearing in mind that a Titan XP is the most stupid overkill card you can get right now. Like, you don't need that.
You do.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
If you're me, maybe you do.
Everybody needs it.
Regular person does not need that. There are much, much, much better price performance, but we're not building for price performance. We're building for performance. And that's exactly what we're going to get here, which is why we've gone as high-end as we have.
You should choose your graphics card based on what resolution you're going to play your games in.
That's absolutely true.
And a lot of people, they tend to think that because they have a bigger monitor that they should get more graphics cards. So I've had people call us and say, look, I have this big 50-inch LCD
television
panel, right?
It's a 1080p.
I'm like, dude, that's a 1080p screen. Like,
I love
this 60 hertz screen. You can run just fine on a mid-level.
Exactly.
I've got to say, like, these days, price performance for graphics cards for both Nvidia and for AMD is ridiculously good.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of the best times. You've got the most
Yeah.
choice. It used to be that you wanted price performance. There was like one option. There's so many options now at so many different levels.
Absolutely.
And you can think about, do you want to are you not really that much into resolution, but you really like your frame rate? There's nothing wrong with gaming at 1080p and then going for a higher frame rate. I game at 1080p almost all the time because I can get 144 hertz and it's fucking awesome. It feels brilliant. Or maybe you don't notice past 60 FPS. In that case, maybe you crank it up to 1440p and you've got the options to do that. That's the thing about PC. You can bloody well choose. That's not to even mention ultra wide, which is something I haven't even tried yet.
Oh man, that's what I have at home.
That's pretty cool. As long as the game
ultra-wide
scales.
No.
It's always a bummer when it doesn't.
Overwatch, for example, I can't get the full screen.
You get the letterboxing, which
I love Blizzard to death, but holy crap, they are so ridiculous when it comes to that. But what about the advantage? Hey, hi, I'm running 144 hertz. I already have an advantage
There
over
you go.
people that are running at like
Yeah.
35.
Right.
You know, that's just the nature of the PC platform.
Yeah.
You can't restrict it too much. I understand there being, there's a line that maybe you need to draw, but is it really worth pissing off a portion of your consumer base?
Of course.
To give this illusion of fairness, because that's what it is. It's an illusion of fairness.
Right.
It's if you're going to boil that down, you start to complain about, oh, he's got a better mouse than I do.
Exactly.
He's got a better keyboard than I do. Oh, come on.
I agree with you. By the way, Charles, chat wants you to know not to mess up. Like all 9,000 of them. Like don't
mess up.
Don't mess up, Charles.
No pressure or anything. No pressure.
I'm already sweating enough.
No pressure.
Yeah, the main issue I've got with Ultra Wide is simply desk space. The setup that I have is I need two monitors, and if I go ultra wide with one of them, my second monitor is going to be all the way over there, away from my microphone. That's my this desk is built into the wall. It's a very specific configuration. It's a lovely desk, but it would not be comfortable with an ultra wide. My microphone is enormous and would obscure half the screen anyway. So to me, it doesn't make any sense to go ultra wide. A 2-monitor setup makes more sense for me, but I mean, ultra wides are wonderful there, and thankfully more. It does seem like there's a lot more support for them lately, and I do try and mention, even if I don't have an ultra wide monitor, if a game does support ultra wide, because it's becoming more and more relevant for people.
I like it in sim games, driving games. It's really nice.
Absolutely,
because it gives you that kind of like illusion that the multi-screen setup having without the big giant bars.
No
in the
bezels.
middle.
Yeah, that's always lovely.
That's why I don't have a three monitor setup, just because I don't want the bezels.
I want bezel-less monitors. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Like truly bezel-less monitors.
You're still gonna have some sort of line or bezel.
I want no line. I just want.
I don't know. Samsung's getting there. If you've seen their latest TVs,
they are.
I wouldn't want to drop that. Let me put it that way.
They're actually local to us. They have the Experience Center in New York City, as well as a really cool not visitor center, but kind of like a demo center in I don't remember what town it is in New Jersey.
Fort Lee? Is it Fort Lee?
It might be. So they have some of their commercial displays that are bezel-less for doing video walls and that stuff. We're like, oh, we kind of want to play with that. That would be really fun.
Yeah, can we somehow bleep something out of this?
That stuff is pretty awesome. Cool. I think that's it from a spec standpoint, man. Are you excited about the PC?
I'm excited for having something that is reliable and works and doesn't randomly do stupid things to me. I'm currently the latest problem that my PC has had. I'm going to assume Voodoo Curse here.
Do you want to do some tech support live here?
I don't think you're going to be able to fix this, because you're not going to be able to diagnose what's causing it, because it is literally Voodoo Curse. This machine was built on an Indian burial ground. Something went horribly wrong with it. Right now, it does not want to encode my Paladins video. It just doesn't want to do it. It claims it has, but the file at the end of it ends up being 79 kilobytes, which I'm fairly sure is not the right size. Why? I have no idea. Is there anything wrong with the footage? Nope. Was it recorded in a different way to the rest of it? Nope. Is it just doing it anyway? Yeah.
Usually
it does what it feels like.
When that weird stuff starts to happen, that's when you know it's time.
Ghosts in the machine. This machine has a lot of ghosts in the machine. I have to say that's.
How long have you had that built for?
I mean it's about 3. It's been around for about 3 years, in various forms. It used to be in a different case. It went back into the Cosmos 2 eventually, because we had too many issues with the NX. I think we used the H440 at one point, ended up being just too small. Put it back in the Cosmos, which is a monster, but the Cosmos has a few issues when it comes to mounting your radiator. Unfortunately,
that case was beautiful at the time.
It's beautiful.
Right. But so
really
not functional.
Designed.
Yeah. That was back when they would design cases just to look cool,
right?
And they thought nothing else about if you want to.
Where is the radiator gonna go?
Oh, you figured it out yourself. You drill holes in it. You'll figure it out.
It wasn't specifically designed for what we do with these things, right?
Yeah, and we're very particular with the chassis we use. One thing I like about the Rush, and you can see as Charles is working on it, it uses space very efficiently. So, I'm not a big fan of cases that are too big. And not not using the space as well as you need to. So the Rush fits everything perfectly. You don't have to worry about having something that's like unbearably big that you now have to deal with. That doesn't perform better. It's just bigger.
I mean, you have the real estate you need for the radiators, and you can fit a full ATX motherboard. You can fit, your SLI or 3 or 4-way SLI if it existed inside of it, and you can fit in multiple hard drives. So there's no drawbacks, and it's not overly.
Yep, and you're still going to get the 4 bays up top for expanding, for adding extra drives, plenty of cooling. So you're not losing anything with this case, except for, you get some space back, basically.
And it's beautiful.
It is. It's a really, really nice piece of kit. I actually think my wife uses the same case, and she loves it. It's a really, really nice case. It has some really cool features. I believe it has the side-mounted USB 3, if I recall correctly.
Yes. Yep. USB Type-C and 3 USB ports, as well as the audio as well, which is really nice.
That's actually super convenient for me, especially like if it's a PC you're gonna slip under the desk, which the Cosmos does not go under the desk. You want to know why? Because it's got giant bloody carry handles.
It needs its own room. It needs its own room.
Huge things. So this case, will fit under the desk, but it'll fit inside under sideways. And then it has those access. It has the access to USB 3 as well as C-type USB in the side of it, which is far more convenient than it being in the front. So that's a really, really nice little setup. In theory, once you've got everything set up with this thing, you should never need to screw around the back of it. Only the side.
You shouldn't have to. Yeah, you shouldn't have to. And the cable management the back is quite nice too. We're smart about the way we lay the case out, so we mount the radiator in such a way that all the I/O is very accessible. We make sure to think all that stuff kind of through as well. Someone was asking, I got a PM about the processor. The 6900K is an 8-core i7 processor. It's one of Intel's best. We talked earlier that we didn't go with the 10-core because we wanted to have something that was a little bit higher frequency. We're able to overclock the 6900K a little bit more, and you'll just get better performance for what he's doing as opposed to the overkill of the 10-core processor.
You've got to look at the usage scenario, really, for that, because it's not just a cost overkill thing. The 10-core CPU runs at a lower clock speed by default, which means that, really, you're adding on 2 more cores, and you've got to ask, well, what's going to use those 2 cores? And is it worth sacrificing that little bit extra clock speed? And in gaming scenarios, it generally isn't. It's not. A lot of games, in fact, pretty much every game these days, performance-wise on the CPU is going to be reliant on clock speed, not how many cores you have.
Now, the one advantage, so why didn't we go, for example, with the 6700K? By going with the Broadwell E platform, we're able to get more PCIe lanes, and what that means for John is the ability to have more throughput on the PCI devices. So, 2 GPUs and an NVMe SSD, and anything else you add in the future, you have extra throughput on the PCIe devices. The Intel Skylake stuff, while the performance is great for the price, you can get a 6700K up to 4.6 gigahertz, for example. So,
absolutely, yeah.
But you only get, I think it's 20 or 24 PCIe lanes, so you start to cap out once you get over 2 graphics cards, and so you don't have room for all that stuff. In our case,
he's also going to, the SSD it's also PCIe, so you have 2 GPUs, right? That's taken up by 16 each, and you have the SSD. So
so you start to run out of room. So
the point is that for a PCI for a setup like this, there is the possibility that I will need other PCIe devices, like a PCIe capture device, for instance. Which is going to need a good amount of bandwidth. Maybe I do add another PCIe SSD of some description. So the expandability is kind of important.
Yeah, and I think, you tapped on it earlier with the power supply. It's always good. Say you're building a machine for yourself right now. You have to consider what you're going to use it for potentially in the future. Don't ever hamstring yourself on something that's like a $10 or $15 difference to... don't get the power supply that's just enough. Get the one that's going to be more than enough for years. Same thing with RAM. Don't get the RAM that is barely enough for what you do. 8 gigs technically is just enough for a lot of gaming, but 16 is more comfortable and gives you a little bit more room. So if you have the opportunity, always try to get just a little bit more than what you need. Not a crazy amount more, but a little bit more than what you need right now, just because it gives you some breathing room for the future. And generally with gaming PCs, you don't really need to upgrade more than every 3 to 5 years. Typically, for most people, you buy a PC, 3 years in, maybe you update the graphics card. 5 or 6 years in, you upgrade the full PC.
Right.
Unless you're doing something crazy like John, like you're doing.
If you're running your machines into the ground like I am, then maybe you're changing parts a little bit more often. But a normal usage scenario, no, you shouldn't really need to do that.
Right.
It's generally the argument that people don't seem to get with PC gaming in general. They always come up with this idea where, PC gaming is more expensive than console gaming. Okay, you are right on one level in terms of initial investment. You are not right if you look at long-term. If you look at the long-term cost of games, if you look at the long-term cost of not having to get these different services such as PlayStation Plus and Xbox Live. And the fact of the matter is, it's not about directly competing with console on a dollar-to-dollar level. It's about saying you can get a significantly superior experience to console without having to pay several times as much.
Exactly. Well, and Wallace made
a little bit of luxury, but it's also, it's not luxury for a huge cost.
Well, Wallace made a good point. We were doing a live stream 2 weeks ago, and so we have a gaming PC with a 1060 and i5 that starts at $1,000. So I'll use that as the example. You need a PC regardless, right? So let's say that PC is $400 or $500 for like a basic PC. You're only adding like $500 to that cost to make it a really good gaming PC. So that's close to the cost of a console. Like, we forget that our PC isn't just the thing we play games on.
It does everything.
I edit videos, I do Photoshop, I use it for, like you said, it does everything. So you have to remember that you're not just playing a PC and it's just going to sit there and just be your gaming box in most cases.
No. And if you think about the purchase of games over a number of years, you're buying games at stupid discounts, either on Steam sales, Indie Gala, Humble Bundle, Chrono. You're saving stupid amounts of money, and then over 5 years, you are not paying for these damn subscription services to even allow you to just play multiplayer to begin with.
That's a really good point. Yep. You save a lot of money, and
over time you do.
Sony's tried a little bit with the PSN store to do flash sales, but the thing that I've noticed anyway is it's mostly garbage that they put on sale.
The deep discounts aren't there either. They're really
exactly.
not.
It's not on the stuff you actually want to play. It's not like a Steam holiday sale where a game you've been waiting for 6 months goes down to like $20 or less. And because of that, I think I have 450 games in my Steam library. I have maybe 20 on my PSN library. And most of those games are from the PSN store that were free.
And never mind the fact that the console, you're already buying old hardware, even when it's brand new, right? So the day that the console launches, that hardware is probably 2 years old.
And someone in chat just mentioned it's backwards compatible too. So
that's another thing.
We have our game collections for decades.
I read a really amusing article a few days ago that said console gamers deserve access to these remastered. They shouldn't be paying for these remastered editions. Why should PC get the advantage? Why should PC get the privilege? It's because we're not running a different system. We're still running the same system. That's like saying, my PS3 is backwards compatible with PS3 games. Yeah, it is. My PC is backwards compatible with PC games, weirdly enough. Just so happens that some of those PC games are a little bit older.
Yeah,
why can you run it better? It's because it's the same thing. it's the same system. I didn't buy a PS4 and then expect PS3 backwards compatibility. I bought a PC expecting PC compatibility. Of course I bloody got it.
Quick question. So are you going to be running VR on this machine?
Yes, and some of the issues that we've had with this current machine is one of the reasons why I wanted to upgrade, because VR is excessively demanding.
It is.
Not only in terms of graphics performance, but as I mentioned earlier, the USB controller issue has been a nightmare. Bear in mind I have both the Vive and the Oculus. Right. They do not play nice together. They really do not.
You really want to run them separately.
We had a guy call in and buy a second computer
just to have this second VR headset.
It's tricky, but a lot of it, a lot of the issues that I have came down to those USB controllers. Like I'm looking at the back of the RAM page that I have. It's like saying, oh look at all these USB 3 ports. That's great. I should be able to run all of this. I'm not using a fraction of them, and it's complaining about I'm using too much bandwidth. You can't do that. I'm having devices randomly shut down on me. I plug in a webcam and suddenly my mouse shuts down. I was like, what? It's like, you're using too much USB 3 hub and controller bandwidth. Whoa. And I think it's maybe just because these VR headsets are actually so demanding in that respect, and we're not really used to that. And I use a lot of external USB 3 audio gear and things like that. That these boards just were never built for that.
Yeah, that stuff gets pretty tough, and the thing with VR is that is the one thing. I haven't tried PlayStation VR. I don't know if you've had the opportunity to, but it seems like the reception's pretty lukewarm as far as I've seen people say it's the first time they've played VR and it's made them sick, and just to the point that VR is really hard to do. And that's one of the things that I love about the PC is it's what's pushing these new experiences forward with the power that it has, able to kind of drive the future of gaming forward. And I think VR is really kind of at the forefront of that, and that's part of what I'm
and it's
really
in its infancy,
about.
right? I mean, just think about it. It's only 1080p screens now in your eyes. Imagine when it steps up to two 4K screens.
God. Yeah.
Right? These Titan XPs won't handle the two 4K screens for VR at that time. So
no,
maybe time to upgrade again.
It's crazy. I mean, it is that reason why we did discuss that workstation board, and just that the additional capacity with that, because I added a USB 3 expansion PCIe card to help alleviate some of that load, and even that wasn't enough.
Yeah,
it
it's
had
funny
so
how
many
hard
issues.
it is.
Yeah, and it's just not something you generally come across.
Do you have a preference between Oculus and Vive?
Weirdly enough, right now I prefer the Rift. There's a few reasons for that.
We're in the same camp, by the way.
Yeah, I think the Vive right now is more exciting technologically, and I love the open nature of the Vive. Oculus has been unnecessarily restrictive,
right?
In my opinion, and there's some pretty shitty business practices going on.
Right. It's because Facebook is behind it, right? They're trying to make a business case.
I mean, what did people expect? That Facebook was suddenly going to become a wonderful company? No, they've always been crap. However, the problem I've got with the Vive is day-to-day usage scenarios, as in, would it be convenient for me to use a Vive on a daily basis as a daily driver, rather than just a special occasion that I have to set up and make a bunch of accommodations for?
Okay, so you're not leaving it permanently set up.
I mean, I have, but I don't have the space. I'm in an office. I'm not a dance studio. This is an office. It's cluttered. There's stuff in it. I can't dance around it. I barely have the space to use it, and honestly, I don't really want to anyway. I want a seated experience, and the Vive can do that, but right now anyway, the Oculus has more seated experiences which are actually worth playing, that are complete experiences, that aren't just tech demos.
I think I made a mistake with that.
And it'll be complete once the touch comes out for it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's the only thing that was missing. That's the only reason why I prefer the HTC solution over the Oculus, just because you have the controllers. Now that I think the controllers are launching
November?
Yeah,
pretty soon.
$199.
Yeah, so once that's out, and I've gotten to try them, and it's amazing. They work really,
and they are
well.
better. They're better than HTC's controllers.
They're better controllers. Yeah.
I mean, you'd certainly hope so. Coming out later, I've had a chance to look at the technology. I probably won't use them all that much. For me, VR is going to be seated. It's going to be for games that have cockpits in it, basically.
Yeah.
Where we're talking space sims, we're talking racing games. Something which naturally gets rid of that whole nausea factor, something that doesn't have that unnatural movement and the dissonance between your brain and what you're actually seeing with your eyes. Mm-hmm. And yeah, VR is really exciting when you're moving around. That's probably the true potential of it, but I prefer just sitting there in a comfortable environment with a headset that doesn't hurt my fucking head after 10 minutes.
That's one thing Sony nailed, is the I've heard that the headset's
apparently
very
the PSVR is very comfortable.
Apparently, it doesn't.
There's no
It doesn't sit on top of your head. It's actually like weight balance.
And it's very easy to adjust it as well, from what I've heard.
Yeah. The Rift is as well. I mean, I like the Rift. I have a very specific issue, that being that
under the
You know,
eyes.
with issues that I had with my chemotherapy, I ended up with a bunch of scabs and scars on the top of my head. The Vive is extremely painful to wear. It's
interesting.
It's heavy. It's not very well balanced, and the straps are not at all pleasant. Alternatively, the Rift feels like it was actually built for a real person. You know, it snaps to proper shape. I had my doubts about the flip down headphones, and then I suddenly realized immediately upon getting both that the flip down headphones are freaking genius.
Yes.
They're so much more comfortable to use.
Yes.
Using my big ass headphones with the Vive is a pain in the ass. It's painful.
It's awkward.
Literally,
it's
painful.
awkward.
It's awkward as hell. And
you have to have someone hand them to you.
Yeah, because you can't see, right? You have the headset on. Yeah.
I also found the Rift, to me anyway, has a slightly better text reproduction. Like, there's less of that blurring effect when you move your head when you're reading text. It's not a huge difference, but it's definitely there.
Subtle, yeah.
So, you know, I like the Rift. I definitely see why people object to the business practices and why they like the more open nature of the Vive. That's cool. But as something that I would actually regularly use, I'd certainly put the Rift over the Vive.
We're lucky in that we have a permanent Vive setup here in the office. If you're in New Jersey, feel free to let us know. You can come by for a tour. We have an entryway that's kind of like a LAN for our employees, where the guys all get together after work and play together.
Yep.
And that same setup is a very big open space, so we have the Vive permanently there, and that kind of takes away some of the pain, is because
that's the way to do it. Have a holodeck, basically. Have a dedicated room for it.
I know that's not everybody's situation.
Right.
But it's not. It totally isn't. It's actually a huge barrier in the way of people enjoying that particular experience.
I think they messed up by not coming out with a easier setup, like a basic mode that was sit down and easy to configure, and then you could change it to the room scale. I think they should have done.
Yeah, even the standing sit down setup, which they do have, is still quite a lengthy setup process.
Exactly.
You have to mount the lighthouse up top, and you have to figure out a way to. It feels like you're mounting speakers.
You literally use speaker brackets for them.
Yeah. People are asking what fans we're using. Those are Thermaltake ring fans.
They're custom Thermaltake ring fans.
So they actually don't sell this version. We had to have them custom made because they're PWM controlled. Yep. We like these fans because they're high static pressure, which means that they're optimized for radiators, so they can force air through the radiator while spinning slow. So they're excellent. They're quiet and they look really cool, which is like an added side effect.
And some people are commenting on Facebook.
They're not gaudy.
They're not gaudy. No, they're not.
I've got past the stage of I want chroma everything, flashing everything. It's.
Some people were just saying about the cable management. Yeah, Charles is. That's obviously not done. So just to keep that in mind, guys. It's not finished. It's not going to stay like that. Don't worry.
They're getting triggered. It's terrible.
Trust us, guys. We know what we're doing. These builds, these builds typically take us 8 hours. Charles did some work on the build in order to get the build time down, basically.
We did some pre-drilling and
some pre-drilling and just some of the more longer stuff, like some of the block mounting and stuff like that, just because we wanted to be able to share the bulk of the experience with you. So we figured it was better than streaming for 12 hours straight. And
can we stream for 12 hours straight?
I've got nothing better to do today, although I will not stay with you for that long.
What's the longest
you can have the channel for as long as you like.
What's the longest you've ever streamed for?
I've done 18.
Okay.
18 hours?
Yeah, that was painful.
Extra?
I'd never do that again.
Was that Extra Life?
It was a charity stream, and it was a long time ago. It was the WTF-a-thon, if I recall correctly, where I looked at 47 games, I think.
Oh my jeez.
I'm not physically capable of doing that anymore, but I don't really understand people that do 24-hour streams. Like don't do that.
I don't get it either. I don't get it either.
That's intense. Don't do it. Speaking of, actually, I'm going to take
check
off.
Out?
And,
okay,
yeah,
cool,
and
man.
I may pop in a little later to see how things are going.
It was great chatting with you.
Yeah, thank you very much for all the time and the explanation for people. Obviously, full disclosure, needless to say, we are doing a deal for this PC. You know, we didn't just randomly say, "Hey, magically, MAINGEAR is on our channel." There's no deal going on here.
But you did want the best, though, John.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I was looking around and I wanted something, and I spoke to people to find out where to go when it came to custom boutique builders, because there's a lot of them, and a lot of recommendations came for this particular provider, and if their PC sucks, you will know. And so they were willing to take on the challenge of building it, knowing full well what would happen if they screwed it up. So I appreciate their balls for that.
I appreciate your honesty and your character.
You know, I mean, that's what you're gonna get. And once the thing is up and running, we'll definitely get some benchmarks on it, so you can have a look at that and see how well it runs. And that's going to be the daily driver for videos going forward for both streams on this channel as well as all of the pre-recorded stuff for YouTube. So big thanks to MAINGEAR for putting up the parts for this and putting together the build. And I will check back in a little bit later to see how things are going.
Cool, John. We'll talk to you later, man.
Good talking to you, man.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. I will see you later.
Later.
I'm just going to go and try and exercise the demons from this thing.
I'll make sure we disconnect from this, too. Thanks, man. Charles, you can disconnect from that, too.
Cool.
Yeah. Thank you all for joining us, by the way. This is the first time we've done something like this, and
it's our first live stream.
Our first live build. So we do live stream on our own channel. Twitch.
Definitely like us.
Yes.
Like us on Facebook.com/MAINGEAR. Like us there on Twitch, MAINGEAR, on YouTube, and on Instagram. So and Twitter as well. And look, guys, if you want to follow us personally too, you can follow myself. I'm Santos_Wallace on Twitter, and for Ron, it's
I am Ron Reed.
I am Ron Reed. So he's Ron Reed. But
I'm the bearded wonder of MAINGEAR, guys.
For those of you who are tuning in, we're with MAINGEAR Computers, and we build some of the world's best PCs. Definitely go to maingear.com to check us out. It's MAINGEAR.com. And you can see some of the products that we offer on there. And also check out our Instagram. You'll see customer build on our Instagram. We literally walk up to the assembly line and we take pictures and we post it so you guys can see, and you can see some of the craftsmanship that we put out there.
Yeah, and Charles is the builder that's building this today. He's also one of the guys that does our directing here at MAINGEAR. For like our Twitch live streams as well.
Wonder Charles, that's his name, Wonder Charles.
And I'm watching chat. That's why I'm looking down to the right. So if you guys have any questions, I should be able to answer it if I can keep up with you guys. Oh, cool. Tumber Bart wants to know how you started the business and some of the important lessons you learned your way. And by the way, I'm getting PMs that are like, how hard is traffic spiking right now? Traffic is crazy to our website right now.
Yeah. So, I started the business when I was 18 years old. I actually went to school for a networking systems professional. And once I left school, I couldn't find a job. So, I started essentially a consulting business, and I wanted to just fix computers. But during that time, most of my friends and family, they were asking me to build them systems, right? And we used to play a lot of Counter-Strike. At the time, it was Counter-Strike 1.6. And most of my friends said, look, can you build me a Counter-Strike system? And I want to play with you guys. And I figured, you know what, let me just start building these as a job and actually start charging people for the builds. And that's how the business kind of took off. It's definitely wasn't all roses, right, throughout the process. I mean, there's a lot of learning that I had to do. Man. I was 18 years old, so I had to figure out how to run a business and how to hire people and even things like, hey, how do you ship a computer to a customer after you build it, right? And then how do you support it, and what tools do you need in place, and how do we build a business infrastructure around the business, right? So these are challenges that you face once you start a business, especially at a young age without experience. But the most important thing, it was just really my passion for what I do, and that's what always solved the problem, right? It's just you'll find a lot of challenges throughout your venture, but as long as you love what you're doing, and I personally truly love what I'm doing.
We all do too.
Everybody that works here, right? So the first thing that we ask people before they when they interview,
what games do you play?
What games do you play? And if you're not a gamer, you're not hired.
Charles, what games do you play?
Counter-Strike, League, anything basically.
League is probably the biggest thing around the world.
I hear you're pretty good, Charles.
He says he's pretty good.
I'm ready for a 1v1.
But I mean, the point is look, if you're gonna go into business doing something you love, and that's why we do what we do. We love the space. We love. I'm a huge tech guy, right? I love technology. I love gaming. It's what got me into this. And look, if you're doing what you love, then you're always gonna do a great job at it. So.
So someone in chat asked, and I'm doing my best to keep up with this. This is tougher than I expected. What were our reasons behind the names of our PCs on our website? You could probably answer.
Yeah,
that
they're all automotive inspired. So our MAINGEAR itself, if you look, there's a lot of hints of motorsports racing in our brand, and that's my second hobby. My second hobby is essentially auto racing. I love cars. I love the car culture, and I had a choice of becoming a mechanic or getting into the computer space, and I decided to go into the PC gaming space, right? But everything from our automotive paint finishes on our website, go to maingear.com to check it out, to the fittings that we use. I mean, the other day, the attention to detail that we put into these systems and to the designing of these systems here, it's huge, right? The other day we had like a 5-hour meeting on fittings. No, it was more than 5 hours. I think it was the whole day. We're going through
you walk into the conference room and the entire table in the room was just different fittings.
It was all fittings, and we're just talking about the details and the fittings and the price points and which ones are they just look more beautiful, have a better finish, and are more reliable, etc. So look, every little bit of detail is taken into consideration once we design a MAINGEAR system.
Yep. Someone asked for hiring.
Always.
We're always taking applications. We're in New Jersey though, so I would recommend only applying if you're in New Jersey. It would be hard to build a computer from us in another state. But that's actually a cool thing. So we're actually we're all in New Jersey. So our support, our sales, our building is all in New Jersey. We don't outsource our support. We don't get stuff built somewhere else. We take a lot of pride in that. Charles, you see building here, is a builder at MAINGEAR. This isn't someone that we just brought in to build on camera. This is what Charles does for a living, and takes pride in it. So that's something that I
no, he's actually a model that we hired.
This is not going to be a dual loop system. Someone was asking in chat. So the reason the 2 pumps and the 2 reservoirs is for reliability and redundancy. So by having 2 pumps and 2 reservoirs, we make it so that there's, if there's a failure in one pump, you have a second pump to take over. It also means that the pumps run at a lower speed, so they're less likely to fail, and they're going to be quieter. We take all those things into consideration. It is, it is an extra onto the machine, but it's totally worth it. It's hard to tweak these types of things, but we engineer these products to be as reliable as possible. And keep in mind, we're building these to ship around the world. In TotalBiscuit's case, he's going to be using this machine 24/7. We have machines like this running NASA. We have machines like this running. We ran the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, the Katy Perry halftime show.
Yeah.
Someone's asking, I see you're offering on Steam. I'm curious, does anyone use it or Linux-based OS at home? To be honest, most of the Steam boxes we sell are sold with Windows.
Yeah, they're doable.
Most people end up just using the Windows functionality. I personally think SteamOS is pretty underwhelming. We like offering as many things as we can.
The reality with SteamOS, Ron, is just that most of your titles won't work.
Of course, yeah.
Most of your AAA titles won't work. So I think once people realize that, they end up switching back to Windows anyway. And then let's be real, guys. Windows is great.
Big picture mode in Steam is pretty much SteamOS.
Yep.
And when you're buying $1,000 system, a $1,200 system, saving the $100 on Windows doesn't make a big difference. SteamOS was meant for like $300-$400 computers, so you don't have to spend the money and get Windows working. So, someone wants us to talk more about the water cooling. So I was going to talk about our water cooling in general, not just in the system. This system has our soft tubing, so that's non-porous tubing that's designed not to plasticize. We use premium copper blocks We use solderless copper core radiators, high static pressure PWM control. Someone was asking how we PWM control. We use a custom PCB that allows us to plug all the fans into it in a single point to ramp them up and down off of.
Do you have the PCB there, Charles?
System temperature.
Probably does it.
Should have it.
Yeah, it's 2x Titan pascals.
Actually, I don't.
So we have a custom PWM PCB, and we plug everything into that, and then that PCB plugs into the motherboard.
Yep.
So it's actually we're monitoring temperatures, flow, everything through this PCB. That's okay. We'll bring it back later anyway.
And the other thing too is we could do custom fan curves per build. So we're able to tweak the system specifically for your specs. We run the systems for 24 to 48 hours. So that's pretty important. Do we have machines that are geared towards running Windows in a VM? We do. So we do up to dual Xeon, 22-core Xeon workstations on top of our gaming systems. 256 gigabytes of RAM.
Jesus.
This is ridiculous.
What do you want to do with all those cores, man?
Run a lot of virtual machines, man. That's pretty much it. It's just run a crazy amount of virtual machines. So we do literally anything. What was my tagline? If you dream, you dream it, we build it. But it's true. I mean, we really can. We can kind of do anything you'd want. Overwatch competitive rankings. I am terrible at video games.
Yeah.
I love video games. I'm passionate about PC gaming. That doesn't mean I have to be good at PC gaming. So I will not reveal my Overwatch rank, but I'm still pretty bad. I enjoy it though. I play a lot of single player games. I came from like the MMO side of things. Played a lot of World of Warcraft and a lot of like JRPGs, things like that. So, I know Wallace has like a Counter-Strike background.
Yeah, I'm more of a first-person shooter guy. I first-person shooters and racing games. So that's what I usually play. But I am definitely not great anymore. There was a point in my life where I was living and breathing.
You mean when you were single?
Yeah, when I was before I got married and I had tons of time, I would probably play for 6 hours a day plus, and I would go to sleep and I would dream about the crosshair. It was kind of funny, and I would wake up thinking about the crosshair in the game. But I love Unreal Tournament as well, Far Cry series, and so forth. So. What are you laughing there, Ron?
No. People are just making fun of me. So someone was asking, would you be able to modify existing towers for water cooling and updates if mailed to you, or would you suggest against it?
We don't really modify your builds.
We prefer not to because it gets very difficult from us to support you as a customer when the parts are all from random places that we haven't qualified. So it's usually better if you buy the machine from us.
And we can warranty the whole thing.
I mean, it's just, as a business, it's a very difficult thing to do.
Right.
You're going to spend a couple $1,000s on water cooling, and then it's all, it's like an 8-year old power supply. And
look, and we have specialized packaging for each build as well, right? So when we ship these things to you, we make sure it gets there safely. And if you're sending us like one-off chassis and stuff, like odds are is that we don't have packaging for that particular chassis,
that's the other tricky part,
right? So it's just supporting it and the logistics of just doing something like that won't work.
Local Nitwit was asking if we airbrush. We definitely do. We have a local airbrush artist that we work with.
Oh yeah.
We've done I think we have some stuff on Facebook. If not, we could post some pictures after this. But we've done full artwork from games and stuff like that. You basically work with a single person and they go over all the like design with you, and they help make it work. Someone's asking, do PCIe SSDs require or support water cooling?
It does not require water cooling, but it does support water cooling.
And we like water cooling.
Right.
So the 750 series especially, we have Intel 750 series. We've done water cooled, and it just looks awesome. It's not really required.
Because that's a heatsink. So what you guys don't see, that SSD itself, when Charles shows you the actual, there you go, the SSD is installed there. That's actually in itself a heatsink.
The whole thing is a heatsink.
Right,
basically.
right. So it's really not necessary, but it's definitely cool to do it.
So do you personally prefer soft tubing or hard tubing?
I like the aesthetics of the hard tubing because it just looks really ridiculously cool. Now, it's I know there's pros and cons. The cons,
only con is that it's harder to upgrade.
It's hard to build and it's hard to upgrade, right? So if you want to upgrade your system, you need to drain everything in.
And when you work in the industry and you're testing a lot of new stuff, that can be very frustrating. I think from the average consumer, hard tubing I prefer. It's also cleaner. You're able to route the cooling a little bit better. So with hard tubing, you can we do like parallel cooling loops where we split the cooling off with hard tubing and it goes separately into the GPUs and the CPUs. So you get better cooling efficiency and it takes up less volume inside. So I like the hard tubing from that as well. So that's an advantage. But soft tubing is less expensive. If you're a first timer, I'd start with soft tubing. If you're building your own machine, it's more forgiving to everybody who builds a hard tubing machine the first time goes through like way too many tubes. It's just so much harder. And then I'm sorry, I'm so bad with usernames.
Somebody's asking while you're looking at us. Connor here on Facebook is asking, you prefer NVIDIA or AMD? We think both are great.
Yes.
Really, today there's not really one that excels over the other. If you look at, for example, the RX 480s, it's a great price point from AMD. It's a great GPU. NVIDIA happens to have the performance crown right now with their latest architecture. So the Titan XP in this case, it's gonna be faster than anything you can get from AMD. But they always trade blows. So the AMD will come out with a faster GPU, then NVIDIA will come out with a faster GPU. But you're not gonna get a bad product. Put it that way.
Yep. Someone's asking, so do we prefer bending or fittings? We do fittings for a very specific reason. It's definitely more expensive. However, it allows us to route the tubes cleaner, but for us, the most important part is the fittings serve as anchor points for the build. So consider the fact that we're shipping a water-cooled system to, say, Dubai, for example. We need to make sure that those tubes don't move in transit. The hard tubing spot, while some people think that they're going to possibly leak, they actually are more rigid and they help us ship the machines better. So that's why we do that instead of bends. It also looks cooler. But that's like a side effect of it. But to be honest, we came up with the solution logistically to make sure that we were shipping them internationally without a problem.
I just love the way it looks. I love the extra fitting. The extra bling just looks much nicer for some reason.
What's the furthest we've ever shipped a machine?
I mean, we have systems all over the world, so we've shipped it to.
What is the furthest point in the world from us?
I mean, I don't know. Asia, Japan.
Probably.
Right?
Probably.
Singapore. I mean, we ship everywhere. So you name a country and we probably ship to it. It's just, and look, that's the idea. It gets there safely, and that's the whole point of purchasing the system from us. We build it really, really nicely.
Australia.
And we ship it really, really nicely too.
So what brand are the rads? These are kind of proprietary to us. They're German, copper core radiators. We're very particular, so we tend to work with. It takes us like a really long time to basically find like any component. Just for the fittings, basically alone for the hard tubing, it took us about 6 months because we just needed something that aesthetically matched everything else. With the boss's love for automotive, an external radiator that looks like an intercooler hanging off the front, JDM style.
Yeah, dog. So I used to.
That was like a foreign language to me.
So JDM style. So now I'm a big Honda guy too. So I've owned a couple of Honda S2000s and I've turbocharged them. I've built the engines. So like JE pistons, Eagle rods, AM engine management system. Whoever like knows about cars will know what I'm talking about. And some of the inspiration definitely applies to our PCs. We've actually done like a racing sim build too, where we actually mounted the radiator in the back and it looked like an intercooler. So it's pretty cool.
So speaking of inspiring it, I think I know you're going to answer this, and I think it's going to be the same as mine. Favorite color scheme for a PC?
Favorite color scheme for PC?
It's based on your M3, right?
I love. I at one point in my life I owned an E90 BMW M3. It had a space gray exterior with a fox red interior. So yeah, red interior with a space gray exterior to me is just the sexiest color combo.
It's mine too. Although we've done like a gloss like piano black with gloss red on the inside as well.
Yeah, it's sexy.
And
too.
Black and red, you can see our logo. you could see, you know, like black and red is kind of part of our brand, but it's also our favorite. What's the fanciest custom build you've done?
The fanciest custom build we've done. Wow, I mean, we had this build which I don't have pictures of right now, where we gold dipped the panels of the PC for this guy. There was a guy in Dubai.
That's crazy.
He wanted you know, all the tubing. We had to do all the tubing as well, and it was like a $50,000 PC. But yeah, this thing he was very particular about every single fitting, every single thing, and that's why he came to us and we delivered. But you know, we've also built like a lot of systems like this. They're just like $20,000 with airbrushing, and there's custom airbrush work. We've had one guy that actually literally wanted every single color in his build. Remember that guy?
That I was so scared when he built this computer because when we got the order in,
Joker PC.
When we got the 50K PC, I'll tell you what the specs of that were in a bit. But the Joker it looked like a circus.
Yeah, but it turned out okay. It turned out okay.
So 50K. So what goes into like a $30,000 computer? So I'll give you an example. We mentioned earlier we had powered the Super Bowl a couple years ago. So that was a custom water-cooled machine with 4 Titan Z video cards. So that's 4 $3,000 video cards, all water-cooled. So that's $12,000 worth of video cards alone. And this was designed to basically, you know, run the Super Bowl itself. So
hey, Charles, can you move the mouse?
And as far as getting up to $50,000, there's like $7,000 or $8,000 Xeons that we can do too, like the 22 core Xeons. And you're talking about multiple SSDs. We also did a fully custom build for Coca-Cola recently. That was pretty ridiculous.
That was insane.
I don't even. How did that slip our minds?
I completely.
Because
that just happened.
I know.
It just happened. So
that's the crazy.
We just announced last Wednesday, or was it last Wednesday? Last week sometime.
Yeah.
Actually, it was one of our builders, Sean Cadet. Sean actually envisioned this Coca-Cola system. Coca-Cola came to us and said, "Look, we want a Coca-Cola themed PC." If you guys want to check it out, definitely check out our Facebook and our Instagram. There's lots of pictures of that build there. They're actually giving that system away, so there's a link there where you can register to enter for a chance to win that system. But we built a Coca-Cola themed PC with the Coke bottle was actually the reservoir.
An actual Coke bottle. I just put a link in the chat.
It's fully functional. It's amazing. So definitely check that out. That was really, really fancy.
That was one of the more ridiculous things. Go over the specs that are in the build Charles is building. Give me 1 second. 1 second.
Guys, if you're joining us now, definitely check out maingear.com. Check out what we do.
Yeah.
We're the world's best system builder. We put these elaborate, intricate liquid cooled systems together, and we do it beautifully. Right? Just once Charles is done, you'll see the final product. The cabling, the actual the engineering behind it. Believe it or not, we actually do some engineering behind these systems, and the support that we give is second to none.
Absolutely. So this build that Charles is building right now is our Rush with a 6900K processor, 32 gigs of Kingston HyperX 2666, 2 Titan X Pascals, 1.2 terabyte Intel NVMe SSD, as well as a 6 terabyte drive and a Corsair 1200i power supply. I'm like having such a hard time keeping up for.
Yeah, there's like a lot of comments.
A lot of chat. How many Titan XPs can you put in a single PC? So, NVIDIA limits you to 2 as far as gaming.
The official support is 2.
Right, but we can do builds up to 4, especially if you're doing something like Octane Render, which is like a GPU-based rendering engine. So, we'll be able to put up to 4. The build time for a build like this is usually about 8 hours. We're condensing it by we did some of this ahead of time. Charles was able to just do some of the mounting and pre-drilling and some of those things that we'd have to do to get it out of the way so that you'd be able to watch kind of the bulk of the chat. We wanted you guys to kind of see the more of a bigger chunk of the building because I don't think we could stream this for like 9.5 hours straight. So.
Yeah, somebody's asking, is it built in China? No, our products are built here in New Jersey.
Yes, right where we are.
Yeah, and they're supported out of New Jersey too, so you can actually call the technician who built your system and speak to him.
So a general price for a large.
So call Charles.
Call Charles. General price for two 1080s liquid cooled. Yes, probably like $3,000 or so. depending on the processor you went with. We have PCs starting at $999, so we have the whole range. We don't just do crazy high-end builds. We have stuff that's a little bit more reasonable as well. So don't think that you can't get something in your range. We try to cover as much as we can. Let's see.
So some people are asking, is that a custom MAINGEAR case? No, this is actually an in-wind chassis. There is some modification done to this chassis to accommodate our needs. So InWind did modify certain parts of the chassis for us, but the exterior of the chassis itself is an off-the-shelf InWind chassis. It's InWind 909, I believe.
Yep, InWind 909. I think I'm gonna get up to make some lighting adjustments. As the new sun is
oh yeah, the sun's in our.
Is passing.
We have the windows
I can see
open
that
here.
It just looks like a giant reflection for me.
There you go.
I think it should still be bright enough.
It's bright enough.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
I'm back, and thank you guys for all joining in. Like I said, this is the first time we've done this. We feel free to subscribe to us on Twitch, on Facebook, on YouTube. All the names are in our little display on the bottom. But we do a live stream every week where we kind of talk about our own stuff. Yes, this build does have a side window. In fact, the whole side is a window. So It's a single piece of tempered glass, tinted tempered glass. I think it's 4 millimeters thick. Really high quality. You can see the whole inside of the case, and the tinting just gives it a nice effect. So it really shows off the whole inside. Would you ever take an order where someone asks you to build a desk PC? We're interested in custom projects. Within reason, we want to make sure we ship something reliable too.
We need to be able to ship it. Whatever we build, we need to be able to ship it to you.
If we can ship it.
But definitely, if you have something crazy that you're thinking about, we do have a program called One of One. So you can call us and we can build you something that's completely a one-off that we've never done before, and we'll work with you on the engineering of that product and to make sure that we can actually build it and get it to you safely.
Sola Angel 777 said thanks. The current PC runs great. I will buy from you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your business. Appreciate it.
Someone was asking how much more expensive we are than building it yourself. I won't go into that in details, but I think it's worth talking about why we're more expensive than building it yourself.
We need
Some
to make
people
money
don't understand.
to support our business and to support you, right? So we need to warranty these systems that we ship to you. And we have a facility that we work out of. We have employees, we have families, and so
Charles,
I would love to build you these computers and not charge you a dime and just give everybody computers, right? But in the world, but we have a business support, so we're definitely gonna be a little bit more expensive than putting it together yourself. But there's a lot of pros to that too, right? The only con is that you're gonna pay a little bit more, but the pros are, I'll let Ron get into the details. I mean, you have first of all the intricate build quality, the craftsmanship that we have here. You probably can't build it yourself the way we do it.
Especially when it comes to the higher end liquid cooling stuff.
Right. Basic stuff, fine, yeah. But the higher end stuff is just we do it. We've done it tens of thousands of times.
We're not like a traditional buying from a big company where you buy from the big company and you call in and you say, hey, I'm having problems with Forza. It's not running well. And they're like, oh man, reinstall Windows. You're gonna call and talk to a support guy who's playing Forza, who's gonna be like, yeah, I know the PC port's having issues right now. You could try updating your video drivers, but you're gonna have to wait for So the difference is that we're doing the same stuff that you're doing with your PC ourselves, and we support you in doing so. We don't turn you away because you're gaming with your PC. That's why you bought it, and that's what we're going to help you with. And it's a different approach, and we make sure that our PCs are all optimized to do so.
And look, if you want to build it yourself, guys, go for it. Definitely. And we're not saying you shouldn't, but if you want the Ferrari, come to us. Right? That's how we usually.
So we got a technical question.
Okay.
Can you allocate graphics card to DirectX or PhysX on top of 2 SLI cards?
Yes, of course.
Can you run a physics card?
Of course. So you can actually run, two Titan XPs in this case, and you can actually have a GTX 1080 or 1060, 1070, or 1080 as your physics card. Now, I don't know why you would want to run a Titan as a physics card, but hey, if you got it, you got it.
Well, I mean, so NVIDIA's done some demos with their Funhouse. that requires 3 1080s basically to fully run with all of the everything turned up. So there are reasons to want a physics card. Do you guys overclock the setup or do you leave that to the customer? We have an option when you're configuring the machine to have us overclock it. We do an incredible job. We have, we test hundreds and hundreds of computers, so we have really good metrics for what's safe and what the best settings are. So we never push your system in unrealistic or damaging ways. We're going to overclock it safely, and you're going to be happy with the performance. It will still be quiet. It will still run cool, but you'll get the extra. For example, the 16900K, we'll probably get up to like 4-ish.
Reliably, safely, with good temperatures, right? I mean,
Right.
So, look, we can get reliably higher than that, but it'll shorten the lifespan of the processor as well. So we want to make sure that we're doing this within safe operating temperatures.
Which we've determined via testing. So we thrash processors when they first come out.
Exactly.
We go through
absolutely.
dozens and dozens of them to find out where the limits are, so you don't have to.
Absolutely. And we work with Intel, so I mean, we'll get these processors 6 months before they launch, guys. So we actually have goodies right now that we can't talk about, but that we're testing today that are going to come out only next year.
Charles, they think you're
Very
very chill installing your water block over there.
This is a very zen moment. I wish feel the most calm.
Someone's saying they live 15 minutes from our shop in New Jersey. Can they pick it up?
Yes.
That's why we have a will call option on our website.
Yes. Swing by, say hi, come check out VR. Yes.
Okay. Let's see. I'm like doing my best to pick these out,
It's
and I'm putting these in a notepad document, and I'm trying to like. I'm sorry, I'm not staring at the camera at all. I feel really bad. How do you guys? Oh, okay. Great question from Max ITV. How do you guys make sure the PC is still intact after shipping? And what happens if it arrives broken?
Well, look, it's fully insured. We take full responsibility when we ship the product to you. Okay, so that's number one. So you're paying for peace of mind. You're paying for a well-built product, and you're paying for it to get there safely. So we have custom packaging that we've designed to house the fully built system.
I
right?
love our drop test.
Yeah, our drop test will just. Yes, no, we actually, you're joking, but
it's true.
We work with FedEx and UPS, and we actually have certifications with these guys where they'll run their own drop tests and they'll certify it for us to make sure that we can ship the products to them, and that's the reality. So it's gonna get shipped safely to you, and you know what, we're guaranteed.
It's important to us, right? So it's in our best interest for you to get the PC perfect. Right, so we want to build it once, we want to ship it once. So we do everything that we can to make sure it arrives you that way. If there ever is a problem, we will 100% take care of you. One of the things we are most known for in the industry is our support is fantastic. So don't worry. If you ever have a problem with any PC, we'll always help you. When we get Pascal notebook graphics cards. When we get notebooks with Pascal graphics cards. I'm looking at you, even though I'm the one who has to answer this.
Soon.
Very, 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 very soon. Very soon. Look out for within the next 2 weeks or so. Let's see. How much megahertz in RAM matter? Getting a system and opted for 32 gigs of 3200 megahertz?
We went over that in the beginning of the stream, but look, you want to find balance between speed and latency. So like the higher speed you go on the memory, the more lax your latencies are, or the latency is going to become. So you don't want to have too high of a speed and like really shitty latency.
Yeah, it will only help like very rare specific computational tasks.
Or benchmarks.
Or
benchmarks.
like a WinRAR benchmark or something.
Yeah.
3200 isn't too fast. We cap out at 3000 because the multiplier with 3000 is the processors are happier. But 3200 isn't bad. Anything over like 3200, it just gets kind of ridiculous, to be honest. Let's see. Do you upgrade your own PCs? So if I buy a lower end machine and then want to upgrade at a later date, absolutely. You get free labor for the life of your machine. That's one of the other things. You get lifetime support and free labor. So you send the machine in to us. Let us know what you want to put in there, and the labor's free. Not a problem at all. We have some customers who have the same chassis for 10 years or more.
Yep.
I know there's like original F131s that we still get coming in and stuff like
we
that.
will only charge you if we have to completely rewire the system. So if we have to disassemble everything and reassemble, then there's a flat fee that we'll charge you to do. But that's about it. For any types of basic upgrades installs, we'll do it here in house.
Twistcone wants to know if you should pay for WinRAR.
If you should pay for WinRAR.
I'm actually a 7-zip guy.
I use WinRAR.
I switched like years ago.
I use WinRAR. I don't know. It's just so simple.
We had a guy here who used to like was really proud that he owned a copy.
I pay for WinRAR. Is that wrong? Is that wrong?
I mean, I guess it's right.
I've been using WinRAR for like 15 years.
I actually like 7-zip better because it doesn't pop up that extra window all the time.
I pay for it because I thought it was good. And I felt like I should have paid for it, but you don't. It's free, so
it's weird. It's weird. Yeah, I see some people saying 7-zip. I think they're with me.
WinRAR.
Oh, come on,
guys, WinRAR.
That's not fair. 7-zip master race, perfect. Okay, cool guys. I'm still reading chat. I'm trying to catch back up and see if I missed any specific questions. I think I'm doing a relatively okay job at this. You guys are asking a lot, which we appreciate. Let's see. Someone wants to know if they beat the entire office at a game of their choosing. Do I get a PC for free?
If they beat the entire office?
I don't even know logistically how we would hold a tournament that way.
It's probably not. I don't know, man. I mean, we have some really, really good guys. Like, I don't know about Charles, but some of these guys are really, really good.
We have a couple guys that will.
I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Actually, Charles is a heck of a gamer. He's a big league guy, right, Charles?
Actually, I'm slowly dying down on League and CS though. But when I said League, I didn't mean League of Legends. Sorry to. I'm actually a Rocket League guy.
Oh, Rocket League. Oh,
okay.
yeah. That's my favorite.
I'm getting into that card zone. I just wanted to keep playing.
Oh man, it's so much fun. See, I'm not gonna say I'm the greatest at Rocket League, but I actually I love that game. It's so much fun. Fun.
Oh my god, the mechanical skill required for it is just ridiculous. But I keep going back to it. It's my addiction.
I did too. Orton5684 asked, do we ship our PCs internationally? Absolutely. We ship around the world. We have a separate checkout process on our website. Yeah. Did you have something to say?
No,
you look really excited.
Look how my frame froze. It froze weird. It was weird. Okay, so all right, next question here.
We need Charles. You can't call Rocket League League.
I can call Rocket League.
No, you cannot call Rocket League League.
It's okay. Chat still loves me now. Look.
So David Varney, we do not use mashed potatoes as thermal paste.
Oh, have you ever seen that?
I'm sure
article?
I'm sure it works.
There's an article.
But it will not last you.
Mayonnaise is actually an excellent thermal grease.
It is, but it will last you for like 2 days.
We have we call our T1000 thermal paste. It's actually metal.
Don't use mayonnaise as your thermal paste.
Don't use mayonnaise as your thermal paste. But our team, have we ever considered sponsor esports team? We did. We're not a giant company.
We're a small business in New Jersey.
We like to work with people that we can have like more of a relationship with. And the team thing just gets really big and hard to manage. So I like to work with smaller, not smaller, but I like to work with people that I can one-on-one talk to. Have we ever considered looking into an oil submersion system? We play around with that stuff. It's just a mess.
It doesn't give you any advantages besides the cool factor.
And then it wicks up the cables and.
Yeah, I mean, it's just look. We did play around with it. We did try it, and we're like, we can't get any higher overclocks out of this oil submerged PC. So what's the point besides being submerged?
Mayo is better than no thermal paste. Is that true though? Maybe for the first day, mayo is better than no thermal paste. But like 2 but 2 or 3 days later, after it's been cooking in the CPU,
hey, then you can use it on your sandwich afterwards.
What's the build process of the laptops you do versus your desktops?
It's different. So the laptops we're actually getting the shells already made, right? And then we're doing the final assembly here in New Jersey. So it's a little bit different than how PC is built. But yeah, same attention to detail is definitely put into our laptops as well. So.
You guys are asking great questions, by the way. Thank you so much. You're not just trolling me the entire time. I probably shouldn't have said that.
Oh no, Ron.
Good job.
Let's see some questions here.
We're also streaming this on our Facebook. Wallace is looking through that.
Yeah, I'm checking out the Facebook stream here.
I'm looking at her on the Twitch chat itself, which is pretty awesome.
Somebody says Winamp.
Winamp.
Does the llama kicks the llama's ass? Is that the Winamp slogan?
Yeah.
Is it still?
No, they got rid of it. Or maybe it came back. So, Charles, can we have an update? Where were you on the build?
Right now, I am just putting the water-cooled blocks on the Titanexes. So basically, nice clear plexi, and then I'm actually about to put the thermal pads on the back, so I can put our custom. Oh no, actually these aren't the custom backplates, but the Titanix backplates with a nickel finish. Yeah. Cool.
Sweet.
Yep. So we have to take apart the GPUs basically and install the blocks on them ourselves. We use the blocks that we do because they're the best. So we're very picky, as we said earlier, with everything that we choose. So those EK blocks specifically have really, really good thermal dissipation off the GPUs themselves. Let's see.
Oh, by the way, I think I saw TotalBiscuit.
What's the first piece?
Gravy as a thermal paste.
What's the first PC you guys assembled professionally?
The first PCI assembled professionally.
Can you still remember it?
I remember the customer. Guy's name was Fred, and I was working out of a car garage. That's when we first opened up the shop. We were literally the garage.
We're the garage story.
The garage story. And this guy called me, and he actually our first PC sale. Like, this is besides my friends and family. This is after I officially established MAINGEAR, and the PC was like $3,500. And I'm like, oh my god,
This is
huge, right? And he bought the PC, and he actually ordered it painted. So I actually had to go get it painted somewhere and everything. And it was a blue system, and it was an F131, believe it or not. It was our first system sale.
That's really awesome.
Yeah.
My first I did was actually not for MAINGEAR. I think it was a media server. I started on like the server side of the business, which is a little bit different. Can you recommend a good 144 hertz monitor with G-Sync?
Check out the Asus
really
stuff.
bad experiences with the Asus and Acer ones. I don't know. The Acer Predators have been really, really, really good for me.
I like the Asus monitors. They're fine too. The ROG screens are great.
But if you don't like Acer or Asus, BenQ makes great stuff as well. As the Samsung, I don't think they have any G-Syncs. How did you come up with the name MAINGEAR, Wallace? So for you that just joined in, Wallace is our founder and CEO. So he founded the company when he was 18.
What's up, guys? And look, if you don't know who MAINGEAR is, we're a boutique system builder. We build some of the world's best PCs. Go to maingear.com and check out what we do. If you ran across our live stream on Facebook, definitely like our page so you can see some of the new builds that we put out on a weekly basis.
I gotta make a late adjustment again.
Cool.
Sorry about that.
And what was the question again?
How did you come up with the name MAINGEAR?
Oh, the name MAINGEAR. So we basically at the time, it's me and a couple of friends, we're just basically just writing down a bunch of names. We wrote down probably like 500-600 names. I wanted a name that would stick. I wanted a name that I can get a .com at the time with, and not like a .net or .org, whatever.
It's so much harder now.
And I want a name that I can trademark because a name that would be unique to us, and a name that would kind of be catchy too. So that's how I came up with MAINGEAR. And also there's a little bit of car themes in there too with the gears and everything. So this is your main gear, get it?
What are your experiences with super quiet gaming PCs? So our liquid cooling machines, for the most part, are silent.
It's all about being quiet.
So especially if we don't overclock the machine, even if we do, it's still very quiet. But if we need to tune it to be 100% silent, we can, because we have so much overhead as far as the cooling goes. We go overkill for cooling. So we have a lot of thermal headroom, so we're gonna able to keep everything super cool. Are your custom laptops easy to open or take apart? It depends on the model. The thin and light ones are a little bit harder. Just the nature of making a laptop thin is that it's more difficult to get inside. Our bigger one is quite easy to add RAM to or hard drive. Not that the thin ones are harder, but it is easier to do it.
Cool.
Okay.
Some of you are asking what kind of blocks are those. These are EK blocks. They're from EK. Definitely check out their page too. Okay, let's see here.
I have people asking me to up the light by Charles as well.
Up the light by Charles.
I'm our stage manager. To ask chat to let you know.
Yeah, somebody said congrats on the HP deal. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, we're actually the official boutique system builder for the new HP Omen X. So if you want the boutique version of the Omen X from HP, you can definitely go to our website and check that out. So just go to maingear.com. And we're also the official boutique system builder for Razer. So we launched the Razer R1 edition, or the MAINGEAR R1 system, and it's the Razer version of our boutique system, right? So essentially it's I know Razer has
Razer on the outside, MAINGEAR on the inside.
Exactly. So Razer designed the exterior of the chassis, and we designed it and we engineered the interior of the chassis, and you can definitely check that out as well. So
this is going to be a soft tubing build, and we did that because we wanted to make sure that it was going to be easy to upgrade, so that John would be able to easily put new graphics cards in. It's going to have a quick disconnect system that's going to make it easy to swap new cards in, which is a big deal if you're getting cards very often. Let's see, what is the normal operating temperature of a PC like this working under stress? It's not going to get hotter than 60 degrees, to be honest. That's probably at the way top end overclocked. It's going to run very cool, very quiet. So you don't have to stress about it. Even the GPUs are going to run super cool.
Somebody's asking if this system is for TotalBiscuit. Yes, it is. This is John's personal system, and this is what's going to power his live streams moving forward. He wanted something that was fast, reliable, quiet, and beautiful. So he came to MAINGEAR.
I'll go over the specs again since it keeps getting asked, and I'm sure there's people who have just tuned in. So this is the MAINGEAR Rush with our handcrafted soft tubing, the water cooling, a 6900K 8-core processor by Intel, 32 gigabytes of HyperX Fury DDR4 2666, dual Titan X Pascal Edition graphics cards, NVIDIA graphics cards in SLI, a 1200 watt Corsair power supply, as well as a 1.2 terabyte Intel NVMe SSD 750 series, and a 6 terabyte Western Digital Caviar Black, or RE, which is a RAID drive. Let's see. What is your prediction on how the new Vulkan API will do in the future, and how will that affect the viability of Linux? I'm not super bullish on Vulkan. DirectX is...
That's the way to go.
It's really what drives gaming forward. I love that Vulkan's out there, and it's good to see developers using it, but I don't expect mass adoption.
So is Vulkan like replacing OpenGL?
It's essentially replacing OpenGL, and then it was forked away from Mantle, which was AMD's internal DirectX replacement.
I think
that had come out.
Wide adoption-wise, it'll definitely be the X12, just because it's a Microsoft-supported language. So
I mean, the thing is I think you will see more adoption of it, which will be a very good thing for Linux,
right.
Which is true. Let's see. What kind of fans are these? These are custom Thermaltake ring fans that were designed for us with PWM control. We like them because they're high static pressure, they're quiet, and they look really cool.
Yeah, the Thermaltake fans, they don't ship with PWM. And for those of you who don't know what PWM is, PWM essentially allows full control of the fan, so the fan can ramp up or down. And it allows the fan to talk to the BIOS, essentially. And so, our liquid-cooled systems every single fan is PWM controlled, so it's not statically set at a single speed. So as it needs better thermals, it's gonna ramp up. As a system gets offload, the fans will ramp down and quiet down.
Ender Vex was asking why the Titan X's over the 1080s. It's a better card, especially for...
It's the world's fastest, better... That's the best card.
It's higher resolution. It's going to do better at higher resolutions. The extra RAM gives you more options with video encoding if you're using it that way. It really is the best card available. It's expensive, but it's the best card available.
Well, TotalBiscuit wanted the best. So he said that I need the best, so he just wanted the best, and that's what he got.
Let's see. Will you paint or plastic dip fans for a custom build? You don't want to paint fans because it ruins the balance.
Yep.
And will cause the bearings to wear out, and it will break them essentially.
It'll look cool, but it won't last too long. But it won't
last. So we don't do that because it doesn't last well. I mean, we've messed around with that kind of stuff.
Right.
You can kind of paint the bezels of the fans,
right,
technically, but it's not going to be as reliable, and we're we're not a big fan.
We're not a big
we're not a big fan.
Fans.
It's also like why everyone always asks why we don't use Noctua. And I don't know. I wish their fans are so ugly, man.
Noctua? Yeah, they're so good, but they're kind of the
so,
colors. I'm not a fan of the. I'm not a fan of the colors.
And for people who ask, like, okay, so they're the best. Why don't you necessarily use them? When you're talking about the best in a lot of cases, you're talking about like 2-3% differences. A lot of times we'll get asked, why do we run our water cooling loop the way we do? And in certain cases, there are aesthetic options that are preferable, even though they might not be as efficient. You're talking about such low differences, and when you have so much overhead in a build with a lot of radiators, a 1 degree or 2% isn't noticeable when you're using the PC. So we choose the route that maybe is aesthetically more pleasing because of that. We're never going to choose aesthetics if it means bad performance, but if it means a degree, I'd rather use the fans that look cool.
We need a balance. We need a good balance
Absolutely.
of beauty, functionality, everything.
I've only ever run Crossfire, but I'm curious about SLI and physics. Can you switch the second card into physics card on the run?
Yes.
Yes. It's a flag in the driver. You can just turn physics on and enable that card if, for example, you turned SLI off. You have to go into the GeForce driver, but it takes like 5 seconds. Let's see. Catch you back up now. Feel free to ask questions, guys, by the way. You guys like to give me a break for like 4 seconds, and I really appreciate it. Charles, oh, never mind.
Is there like a Facebook time limit on the stream?
Yeah, they recently.
I thought it was gone.
Is it gone?
Why is it still? Is it still going?
Not still going. Still
We
moving.
don't sell uninterruptible power supplies, only because for us to get them shipped here and then to you would cost you so much extra that instead we recommend to customers to go buy them elsewhere because it's less expensive for you. I like the APC Pro series. Just get one that matches the max power output of your power supply or a little bit under, and you'll be good to go. You just want to make sure it's going to condition the power when you're under full load. Let's see. The 200 watt power supply, 1200 watt is not needed for this config. You theoretically could have gotten away with 1000 or even maybe 800 to 900 watts, but you always want to get more. Gives you more overhead. Plus, when a power supply is running under its max wattage, it's running more efficiently. So if you get a 1200 watt platinum power supply, if it's running at like 700-800 watts, maybe the fan doesn't spin and it's super quiet and it's going to run cooler.
Actually, this fan here, the fans stop spinning whenever it's not under load, so it's pretty nice and quiet.
Yep, super quiet and very reliable. I love the Corsair ones, especially the digital ones.
What GPU would you perform for Battlefield games? I guess what GPU I'd select. So look, the GPU selection depends on the monitor that you have. So
and the resolution.
And the resolution,
I'm sorry.
right?
Yeah, that's what you meant.
So like if you have like a 1080p monitor and you want to run Battlefield with everything jacked, then you can get away with like a 1060 or GTX 1060 or 1070 or an RX 480. But if you have like a 1440p, a 2.5K or 4K, then you definitely want to consider GTX 1080, or if your budget allows, a Titan XP.
Yep. Someone's asking if we do events. We don't usually have a booth. We like to work with partners. So, for example, at PAX West, we actually got to meet up with TotalBiscuit, which was exciting.
Yep.
We were in NVIDIA's booth, Intel's booth, Asus's booth, Razer's booth, something else, AMD's booth. So we usually have a bunch of systems at the show. I usually get to go. So I'll probably be at PAX South in Texas for anyone that's going to be going this year. I love PAX. I love getting to meet our customers, gamers like myself. I love just going to PAX. I'd probably go even if I wasn't going like in the industry. Honestly, I love it. So really like love doing shows like that. So we'll definitely be at all the PAXs again this year. Let's see. Druid Head just says thanks for the stream, giving a lot of information. We really like. I like that we support as a business the DIY scene as well. We all started building our own PCs.
That's how we got here.
We never tell people don't build a PC. We offer a service that's for people who don't want to build a PC, but that doesn't mean we tell people not to try.
Oh yeah.
You know, so I like being able to support the community as a whole. What, Charles?
Apparently, there's a 78-month resub that I just saw on TotalBiscuit.
A
78-month resub.
That's crazy.
Someone's been subscribed to TotalBiscuit for at least 70.
I just saw a 22-month resub. That was
I love it.
Evan89 subscribed for 22 months in a row. That's awesome.
Yeah, Brian Rose says a lot of the systems NVIDIA use at CES, at NGDC were MAINGEARs. Yes, NVIDIA is our partner, and they're also a customer in a way. Whenever they need systems, they'll buy systems from us and they'll use them for their trade shows because they're reliable. So.
Aver Tark says, "Be the Bob Ross of computer building."
Oh, so
happy
today,
little trees.
Today we're gonna mount this. Today we're gonna mount this heatsink right here, just right here. A little bit of thermal paste right there.
I just want to say, by the way,
I love Bob Ross.
thanks, man, to the TotalBiscuit community. You guys are great.
Amazing.
Really good
amazing
questions.
Community.
Super insightful. This is a lot of fun. This is the first time we've done this.
You guys are super cool.
You're making this easy for first timers.
Yes. I was really nervous in the beginning. Now I'm not nervous no more because you guys are cool.
This has been great, guys. For you guys to just chime in, we're MAINGEAR. We're a boutique custom PC manufacturer in New Jersey. We support our systems in New Jersey, build our systems in New Jersey. Check out our site, maingear.com. Follow us on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram.
Follow our personal as well. Everything. What's our personals?
Let's see.
It's Santos_Wallace for Twitter for me.
And I am Ron Reed at Twitter.
And hey, follow Charles.
What's your Twitter?
At Charlie Logic.
Charlie Logic at Twitter.
Come on, Charlie.
I don't
At least
know.
it's not Charlie Boy like 422 something.
Listen, I was young and I kept the account.
We all have that bad name online. Can we build a PC in a Leon train or ship case? Have you seen those cases?
Yeah, I've seen them. They're kind of I don't know.
Was it Linus that threw it in a lake?
We can.
And he sunk it.
Yeah.
He sunk it. We technically can, but I don't think we should. I mean, I don't know if they're optimized for proper airflow. I think that's more of a visual piece. If you do want a PC built in that chassis, we can evaluate it. We can check it out, but don't recommend it.
What does the 72-hour testing you advertise on our homepage mean? So we do 2 phases of testing. We do independent component testing before we build a machine to make sure that we're not wasting our time.
Yep.
And basically assembling parts that are, we don't want to spend all this time building a PC for 12 hours and it turns out like the motherboard was bad. Then once the machine is put together, we put it through 48 hours of stress testing. We're basically, after we overclock it, we go through the whole barrage of games and individual stress tests, like synthetic things. We try to push it to unrealistic points so that we can make it fail here and not in somebody's home. How do you guys keep track of the mod scene? So we're all enthusiasts. So I'm browsing overclock.net and Reddit. I mean, I frequent Build a PC and PC Master Race and all the technology forums. So as enthusiasts, we're always inspired by what's going on in the PC space. We're actively part of it. So we're not just posers that act like we're gamers.
No, we're gamers. We play games. That's the reality. We understand what you want. We understand the space. And look, we have a particular style as to how we do business and how we build these systems. We like clean builds. We like systems that are gonna essentially look timeless and it's just not gonna look like a big dragon head or I'm not gonna say alien head.
A little more timeless.
More timeless.
Okay, this is a very long one.
Was that question?
Yeah. Do you think in the future might produce a video on how to build certain setups, even if they are not free? Content being able to professionally do a walkthrough. The only thing that's hard about us doing a video on specific setups is the quality we have in our builds takes such a long time that in order to do a tutorial on our water cooling, it would in reality be like an 8-hour video.
Yeah.
And the problem is, and if you're a builder, you just need to go out and do it because every build is so different that even if you watch somebody build something that's very similar to what you have, yours isn't going to be identical. Maybe your chassis is different, maybe your card's a different length, and then you're going to need different fittings, and you can't just base it on somebody else's build. That's the great thing about PCs is they're all kind of unique to a certain degree. So our recommendation is just watch as much as you can, and then go out and just do it. That's what kind of we've done.
Ron, if I may add, over the years of me working here, me learning more and more about how to create these crazy systems and how to make them even better, MAINGEAR, like, we have so many different things around us to work with in order to, like, create these ridiculous
That's
systems.
a good point.
You have the right tools. You're right.
Yeah.
Like, without Wallace,
Whoa.
I wouldn't be doing this.
Whoa. No, I mean, it's
the right tools, the right people. For example, we have every single fitting that BitsPower makes just to mess with.
Every single fitting.
Like literally every single one. We don't use all of them. In fact, we mostly use custom fittings, but we stock all these, like, this huge play yard of fittings so that we can experiment, which is very, very, very important, because it's hard if you don't have those tools to do some of these things. Let's see. Would you guys do creative developers simulator builds? I'd be interested in a setup for computational flow dynamics.
Yep.
So gaming plus GPU compute. Yes, we do Xeons. We do Tesla cards, Quadro cards, up to 2 24-core Xeons, up to 256 gigabytes of RAM. So we could do the full workstation thing as well.
Yeah, and we do have a lot of clients that are in that space that only buy workstation systems. For example, Lockheed Martin, NASA, General Dynamics, Robotics. We have a company called Livebuild that actually used our system to power the Super Bowl, the halftime show where Katy Perry was singing. The 3D render on the floor was actually done on a MAINGEAR computer, believe it or not. So yeah, we can definitely hook you up.
Yep, and we can usually help as long as you give us rough of what your application will need. Obviously, they're all specialized, but we have the resources to do the resource. And what do we think of EVGA's new DG case range? It's big. EVGA's case is kind of big. I like ones that are a little more efficient inside.
I personally saw it. It's not my cup of tea, but look, it's cool. It's definitely cool.
Did any company ever contact you for a build that's not some novelty build, some you use every day? 100%.
All day.
The NASA's using our builds. A lot. Facebook is using our builds for design work. We've done a ton of custom stuff like that from liquid cooling, General Dynamics, Lockheed Martin, as well as said earlier. So we do custom branded builds for companies that are really, for getting work done. The one thing to mention, that Coke build wasn't a novelty build. It was cool from a design standpoint, but that was still a reliable MAINGEAR gaming PC.
No, that's a legit. It's a legit working system. It's not. It's like we shipped it.
Yeah.
It was at TwitchCon, and they're taking it for a tour around the country.
And they're giving it away. I think they're doing like
away.
a viewing party for the league championship. I don't know where it is. World's in. Well, either way, I don't know where I'll find a link to the viewing party. But they're gonna do a giveaway. I'll see if I can put it in the chat. Let's see.
The AMD, Brian Rogan, the AMD debut Radeon Pro Duo at GDC. Yeah, that was a MAINGEAR system. Thanks for the reminder, Brian. That was a MAINGEAR system as well. They showed the Radeon Pro Duo in a MAINGEAR.
Amazing that you guys get businesses that would usually expect someone like Dell or HP get. So 2 things. One, Dell or HP can't do the custom work that we can do, which is why big companies will come to us, is because we can do custom one-off configurations. We're not scared to do something crazy, which they appreciate.
Well, the supply chain just won't allow it,
yeah.
Right? It's just that they just flow so much business that it just won't work, and that's why HP came to us
for the Omen.
For the Omen, right? So they wanted to offer the Omen, and they wanted to offer our type of build in the Omen chassis. And they came to us, and that's why you can buy the HP Omen X through MAINGEAR.
Yep. And number 2 is we're actually less expensive in a lot of cases
on the
high-end workstation stuff. Because they're niche, they way overcharge. This is a pretty funny question. As professionals, do you still boot your PC and realize despite triple checking you didn't properly insert the RAM in? So this is my embarrassing troubleshooting story. This one time I was troubleshooting a PC that was in front of me, and I turned it on the first time and it works. And I'm working on it, and it doesn't turn on anymore. I'm like, what happened? So I go through everything. I'm reseating memory. I switch the power supply, put a new CPU. I'm going crazy. An hour later, the power cable, the DVI cable had fallen out of the back of the monitor. Not out of the PC. It was out of the back of the monitor because I had tugged on the cable.
That sucks.
So yes, you all make mistakes. That's why we, for example, have like a 100-point checklist that we have with the machine.
Yep.
Double checked by 2 people. We put things in place to make sure that there's redundancy. That's why we go through all the testing too, is to make sure everything is in place. We actually plug a USB cable into every USB port on the PC, a headphone into every headphone port. All those things make a big difference. Do we offer anything other than delivery via DHL Express? We do.
International.
You have to call us.
Yeah, I mean,
through our normal checkout, no. It is expensive, but yet the thing is DHL guarantees delivery internationally, and they're the best carrier. FedEx is usually only a little bit cheaper and doesn't do as well of a job with customs, so that's why we've stuck with DHL.
I got a question from Ricardo Silva. Wow, great, amazing machine. You guys do incredible work, and the support for the Unix family, FreeBSD, Linux distributions. We don't officially support it. Our systems can you can install Linux in our systems, but you need to be able to support it yourself. Just we don't have the infrastructure to support a different. There's so many
different distros.
We do in a way offer a version of Linux, which is SteamOS.
And those machines are limited in customizability, so we have less options, which is also a difficult thing for us. So if you're interested in Linux, just poke around and see if it's really the motherboard that needs to support it. We do have guys that have had it. Do you have issues with PCI Express SSDs and booting? Mine doesn't boot every time, does the reboots. Max ITB, what chipset are you running? Current chipsets, X99, Z170 are fantastic. Earlier chipsets, I think it was Z97 was when they put in the stuff. Earlier BIOSes and some of the cheaper PCIe SSDs had problems. But if it's a newer one, it should work fine. We can just do troubleshooting for the next hour or two. Are you looking at Oculus Touch controllers?
I'm gonna literally order my touch controllers right now.
Oh, did you get the option?
I got the option to order it right now. Time to get it.
Let's see. Do you have a preference regarding the ease of overclocking on Mobo's EVGA Asus Gigabyte? So we're not doing any of the auto overclocking options. We're doing it all by hand. I found, at least personally, that all the BIOSes are roughly equivalent. Asus is probably the easiest, to be honest. It's just the most well thought out, but I think they're all pretty great as far as BIOSes go.
Nowadays, Asus, MSI, Gigabyte, they're all great.
Honestly, it's caught up. We offer some boards from all of them. We choose the boards that are the best at each of the individual things that they are at. So, and you'll notice that's why we have a range of other boards. Always take a Lambda Dust says the last time I tried a BIOS update, I bricked my motherboard. Do you warranty on that? So we don't usually recommend BIOS updating unless you have a problem.
Right.
Because it's a risky thing. It's pretty reliable now through the easy update tools and UEFI.
Well, if you have an overclock system as well from factory, you definitely don't want to do a BIOS update because it'll break everything. Right. So a lot of the settings and most BIOSes, so depending on the version, the overclocks will be different depending on the BIOS revision. So if your system is rock solid, it's working fine, your games are okay, your video card, everything's fine, don't do a BIOS update because you might have, if you're not experienced, you might damage your system.
Let's see. Chen, I can't get into specifics of how much more expensive it would be to buy a system from us than a pre-built. You're welcome to configure 2 machines the same online and compare. But on a $1,000, $2,000 build, it's a couple $100 more, and you're getting the peace of mind that experts put it together. You get support from us. You get all the things that are great about having a company behind you, without the worry of buying a PC and then worrying that you get a motherboard that's bad and you don't know, and you spend months going back and forth with the manufacturer.
Yes, I got somebody here asking, why is the Omen X so ridiculous? Seems very impractical, to be honest. Well, look, that was designed to be that way. The Omen X, they wanted the system to look different, but also be functional. So there's actually a tri-chamber design in there where it's actually separating the components inside the system. So it's not just aesthetics, but it looks very different. And that's the idea, right? And it's also functional.
Well, they really wanted to kind of come back onto the scene with, you know, full force.
Yep.
And you mentioned the tri-chamber design. It's really unique. I'm actually
Not for everybody.
I'm happy they did something totally different.
It's not for everybody. They wanted to do something dope, something different, something that's gonna stand out, and they achieved it.
Okay.
Including the partnership with MAINGEAR, which was great.
That's actually a good point.
Yep.
You know, that was kind of revolutionary that they did something so interesting to partner with the best boutique in the industry and really kind of set themselves apart. People keep asking what kind of screwdriver Charles has. I'll see if I can put.
It's Hitachi. Is it Hitachi?
It's a Hitachi.
It's Hitachi. Yeah.
I'll see if I can put like an Amazon link.
Yeah, we'll put an Amazon link.
It's torque controlled. People ask that too. So it barely tightens the screw at all. In a lot of cases, we found it's more accurate than hand tightening because it catches very, very quickly. So we're very picky for that.
By the way, thanks Doug Ferrara, my friend. Appreciate it. Thanks for joining the stream.
We don't sleeve the cables in-house just because it's logistically really hard, but we have a custom sleeving partner who makes all of them for us, custom for us.
Yep.
So we have a range of colors and we can do custom colors. They just take more time, but you know, like we have like NVIDIA green cables in-house, for example. Yep. That color match NVIDIA's green exactly. Let's see. We're gonna have the whole permanent version of this up as well. So you'll be able to watch this whole Q&A thing. A lot of good information. You guys are asking like
good questions,
incredibly smart questions.
Yeah.
Really in-depth kind of stuff, which is awesome. I'm gonna go over the specs because it's been a while, and I've gotten like 5 PMs of what the specs are. So it's spec time with Ron Reed, Technical Marketing Director of Major Computers. So.
Specs, please.
TotalBiscuit's new build's got an 8-core 6900K Intel processor, an Asus X99 EWS workstation / gaming board, 32 gigs of HyperX Fury memory, 2666, dual Titan X Pascal cards and SLI, a custom water cooling solution for the GPU and CPU by us, a 1200 watt Corsair power supply, a 1.2 terabyte Intel NVMe SSD, and a 6 terabyte Western Digital hard drive. And those have been the Ron Reed Spec Minute. Let's see. There's still debate going on whether or not all-in water kits are worth their money over high-end air coolers. What do you think? We offer maintenance-free water cooling. When it's done right, it definitely is better than high-end air coolers. Keep in mind, too, that it ships better, and that's an important thing to us.
So another problem is that most people install the closed loop coolers wrong.
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
Right? They burn out the pumps, and so I mean,
they get the tubes incorrectly, and then the pump goes dry.
The airflow, everything. So you need to really know what you're doing as well when you're installing a closed loop system.
We prefer positive pressure in general for our airflow setups. Just better to keep the dust out of the machine, less maintenance, keeps everything looking pretty. Plus, like I mentioned earlier, when you have such overkill water cooling, you have a lot of overhead, so you can min-max based on decisions that are just better for what you're doing. Let's see, what are your opinions on the current all-in-one coolers out there? That's what we were talking about. Why do we use zip ties and not Velcro strips? Zip ties hold everything in place better. Velcro will come loose over time and slip down.
That's right. And
they're very bulky and they don't look very nice either.
I mean, 1 or 2 Velcro strips might look cool in the right place, but if you look at the amount of zip ties that Charles has behind the system here, it would be a disaster to use Velcro, guys.
Any plans of MAINGEAR in the UK? We do sell in the UK. We build them in the US, but you can buy them and ship them to the UK.
Hey, we speak the same language, so you can call for support.
Let's see.
I mean, Wallace, you could ship me out to the UK, and I'll start the branch.
We'll just ship Charles to fix your computer in the UK.
For users that didn't find out, we're in New Jersey. Why do you skip floppy drives? This PC will be useless. You're right. I'm not going to boot into DOS and be able to play Zork on this PC. I'll have to emulate it. It's going to be very tough.
I got a question here from Billy saying, which brand out of cheap HP and Lenovo laptops in the $249 range? Just for YouTube. Like, look, if that's all you're doing, just YouTubing and Facebook, then pretty much I would go with an HP over Lenovo, specifically because HP is a partner of ours now. And you know what? If you're just doing that, then yeah, definitely HP over Lenovo. That's the question.
So in my experience, water cooling systems should be drained and refilled every so often, 6 months to a year.
Depends what you use.
So if you're using the right parts, it doesn't need to be. And what does that mean? So if you're using the right coolant as well as non-plasticizing tubing, and you have enough coolant, you can go years without maintenance. What happens is if you use the wrong components, you'll get buildup in the loop that will need the loop will need to be cleaned. As long as you're using an antimicrobial coolant and the right things, you really don't need to change it that often. We do a lot of long-term reliability testing, so we've been selling them like this for years. So
somebody's asking, how heavy is this system? This comes from Emil. It's going to be around 60 pounds after it's fully built and. Probably a little bit more fully built.
No, it's probably like 75 with the coolant.
Yeah, with the coolant installed.
It's got a lot of coolant inside. That's why.
Yeah, so it's pretty heavy. It's a tank.
I mean, this isn't plastic.
Yeah, and that's it's aluminum and steel.
But we have like water cooled systems that are small form factor as well. This was the perfect system for TotalBiscuit just because of the he had a lot of requirements as far as extra space for storage and things like that. But you don't have to you don't have to get something quite so big. We have systems that are a lot more reasonable. We have systems that start at $1,000, so we cover the whole thing. How maintenance free is your water cooling? How would you say we actually need to wait before we need to address it? So we have maintenance free closed loop liquid cooling that never needs to be addressed. It's vacuum sealed. You don't have to worry about it. A system like this, I would say it needs to be topped off every what?
A couple of years.
Maybe 2 years or so. And by the time it needs to be drained, you're going to be replacing a component anyway, or replacing the board or something like that. So it doesn't really come into the lifespan that you need the machine in basically at that point. What do you think about soft tubes for water cooling for a home built system? I recommend, like I said earlier, soft tubes when you're starting out. Hard tubing is very difficult to do.
Just be sure to pick the right one.
Do a lot of research.
Yep.
Definitely do a lot of research.
Non-porous tubing, or else you'll run into issues.
Yep. It's not hard, but it's not as easy as it looks.
Right.
So you have to be committed to put the research in to get the results that you want. Someone was asking TotalBiscuit why is he getting a PC? Oh, never mind. He's already responded. His current PC is breaking down. Are there really any sexy GPUs you personally feel bad for removing the air coolers for? Well, if you go back on our YouTube, you can see Wallace had a bit of a love affair with the Titan X when it came out.
Love that GPU.
I
still sleep with it by my side.
Their cooler is gorgeous.
It's hot. It's not hot. Like it's hot. Like it's nice.
It's cool.
It's cool.
Cool.
It's dope. Yeah.
But it's always a bummer taking those coolers off. But they still look beautiful with them cooled. How much effort is it to vacuum seal the cooling loop? You wouldn't be able to. The open loop is designed to have some air going through it, so you wouldn't want to vacuum seal it. Why can't I be happy with the PC I have? You just left after your PCs. Listen, we have PCs that start at $999, so we're not just these crazy like multi-$1,000 machines as well. Last single player game that you enjoyed the hell out of? Doom.
Yeah, actually, last single player game would be Doom for me.
Doom drove us all crazy this year. Before that, for me,
that was fun.
Was The Witcher 3, because I had a kid and it took me I'm still not done with it. Never mind.
Have you played Mafia 3 yet?
I've heard out already.
I've heard some bad things about Mafia 3.
It came out 2-3 days ago.
I've heard some bad things.
2 days? I gotta buy it. I heard it was good. It looks good. It reminds me of Grand Theft Auto in a way.
Basically, it's just an older faction.
It's only 30 frames per second now, though. And they're going to be patching it.
There was a patch this weekend.
Oh, I missed it. Okay. Okay.
Also, they patched it.
They patched it so you can do 60 and unlimited frames now.
Nice.
What did you guys study in college, if anything? I'm going to university for computer science and would like to get into something with you guys.
So I went to actually I didn't go to college. I went to a tech school, and I went to become a networking systems professional. So my idea was to service networks and becoming an IT guy, but that doesn't apply to what I do today.
That's a very common theme. I was like a psychology major.
Yeah, Ron was a psychology major, so like it's.
And now I'm in marketing.
Now he's in marketing.
I say have a passion and get a degree in something that will support that passion. Is usually my recommendation to people. If you want to do something technical that requires college, then major in it. So if you want to learn to code, go to college for that. But if you want to, I think business degrees are really great in tandem with a passion that you have.
Right.
So if you're passionate about technology and then you get a business degree, you can go work in technology in business basically. Let's see.
Yeah, as long as you're passionate, you'll do fine in whatever you do. So.
Someone's asking if we can do custom design chassis. That's a very difficult thing to do from the ground up. We've done builds in other cases on one-off scenarios for people.
I mean, not for one-offs because unless you have a really.
Well, no, these are like crazy builds where it makes sense to do something like that. We don't recommend it though.
The cost is just insane. I mean, think about it. So.
Do we pre-order games? If yes, stop it. I do not pre-order games. There's zero reason to pre-order a game unless you really want some like stupid hat or.
I pre-order games.
Really?
Is it wrong? Is it something wrong?
I feel like I pre-ordered No Man's Sky, and I hate myself for that.
Well, I mean, you would have ordered it the day of anyway.
I might have waited though, and heard about everyone complaining, and like
I have right now Battlefield and what's the other game I just pre-ordered? I gotta log in.
I'm looking forward to Battlefield 1. I'm super looking forward to Battlefield 1. Battlefield 1 I'm excited for. I can't wait to play Gears of War 4.
I mean, I know I'm gonna like it. That's the thing. It's if it's a game that I know I'm gonna like, it's even if there's glitches and so whatever.
Are people upset that I
pre-order game?
That I pre-ordered No Man's Sky? Are you upset that I didn't like No Man's Sky? I'm having a hard time deciphering based on the volume of chat. Oh, I think they want me to stop. Oh no, they're booing you for pre-ordering.
They're booing me for pre-ordering.
That's what happened.
Look, I pre-order games. That's I don't want to worry
Wallace,
about it. I want to preload the game.
Wallace is an optimist.
I want to preload the game. That's the thing. I pre-order because I want to preload it when they allow me to preload it.
The internet is so fast on Steam though.
But not when the whole world is trying to download the same game.
You're right.
Right? You're not gonna like, for example, Battlefield. The day Battlefield drops, if you're not preloaded, you're gonna stay all day the first day trying to download the game, and that's why I pre-order. What are you saying?
I mean, that's like the mantra of Total Biscuit's audience is not to pre-order.
I know.
You wait to find out how the game is. You don't waste your money.
That's true. I understand.
The one thing is so we're in a position in the industry where we talk about games like we're not critics like Total Biscuit is, but we have to talk about and test games for a living. So it's important for us to, even if I don't want to play a game, I need to make sure that it runs well on the latest stuff. I need to make sure that if there's any cool new PC technology for it. So there's a lot of stuff like that. What are the specs of our current PCs?
My current PC?
Yeah. You have an F131.
I have an F131 with a 5960X, I believe. I haven't upgraded to the latest processor yet.
You don't normally use it with CPUs.
Yeah, I did upgrade to the Titan.
That I'm jealous about.
Yes, but I haven't
water-cooled?
upgraded the CPU yet. So I'm just waiting for my next build. I guess I'll pass that build to my wife, and then I'm building myself something new.
I have a Vibe with a 5930K, a 980 Ti, and way too many 250 gig SSDs because I was stupid and I kept buying 250 gig SSDs instead of.
See, I don't like the partitioning. I don't like having multiple partitions. I know some people like it for organizational purposes, but I like to have just a big, fat Windows install with a single partition.
Okay, I need to defend myself pre-ordering No Man's Sky. There is a reason behind it. I have a child, and I got a day to myself the day No Man's Sky was released. So I pre-ordered it so I could preload it. So when I got home, that like 4 hours, which was the first 4 hours I had to myself in, I don't know, a year and a half, I could enjoy apparently a very poor, crappy game. But
you loved it for the first week.
It was.
You had fun for the first week. I remember you're like, hey, I don't know if I don't like it yet.
Yeah, I was kind of iffy. Are you beta testing tech for gaming companies? We get to play with a lot of cool stuff before it comes out,
including games.
We're also on the board of advisors for Intel.
Yep. Look, if you have any ideas for Intel and you want to pass along the message, definitely send it my way. I don't know if you should ask that question. No, seriously, if there's anything that you guys would like to see, something that you want me to pass along to the executives at Intel, let me know. I'm actually flying out to meet the Intel folks tomorrow. So I'll be in Oregon. We have our annual board of advisors meeting, so definitely message us.
I teach my poor child to pre-order. I'm a terrible person. I'm sorry.
I know, I'm not board of directors, guys. Sorry. Somebody's saying board. I'm board of advisors.
Board of advisors, yeah. Did I say board of directors?
No, somebody said board of directors.
I might have. Yeah. This is the longest I've ever talked for straight.
I know, it's what is it, a 4-hour stream so far?
And I think Charles went to go grab something he didn't have in the room.
Yep. Charles will be back.
Okay, I'm just going through, don't know if you already got this question, but if you do, what's your opinion on SSHDs, 8 gigabytes? SSHDs were like a stopgap that SSDs are cheap. Buy an SSD.
SSHDs were good when SSDs were super expensive. Yeah. But now that SSDs are cheap, you don't need an SSHD anymore. It's irrelevant at this point. So just get an SSD and a hard drive for storage, or just get a full SSD and you're good.
Chat says you should tell Intel we need more Intel NUC Skull Canyons. Those are awesome little systems.
Yeah, except they don't have good enough graphics for gamers.
Yep.
So that's one of the things I'm working on with them. I am giving them the feedback to work with NVIDIA and AMD on actually having some better graphics in their future generations. I can't talk about it much, but I'm sure they know. What's nice about that current product today, though, is that it has Thunderbolt, and it allows you to get like a Razer Core.
Which is very cool.
And actually plug into that unit if you want to have the accelerated graphics. But then you have the Razer Core, which is about this big, and the Skull Canyon that's this big, so it's kind of weird. But
Charles, chat wants to see your face. Can you say hi?
Hi, chat.
Beautiful Charles. Have we ever built a computer with a Raspberry Pi? I have a Pi set up with RetroPie currently for emulation, so I'm a big fan of that. What RAID cards do you prefer using? LSI or Intel, depending on the hard drives we're using. Each RAID controller has some have different compatibilities with hard drives that are better. So it really depends on what drives we're using. There's an assumption that having two identical pumps run in series but at different speeds would be bad. We don't run them at different speeds, so we run the pumps at the same speeds, all PWM controlled. So the pumps are always running at identical speeds. I don't recommend running them at different speeds. You might get pressures
it'll bottleneck
in different ways.
The slower pump will bottleneck the flow.
Yeah. Let's see. The Razer Core isn't officially supported by anything but the Razer Blade, though. I believe you can use the Razer Core with the Skull Canyon.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The Razer Core, I believe, does work with the Skull Canyon.
It does work, yeah.
Specifically the Skull Canyon.
Yep.
It might not be anything else, but
it's certified to work. It'll work.
Let's see.
But then you kind of, the problem is that you're kind of killing the point of having a ultra small PC. So like the idea is to keep it small, and the Razer Core is pretty, it's a pretty big little.
Yeah, that's
box,
actually.
So you might as well just build like a Drift or a small.
Yeah, you're pretty much getting to the same size.
Yeah.
Where it makes sense though is with like the cool Thunderbolt laptops.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see. What is your favorite build that you didn't build? So by some other company or individual?
My favorite build that I did not build.
Murderbox.
Yeah, it was probably the Murderbox guys. They did some cool stuff. They're not like a boutique system builder. They just sell chassis, but some of the builds that they did in the past are just amazing. So.
Can you share about a PC you've done with the best size to compute ratio, smallest footprint, most power? So we've done small form factors with like 22 core Xeons in them.
Yeah. Actually, believe it or not, we were the first to launch. This was years ago. The world's first small form factor overclockable system. It was called a Potenza, and it was an Asus ITX board that would overclock really high at the time. I forgot which chipset it was, and the power to performance ratio at the time was second to none. Nobody had ever heard of a system that small being overclocked before, and it was liquid cooled, so it was like this big. Yeah. But our drift today is pretty small, and yeah.
Why no magnetics parts tray? That's because Charles forgot to bring his in here.
Everything I left is basically at my desk.
Yeah, this is not
Charles's desk.
This is not Charles's build desk, by the way. This is we literally brought Charles into the room and set him up here to accommodate for the live stream. So
we just didn't want to interrupt the flow on our floor.
Oh yeah.
If you check out we have like a tour on our YouTube of it. What's your
Definitely
stance?
subscribe to our YouTube channel,
Yes.
guys. Please check it out. Give us some thumbs up over there. Show some love.
What's your stance on HD encryption? So, I guess my point of view is that I've known too many people who have lost data because of it. Just be careful when you mess around with that stuff. If you really need encryption, I recommend encrypting part of a drive and just putting the stuff you need to encrypt in that part of the drive. But encrypting the whole drive can get really messy and you can lose data very quickly. Let's see. Potenza, yeah, no auto influence at all. No automotive influence at all.
Yeah.
Our names are very automotive. We got the shift, the drift. Some of them are more like emotive, like the rush or the force.
The force.
That's what happens when you talk for like 4 hours straight. Just looking through chat still. You're welcome to take a quick breather, Wallace, if you want.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Somebody says Lazy Susan for the win. Yeah, this is actually a custom. Lazy Susan to accommodate the size. We have like Lazy Susans that we designed for each individual system.
There's foam on the bottom to make sure the paint doesn't scratch.
Yeah.
So it's soft.
Yeah.
We think of everything.
Yeah.
Someone's asking TotalBiscuit, but on Video Shield, yay or nay? I have a Shield tablet and handheld. I actually played a lot of The Witcher on my Shield handheld because I had a baby at the time and I was in the living room and she was sleeping and it was a real easy way to play. It works really well inside. I tried it at work and it kind of worked. The Shield tablet I basically have for Hearthstone.
I actually use the Shield.
You have the
Shield
set-top
Pro,
box,
the set-top
right?
box, and I have the Shield Pro on my living room TV. And I'm able to stream the games from my PC whenever I'm tired. I get home and I don't want to sit down on my desk again because I've been sitting down all day here at work. I want to just lounge back on my couch and play a game. I can actually use the Shield, set-top box to play a game.
Use the Force.
Or the Force.
When I put two radiators of this one system, will I create a black hole? Yeah, Charles is actually going to be in trouble soon. There's going to be a singularity and. Oh, you guys are great.
It's kind of funny.
Highest rank on Hearthstone. Favorite deck. Okay, so I've gotten up to maybe like rank 5-ish, maybe. I'm a big Tempo Mage player. I like Hearthstone because as a guy who's not super good with Twitch when it comes to gaming, I'm able to kind of effectively like stay up. So I play a lot of Tempo Mage. Yeah, so I'm currently playing Tempo Mage. I just got back into it. I'd skipped out for a little bit, and that's primarily what I'm playing. I like Tempo Mage just because it's not super gimmicky. It's just about playing a really good rhythm throughout the match. And it's just, I don't know, it's just, I find that the rhythm behind the game is really good. Although I do enjoy, like, hardcore gimmick decks. I do have Yogg in my Tempo Mage deck just because Yogg is hilarious. What do you use to clean dust from PC?
Just we actually here at work we have a special compressor with special filters because when you use a regular compressor, by the way, don't use a regular compressor.
Do not
to clean your PC like a regular
don't learn the hard
generator
way.
Compressor thing. Those things actually create condensation and there's actually water in those tanks. So when you blow your PC with those things, you can actually short things out. So we do have a special compressor here. With special inline filters,
a bunch of inline filters,
right?
Yeah.
That actually, retain humidity, water, dirt, etc.
We also have a vacuum that's static free that you just plug in and blow the system out as well.
And if you're at home, just get like a regular compressed, air. And just don't flip it upside down because then it'll spray.
Unless you want to scare your buddy.
Yeah, or you know what? Go to your buddy, flip it upside down, and spray his arm with it and see what happens. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
I think you can actually give someone frostbite, though.
Yeah, you'll give somebody frostbite. That's not good.
Yes, praise be to Yog, our Lord and Savior.
So what you're saying is if I want ice cream really, really fast, do that.
Let's see. I bought a blower from Amazon, which is pretty good. Yeah, there's a lot of good options. If you are going to get a blower, make sure it was designed for cleaning out a PC. They'll have some stuff that will help with the static. Keep in mind, if you build a PC properly, it has positive pressure and air filters where it needs to be. There shouldn't be a lot of dust buildup on the inside.
That's right.
You guys always just assign one technician to a PC. That's an exciting thing to ask.
I mean, I'm still building this one.
Do we always assign one person, Wallace?
Of course. One man, one machine.
That's a big part of our build philosophy.
That's it.
You call it cellular builds, right?
Yeah, these are cellular builds, and this is for every single system, right? We don't have an assembly line here. And after that technician actually fully assemble that system, a second technician will go and double check his work. So one man, one machine.
It's important that the person treats it. Well, Charles is building this the way he'd build his own PC at home, and I've seen Charles' PC, and he put a lot of effort into it.
Mm-hmm.
So we like to make sure that they take that same care that they would themselves, and the quality really shows when you do assembly line production. You just don't get that same attention to detail. Somebody's just trying to rush through as many things as they can, not really put the craftsmanship into it. So, and the other thing to mention too is Charles, for example, will build everything from a really high-end PC like this to an $800, $900 vibe.
Or to that laptop that you're
Or
right now.
our laptop as well.
Which you probably can't see, but we actually use. There you go. Pop up. There you go. We use pulses. This is my personal pulse that I use here.
And that makes a big difference. Do you need to still look up the manual to connect the case cables to the motherboard?
I'm sure Charles does not need to look at the manual.
You memorize them pretty quick. Every board vendor has a relatively standardized thing across all their boards. So all Asus boards should be all the same. All Gigabyte boards should be the same. So that part you get pretty good at fast when you've built, in this case, thousands of computers. So let's see. That was a great question, by the way.
Somebody says cheers for Charles. Good man. So.
Thank you. Yay.
So shiny.
QA on the system is 24 to 48 hours. Whole process is 72 hours. Our systems ship anywhere from 10 to 14 days typically, depending on the configuration. Really, really high-end ones can take up to 3 weeks.
Somebody said
We
I'd be skeptical if they turned out to both have MacBooks. Yeah.
We use our own products. I've got the big guy, 17-inch, Wallace has a 15-inch.
Yep.
This is my work PC, my home PC.
This is my everything PC too. So this is the PC. Mine's actually a little bit beat up. There's some nicks here. I've had this PC for a few years now. So there you go.
How do you build the laptops? Do you see a future where they are more customizable than they currently are? We do assemble the laptops themselves. The limit of customizability is mostly because Intel has moved to soldering on their CPUs. Our large laptop does have a socket, so you can choose a processor, RAM, and graphics card, and the hard drive. So it is pretty customizable. Plus, we have our awesome paint jobs as well. How do you deal with shipping to areas where the temperature is below freezing with water cooling? So we have a custom coolant blend that we came up with in-house. Surprisingly difficult because antifreeze is typically orange or like hot green. And you'll notice with this system, once we have it going, that it's white. So our coolant blend has a special antifreeze that is clear, as well as antimicrobial, antibacterial, anti-corrosives, and its base is propylene glycol. So it won't freeze when it's traveling, even if it gets stuck in a truck in the middle of a snowstorm. And that's very important for us.
Somebody asked, what's our opinion on the EVGA link cable management for the GPU? I think it's a little bit bulky. It's not my favorite thing in the world. The way it sits on top of the GPU there, and it sits differently in different GPUs. So
I don't want to hide the cables.
If your cables are nice, then you really don't want to hide the cables.
So you're spending $100 to get sleeved cables.
Right.
Really, it's the 24-pin connector and the GPU cables that you're showing off. So if you have nice cabling, it's cool if you have like a cheaper power supply, I guess, which is cool, and you want to hide it. But if you have sleeve cables, I would never want it. How often should you really clean the PC? You said 6 months to a year for fluid. No, it's not for the fluid. The fluid is 2 years would be for topping off. Yep. Dusting out, I do every 2 to 3 months personally. Every season change. When I do like a, that's usually when I clean my desk too.
Oh, you have a cat. I forget you have a cat. Yeah,
I have a cat.
See, mine I'll do it once a year just to keep it fresh.
Yeah, the cat makes it difficult because there's nothing you could do with the cat hair. Well, I could get rid of the cat.
Or just don't get rid of the cat.
I'll tell my wife that I have to get rid of the cat from my computer. How come most? The reason we don't offer a skip on the optical drive is for recovery purposes. If you ask us, we cannot include it. That's totally fine. Just mention it in your special instructions. Let's see. And I agree with you. Optical drives are stupid. Most of our new computers don't have optical drive slots because they've become irrelevant.
They're a dying breed. I mean, you really don't need an optical drive anymore, unless you want to reinstall Windows from the CD. That's the only real reason.
Okay. Chat does not want me to get rid of the cat. I guess I have to keep it.
Yeah. Yeah, guys, don't let them get rid of the cat.
Did you actually have a frozen liquid cooling system? Did you learn the hard way? We learned the hard way through testing. That's why before we ship a product to you, we've tried to replicate the worst case scenarios. So we actually shipped them across the country, and we learned what is possible. So fortunately, a customer did not get a frozen computer because we messed up, because we did our research and our testing. Let's see.
Yeah, they're going on with the cat thing.
I'll keep the cat, I promise.
Maingear, do you build Linux PCs? We do not. You can install Linux yourself on your PC from Maingear, but we do not support it, so we don't have the infrastructure to support Linux. The only Linux OS that we do ship is ThemeOS. So,
but we will also, if you are interested in installing Linux yourself, and you call in, we will help you try to pick the best components. We just don't officially support it.
Right.
So we'll recommend boards that have the best Linux support. We're not gonna just turn you away. We can ship it without an operating system. You can install it, and we can help you pick the parts that are the best. We just can't, we can't officially support if you run into a graphics card issue, it can be complicated to compile your own driver for a specific distro. So those types of things you have to support. But that's the other thing about Linux is the community is usually pretty fantastic.
Yep.
So you could kind of Google search your way through most problems.
Hey Charles, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Did you take out the film from the GPU water block or from the GPU block?
I'm sorry.
I love removing the plastic film.
The second Ron mentioned the Titan X, I was like, oh, I could have left that for this.
That's okay.
Our 10 series GPU laptops will be out shortly. If you notice, we've done a lot of other products with HP and with Razer, and so just put our laptops a little bit behind, but they'll be out soon. So the mobile I/O is recessed in the back. There's going to be a tempered glass side panel on the side, and then there's a cover that's for cable management purposes. All the I/O, the cover also has a hole in it, so it'll be easily accessible, but you can leave the cover off if you just want easy access. That's why we have the radiator mounted on the side like that. Oh, thank you for it's a very pretty website you have. We're very proud. We do all of the photography in-house, all the videos on our website in-house, all the web design in-house. So we like to put all the effort in. Do you prefer Windows deploying Windows 10 or 7? We only
10.
Offer 10 on new systems.
10 is actually a great operating system.
It is.
It's a really, really great operating system, guys. I know some of you had some privacy issues with 10 in the beginning, but you know what? Overall, Microsoft delivered with it. Microsoft fixed all the issues that they had with 8, and yeah, so that's the operating system to go with. Plus, it's the X12 compatible. So,
will we sleeve TotalBiscuit's wiring? You can see the cables are white, so those are custom sleeved cables that Charles is neatly organizing right now. Let's see. What mini ITX do you recommend? As far as boards, I'm a big fan of for performance, the Asus Impact.
It's my favorite.
It's fantastic.
Too. Yeah.
We also use an ASRock board, surprisingly enough, for X99, which is a really cool solution. You get up to a 10-core processor and a motherboard that's only this big. So
that board's super solid, man.
That board's been one of our most reliable boards that we've ever offered.
Yeah.
Which is really cool because ASRock is kind of like the little guy in the PC space. Let's see. And thanks again, guys. Just to reiterate, we're MAINGEAR.
Some of these comments are ridiculous. I'm like, I can't even say it out loud.
Worst thing about computers, dusting, etc., wires, dust collecting.
Worst thing about computers is nothing bad about computers.
The worst thing is just that I want to constantly mess with mine and upgrade and that kind of stuff. I'm always chasing performance, man.
I don't know. Mine's working so good. The only thing I upgraded was the Titan because Nvidia sent me one.
It's tough when we get to see stuff like that every single day.
Delivery. Oh yeah, I placed an order.
Oh yeah.
Component delivery.
By the way, say hi, Sean.
Hello. Where's the camera? Oh,
camera's right there.
Right here. Sean is our product development guy. He just brought a custom SLI bridge. And some custom cable combs. So we cut our own SLI bridges and cable combs in-house so that we're able to color match the machine. How often do you suggest cleaning the inside of your desktop? Wallace says 1 year. I say every 3 months. Wallace has a cleaner house than I do.
No, it's because you have a cat. It really depends. It really depends on the environment that the system is in. So if you're in an industrial environment,
Sean, everyone says hi.
Or if you have, or if you have if you have pets, then you probably want to clean a little bit more often.
Chad is very excited about Sean.
I love Chad. Chad's so nice.
Let's see. I currently have a
Sean hype.
I've been thinking about getting an MATX board, another Fury or Fury Nano to Crossfire. I think that's a good idea, or should I just upgrade to NVIDIA 10 series? This is just a general recommendation. I always prefer a single powerful card to multiple lower end cards. Not that the Fury is a lower end card. So if you can get a good deal on a Fury, throw another one in. But I would rather get one newer card and upgrade just because it could be more consistent. Unless you're buying at the top end, like a Titan X, like this system, and then go for 2, because why not?
You're not relying on the driver as much when you have a single GPU versus when you have SLI or Crossfire. Right. You actually need NVIDIA to go and put out a driver to work with that particular game. So
I will show a close up of the bridge once Charles has got it going in.
Oh, the PSLI bridge.
Yeah. How far outside temperature can rise for say for on PC, for example? Can you run at 45°C? So ideally you want to run a PC in a room that's probably 70 to 80 degrees. Once you start getting over 80 degrees, it does become harder for the computer to cool it because ambient temperature is going to affect it. A water cooling system will serve better, but there's a point if you have a 100-degree room, it's going to be difficult because the PC is just going to keep heating the room up basically at that point.
If you have a high-end PC in a room with no AC like that, then definitely think about investing into an air conditioning unit.
Even during the summer, if you have a fan blowing air in the window, it's usually enough to keep the room like 80, 85 degrees in most cases. Let's see. You guys are fantastic, by the way.
Yeah, amazing crowd. This is really cool. Great questions.
What are the components? Okay, so it is the Ron Reed Tech Minute.
Who are we first? What are we doing?
Well, hello.
For those who just joined us.
So we're MAINGEAR Computers. We're the best boutique, best PC manufacturer in the U.S. We build PCs, support them right here in New Jersey. This build for TotalBiscuit has a 6900K 8-core processor, an Asus X99 EWS motherboard, our custom white exterior automotive paint finish, 32 gigs of HyperX Fury DDR4 2666, dual NVIDIA Titan X Pascal graphics cards, a 1.2 terabyte Intel NVMe SSD, and a 6 terabyte Western Digital hard drive. Let's see. So a custom water builder guy lived in old cold country and ran his rat outside through the wall. That sounds pretty fun. Wait, what did that say? Would you marry a PC if you could?
Yes.
If I were
Charles would. I'm happy with not marrying computers.
I'll just stick to my wife.
Let's see, guys.
Sweet butter.
Charles, he said, chat says they would love if you could show more of the hardware as you install it.
I mean, I've already installed the majority of the hardware at this point.
Wait, we can grab. Why don't you grab the camera real quick?
How's that for cable management right there, by the way, guys? Check that out.
So just it's easier to undo it underneath.
This one?
Yeah, you should be able to put that back up. So Charles is gonna give a quick tour of what he's done so far.
Cable.
Without killing all of us. You don't have it on the extender.
I don't have that far range.
That's a little bit better. So you can see that so far he's got the coolant blocks on, he's got the parallel bridge for the graphics cards on. You can see the Intel SSDs between the two GPUs. He's got the reservoir mounted. He's got the two radiators mounted, the thicker copper core one in the front and the super thin one in the back. And he's got the SSD up, the mechanical drive up top. And he's got some of the tubes in. And then he's also got a lot of the wiring on the back done. Don't hurt yourself, Charles. And you can see that the cable management's almost done, but see how each cable's kind of in its own place. Super neat. And this actually has a glass side panel on the back, so you can see the cables.
So it needs to look good on both sides.
Yep. And it's still in progress. That's not done.
Yeah, I guess like a.
All PC prawn.
What?
Somebody's like, all PC prawn. Oh shit.
Yes, this can run Crisis.
Fast furiously.
Should we just have? Oh wait, did you already have the SLI bridge on there? Or no?
I do.
Oh, okay. So the custom SLI bridge, as you can see, was in there.
Yeah.
Basically, NVIDIA's bridge doesn't fit with water cooling, so we have to cut our own to get them into the machine. So we do some milling in house and we install them ourselves. Is it possible for laptops to be as easily upgradable as desktops?
Just the memory and the SSDs.
There's only so much you can do. Unfortunately, it's the nature of laptops.
We will have a product that will be upgradable soon.
Yes.
So it's, go to MAINGEAR.com next week and you'll be able to see it.
Also, subscribe to us on Twitch, Instagram, and Facebook. MAINGEAR.com, Facebook.com/MAINGEAR. Instagram is MAINGEAR as well. Twitch is MAINGEAR. I think MAINGEAR PC is only on
YouTube.
Yep. Okay.
So whatever.
All the links are in the overlay down there. Let's see. I have an EVGA today for the one which I just bought. Would my 3-year-old 47K bottleneck it? You should be fine. For most games don't hit the CPU that hard. So a 4770K should be fantastic. You probably wouldn't want to upgrade for maybe like another year or more.
Somebody's asking how loud will this PC be?
It will not be loud.
It won't be loud.
It'll be quiet.
That's one of TotalBiscuit's requirements is for it to be quiet. So acoustics plays a big part in this build. We use PWM thermal take fans in the system, and the whole liquid cooled system is intelligently controlled, so it ramps up and down as needed. So it's gonna be quiet.
So as someone that only knows how to use a computer, why should I buy from you instead of like HP or a company like that?
It's the two different classes of products. So if you are in a budget and you want to spend, $300, $400, or $500, then by all means, HP is the way to go. If you're looking for a boutique build, if you're looking for something with more craftsmanship, something with more customizability, something that's you can customize the color, etc., then then MAINGEAR is the way to go. We believe that we build the world's best systems, and that's one of the reasons why actually HP came to us, so we can build their own X. So that speaks, in itself. So.
How much trouble do you have other companies trying to copy or steal your designs? You know what? We stand by that. we have the best build quality, and that's what sets us apart.
Right.
The craftsmanship, the support, those are not things you can just replicate by, making a water cooling loop that looks similar, because they're intangible differences from a quality standpoint that you can't copy. So we're pretty comfortable and confident that you can't buy a PC like this anywhere else, because no one else is willing to do that.
It's not just the exterior design, right? It's just the build. So they can copy the exterior, but they can't copy.
They can't copy the soul of what makes us different.
Exactly.
So I'm really super proud of that. Let's see. Yeah, some horribly optimized games like World of Tanks only use a single CPU core, but it's still CPU dependent. So if you have a fast single core, in a lot of cases you're totally good. What's the strangest order you've ever received? The dual NVIDIA AMD.
Actually,
really cool.
there is if you check us out on Instagram or Facebook, there's and you scroll down look at the videos. There's a system that has dual NVIDIA GTX 1080s, I think.
Yep.
And the dual RX 480s in the same box. So that was pretty cool. That particular person used the NVIDIA GPUs for one particular software, and the AMD GPUs.
I think it was gaming and production on both PCs. Can I fill? I need a drink, by the way. Can I special order request that you fill the system drive with useless manufacturer software?
No, we refuse to ship bloatware.
We have a commitment to not putting garbage.
Yeah, our systems they ship just with a clean version of Windows with the latest clean. Appreciate it. Oh, there you go. So, this episode is sponsored by. There you go.
Cheers, sir.
Cheers.
Thank you, Sean.
Cheers. Thank you, Sean. Yeah, our system ships just with a clean version of Windows, no bloatware, and we're very proud to say that.
Let's see. You okay with there, Wallace?
Got a hiccup.
We have a Coke machine in the break room. That's why Sean just brought us Coke.
This is not Coca-Cola stream. Sellout mode. No, guys, for the record, it's Coke is just what we really drink. It's not. They're not sponsoring this in any way. So.
We have not built a computer with a big tank filled of oil because it's not realistic to.
It doesn't give you any advantages in performance or anything else. So it's a cool I guess science project.
It's a fun thing to mess around with one time. We play with a lot of like.
There was a company that did the submerged oil PCs back in the day. They're called the hardcore computers. They didn't last because it just doesn't work in this space. So,
do you guarantee not dropping Coke into your customers' computers? Charles actually has a Coke like 10 feet away from him that he grabbed just to show us.
Yeah.
Nobody drinks at their building stations. Someone asked something good. What are you expecting from AMD's new CPUs?
I think AMD today. They're not close at all to where Intel stands in terms of technology process. I think they're going to close the gap. So Intel's right here, AMD is right here. Okay, I think that AMD is going to do this. They're going to catch up to Intel in certain ways. Now we don't know if it's the Zen architecture is going to surpass the Intel architecture or not. That's something that's.
And we'll be honest about it.
And we'll be honest about it. You know, I guess we'll do a live stream whenever it's available, or whenever we can talk about it. But so it's a way that AMD is going to just catch back up to Intel, and their chipsets will offer DDR4. They're going to have their own version of hyperthreading, and it's just good to see AMD back in the game. I think that competition is good. So it'll also put the squeeze on Intel in a certain way.
I'm definitely excited. I'm really excited.
I'm excited that we're going to start selling AMD desktops again. AMD desktops with AMD CPUs, right? Because we sell AMD GPUs today.
Someone's asking if we messed around with phase change cooling.
Yes, we have.
We also messed around with thermoelectric cooling. A company called Fanatic is using our machines right now for their. I think they just showed it off at TwitchCon. It was our X Cubes.
Yep. And that's actually when we started. That's how we got into the business too. I built this phase change system back in the day. It made the cover of CPU magazine. That was pretty cool. It was called the Beast So.
You guys have any? Someone's asking. So Linus had done a build with a bunch of virtual machines and multiple GPUs, so you could game like a whole bunch of people on one PC. And if we've ever considered something like that, we mess around with that stuff, but that's all that is. Those kinds of things are not a product. Those kinds of things are for are not something that realistically you could manage or you'd want to sell because it's not going to be reliable. It's going to be really fidgety and hard to set up and hard to configure. So those are fun in theory to mess around, but they're not really products at the end of the day. So that's why we don't sell solutions like that.
Hey Charles, I think you hit a wire there or something.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, our webcam is fine.
Yeah, our webcam is good.
Oh, that's annoying.
Yeah, he'll fix it in a second.
Yep.
Sorry, chat.
It's all Charles's fault.
Rest in RIP stream.
It's 3.5 hours and everything's been very smooth.
Yeah, I know, right? It's surprising.
You probably just unplug it and plug it back in. NVIDIA hijacked the stream.
It's green.
Come on, Charles. Everyone's saying, "Damn it, Charles."
No, don't make.
I think it's when he moved the camera.
Someone's asking if we ever do PCs for physical calculations or similar scientific, medical purposes.
There you go. Something happened. There you go.
Fix it.
So we do PCs for like physics and stuff like that as well.
You dropped Coke on the camera.
He just Charles did not drop Coke on the camera.
There you go. We're back on. It was actually when he moved the camera to show you guys. I saw him hit the cable there, and that's what caused the issue.
It should be good now. I don't see it. I don't see it on the live yet, but there we okay.
There you go. We're good.
Oh, thank you guys. We're fine. We're professionals. Okay, we do this all the time.
I love chat.
We're just fire. We're fire. We will fire Charles after the stream.
We're fine, or we're gonna fire Charles? What are you talking about?
I can't talk anymore, man.
I mean, this has been the longest.
We're not doing hard tubing for this build because we wanted it to be easier to upgrade. We would have gladly done it, but honestly, it's not worth it.
Somebody's asking about ESD.
I didn't want to answer it necessarily, but
no, I mean I think it's a fair question. That is an anti-static mat that we're using right there underneath the system, and this is a temperature controlled room right now, guys. There's no humidity issues here.
Hardwood floors.
It's to be honest with you, it's not necessary, at all. But in where the regular systems are being built, there is anti-static mats that we use. There is on the floor and on the table, just like that one. So yeah, it's controlled. We're good.
Charles,
we'll be safe.
So Kilroy K13 now has your job. He asked. I'm sorry, man. We do offer all-in-one liquid coolers. We have 120, 240 options, as well as like a hybrid option from Mk5 based on their Predator. So we do totally have all-in-one liquid coolers. We're just not doing it for this build, but we offer it on all of our systems.
Charles is no longer in charge. Oh my god.
They're getting on you, Charles.
I love it.
MAINGEAR fired Charles out of a cannon. We'll live stream it.
Oh man, you guys are fantastic, by the way.
We're proud. Thanks a lot, guys. This is amazing.
Let's see. You said liquid cooling is simple to swap out for new VIC cards, but is that TotalBiscuit proof? We have great support, and we do it in such a way that it will be very easy to swap out, honestly. If you can swap out air-cooled card, you could swap out the liquid cooling cards. It's that simple. You can either put in your own air-cooled cards or order liquid-cooled cards from us. We'll send them to you pre-filled with the parallel bridge on them, and you just slide them in and connect the two. Let's see. Watching the computer getting built is extremely hypnotizing. Thanks, man. Oh, okay. So Kilroy still get paid. Kilroy just gets to do your work for you, apparently.
I agree.
Somebody's asking, would my i7 4790K be able to handle a GTX 1070? Yes.
Absolutely.
You know, you have a decent enough motherboard with PCI Express Gen 3, I think.
Yes.
Then you should be okay.
Absolutely. The processors that are starting to seem a little long in the tooth are the 2500
I think it's
Ks.
Sandy Bridge, right?
Yeah. Those are where you're starting to see, like, especially with some of the VR stuff, that you want a little bit more oomph in it. So or later than that, I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah, you really don't want your processor to be your bottleneck.
Absolutely.
If you have a new GPU, then think about upgrading your processor as well if it's really old.
Do we sell the cases on their own? This one looks awesome. Yes, we do. With our paint jobs as well. We don't have them listed on our site though. You need to give our sales number a call. Keep in mind these are
MAINGEAR, by the way.
Yep.
If you have any sales questions.
Do you guys do any bidding to try to get goods? We don't bid for reviews. We don't bid for customers. In general, most processors are roughly the same at this point, to be honest. And there is like the bit of the silicon lottery a little bit, but even then you're pushing the CPU to like a point where it's going to degrade anyway to get that kind of overclock.
And that's what I was going to say. Like we're not overclocking to the limit where it's going to degrade the lifespan of the processor. So in our case, we're not trying to break records with the systems we're shipping out and warranty, right? So we want to make sure these things are safe and they're going to last you a long time. So binning is not necessary.
Yeah, I still have an i7-930. I mean, it's not that you need an upgrade. If you put a good GPU on there, you'll still get good frame rates. It's more that you'll get limited and it's going to be harder to hit 60 frames a second consistently as a game maybe reaches a specific point where there's going to be a lot on screen where it requires more. You might get dips down into the 40s, so that's where it becomes more of a problem essentially. Let's see. I don't have numbers on the split between different GPU brands, but it varies depending on the cycle. So when there's hot new stuff on one side, you'll see more than one of the other, basically. Everybody's happy we fixed it. So Charles, how far through the build would you say you are?
I am about 75 to 80% the way there.
Okay.
Most of the tubes are done. Most of the wires are already done. It's just the majority of the tubes, and basically then doing my final check of all the cables, making sure everything's still running before I actually put in the liquid. And then once the liquid hits, I still have to do another check, making sure there are no leaks, everything's flowing properly.
So that's probably the part we'll get to. I don't think you'll finish the back wiring. I want you guys to see like the liquid filled and pretty much the machine pretty much done. Just because realistically we can't stream through.
It's like we can't stream for 8 hours straight. And somebody's asking where's the link? It's just go to www.maingear.com and
I can type it in the chat.
Yeah, there you go. Type it in the chat.
I should not spell man.
Type it in the chat.
I spelled it right. I'm proud of myself.
And look, guys, if you for those of you who don't know us, we're with MAINGEAR Computers. We build some of the world's best PCs. We're a boutique system builder here out of New Jersey.
Yes.
And we ship them all over the world. Definitely like our YouTube channel, like our Twitch channel, Facebook. Like us on there as well. Subscribe. Instagram, same deal. Just search for MAINGEAR and you'll find us.
We will power the system on to fill it, but we probably won't post in the windows just because of time constraints. There's realistically just not enough time to go through that whole process. So let's see. Someone asked if we ever considered doing like the PC within a PC build where it's like 2 motherboards. I just don't. It's not an elegant solution, and I'm not a big fan of
that's going to require like a computer that's like this big,
yeah.
Right? If you're going to get a computer that's this big to fit 2 computers in it, just get 2 PCs. Get a small PC and a big PC, or a regular PC, and you'll be fine.
Yes, we do use quick disconnects to make swapping easier. So it will make removing the GPUs. I think, Charles, you're doing that now, right?
I already did. So basically here, I'll even adjust this so you can see. Already here on the CPU block, I have one quick disconnect. So basically, that's what it looks like. On one end, the other end's still in there. I connect that side to the hose. I just plug it in. And that's how I know it's good.
Yep. So it's nice and easy. One quick motion. No liquid pours out at all. Those quick disconnects are awesome.
Somebody's telling people to go to maingear.com. It's maingear.com.
I mean, if you go to MAINGEAR, I think there's quite a lot of pictures of me.
Let's see. Just looking for more questions, guys. Thank you so much all for joining us. We're having a lot of fun doing this.
All 7.
MAINGEAR.com is for sale. It's only costs $44,500.
That's a deal.
That's a good deal, guys.
Are you gonna buy it, Wallace?
Nope.
Let's see. PC to PC Frankenstein. We crashed MAINGEAR.
Hilarious.
Do you find quick disconnects restrict flow at all in reasonable numbers? That's a problem if you have a crappy pump.
Yep.
Or a bad loop that is restrictive. If you build things properly, while it does slow the flow down a bit, if everything's built properly in front and behind it, that's not enough to make a difference.
It does not impact performance at all. Like we've measured it, and it doesn't not even 1%.
MeanGear.com. That was actually the name of our Clash of Clans clan.
Was it Mean Gear?
It was Mean Gear.
Mean Gear?
Yeah, we disbanded and went to a bigger clan, but that was our Clash. Not Clash of Clans. Clash Royale.
Clash Royale.
Yeah.
Would you be able to assemble a PC blindfolded at this point? Would you, Charles?
Non-liquid cooled, probably.
Not liquid cooled, but I could probably do
You
it.
probably build a vibe.
Nah, how are you gonna get the pins?
It's all keyed.
Just trust me.
Yeah.
It's keyed. I think you could do it.
If I do it,
Maybe. Oh, you know what? Let's do a blindfold build. Not customer system.
Not now.
Not today. But we'll do it in the future.
Okay.
How about that?
If you want to see Charles build a computer blindfolded, subscribe to us on YouTube and Twitch.
There you go.
can I also see a // in the chat, please?
How much is shipping to Europe? It varies per country. You want an accurate estimate because there's also duties and taxes depending on your country.
Duties and taxes, and then we need the exact address, right? To
So
quote.
you go through our checkout. There's no commitment, but you can get the estimate by clicking checkout internationally. Let's see. Sean is messaging me and saying he can do it blindfolded. You guys consider branching out, teaching others how to build well? Imagine classroom full of newbies building a PC. You want to do like a master class
A master class?
on like PC building?
Yeah, we can do something like that. Why not?
You guys, yeah, we do ship to Dubai. We ship worldwide as long as it's a place that you can deliver to. There's some countries
We
where
just don't ship to PO boxes. That's about it. So as long as you have a physical address, we can ship it to you.
How much would a good VR ready Oculus PC cost? So
$1,000.
we're not. So Oculus recently announced a lower of the base specs. We are not going to do a PC at those specs because we don't believe that that's the way you should experience VR. We choose instead to offer a better experience and choose the right parts.
Yep.
So our PC it's $999. That's 1060 i5. So you're gonna get a really good 1080p gaming experience on modern games. Because even if it barely plays VR, it's not gonna be a gaming PC if it's older, right? So we make sure that ours is gonna be a good all-around PC as well. So $999 I think is a good entry-level price point for a gaming PC as well.
Yep.
Blindfolded overclocking. Oh man, I mean,
That would be fun, right?
might have the BIOS memorized enough.
I think Sean could probably do it. Sean could do it.
Like using just the arrow keys.
Oh my god, that would be fun.
Okay.
That would be fun.
Okay. If you want to see Sean blindfold overclock a computer, subscribe to us on YouTube and Twitch.
Yes, that's 2 sessions. So one session it would be Charles building the PC, and the other session would be the blindfolded overclocking.
TotalBiscuit was here earlier. He had stepped out since this is like a 4-hour stream. So if you end up watching the VOD, he chimed in a lot in the beginning. You need to replace the camera and replug it. It's probably just the lighting in here, honestly. I don't know. It's focus hunting a bit.
Oh, I got that.
Let's see.
Yeah, it is.
What part would you recommend for high-end Linux build? So it really depends on the board. Most of the Asus Workstation boards have relatively good Linux support. Most of the higher-end Asus Z170 boards have relatively good Linux support as well. But there's a lot of other factors. It's really more like wireless, extra stuff like that becomes difficult in Linux. So those are the things you have to look at.
Somebody's asking for us to introduce ourselves.
Okay.
My name is Wallace Santos. I'm the CEO and founder for MAINGEAR Computers.
And I am Ron Reed, Technical Marketing Director for MAINGEAR Computers.
Right.
Yep. Wallace founded the company, MAINGEAR, when he was 18 years old in New Jersey, and we're still here.
And go to maingear.com to see what we do.
Right. So $9.99 is an entry-level price point, but it's a strong entry-level professional build market segment. And that's our point. We're not going to compete against the $500 entry-level PC that's going to barely game. That's not our game. We don't want to offer that. We can't with the build quality we have. So our $9.99 price point, the idea is that it's a really good offer for the quality that we have that we can offer you guys.
You might want to, Charles, you might want to open the blind a little bit to see if it helps.
It was crazy bright before, and
the sun's probably shifted now, so it's probably
oh God!
Did that help or no?
No, that was bad.
Yeah, let me try something.
I can adjust the lighting a little bit.
Somebody's saying it's too dark.
Yeah. We had the sun shift during the production of this, so.
How's that? I upped the exposure. I hope that was okay.
Yeah, he upped the exposure a bit, so hopefully that's gonna help.
And John's gonna just shine that light at me.
Yeah, Charles.
There you go. Look at that.
Okay.
Big difference. Yep, helped a lot. The light.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
Should I go back?
Okay, I'm back, gentlemen.
Is that okay?
Yeah, sorry guys. I think that seems pretty bright.
Okay. Let's just stick with that.
Unfortunately, chat is responding like 30 seconds behind. We have like these really nice studio lights, but we're not in our normal studio to do this build, so wow, they got really bright. Okay, that was a little ridiculous. Sorry about that. The beacons have been lit. Let's see. Thank you all for joining us. Make sure to subscribe to us on YouTube and Twitch if you want to see more of us doing this cool kind of stuff. With the current rate of GPU development, when do you think you will need to replace the 1070? So it's not necessarily GPU development that has to do with when you need to replace. It's game and screen development. So, when 4K screens are the only monitors you could buy, or when games have made a big enough advancement, those are the moments when you really need to upgrade, I would say.
I agree.
You agree?
Agreed.
Let's see. Any chance she'll be doing something like this for the other guys of the crew? We're open to it.
Yeah.
Any streamers, anybody who wants a custom build, reach out to us. We tend to work with people who are more well established. We do have like an affiliate program. However, keep in mind we're a small business, so we don't like sponsor everyone. We tend to work with people that we want to have like a very close relationship with. See, guys, any other questions? Oh, okay.
What are your opinions on the Sourcel 90-degree rotated cases like the Raven? Yeah, I mean, we actually helped Sourcel introduce the 90-degree chassis back in the day. So we had a product called the Shift, and we were the first to actually sell a computer with vertical heat dissipation. So yeah, it's great stuff. So yeah, definitely recommend it.
A lot of that stuff too was more about the climate at the time when GPUs were very hot.
Yep.
Required a lot of air cooling, and it was hard to do multiple cards in the same machine. We moved away from that in a lot of cases just because the GPUs are so power efficient now. You don't need to do that. Have you guys had any contact with Chris Riders and Star Citizen? Any idea when you need to run the game properly? We did a bunch of custom builds for the dev team, right?
So yeah, the dev team actually uses MAINGEAR systems. Yeah, but we're not sure what the specs are, or the minimum specs are for the current version of where the game stands today. So, and we're not even sure. Is there like an announcement yet of when it's going to be released?
I've given up all hope that Star Citizen even exists. I was super excited for it, but I really honestly don't believe that it exists anymore. How let's see, how much HP your S2000 had?
I guess he's asking how many horses my S2000 had. So my S2000 at the time I had.
I read that as health points.
No. So this was my turbo Honda S2000. So I had it with J Pistons, Eagle Rods, AM engine management system. I was pushing about 480 wheel horsepower, so it was pretty quick for what it was. It was a little 4-cylinder.
Let's see. What's the cheapest top-level GPU for modern games? I have a 144 hertz monitor, but a GTX 960, and wondering where it currently stands. For a 144 hertz monitor, I usually recommend a 1070. It will just give you the ability to push the frame rates a lot higher. 1060 is enough for 1080p gaming, but you're not going to necessarily have a huge amount of overhead to really push the frames per second.
True nerds, LOL reads health points, not horsepower.
Can you talk about Platter HDDs did you recommend for long-term storage? So
they're fine.
They're great.
They're slow.
I like Western Digital and Seagate. I also even like the Hitachi drives as well. We offer mostly Western Digital and Seagate. Here's the thing. Everybody's had a hard drive fail and hates the company that the hard drive failed. So if you have a conversation with 10 people and you talk to them about mechanical drives, you're like, oh, what do you think about Seagate? You're going to be like, screw Seagate because you had the
right.
fail.
They're all reliable nowadays.
But the failure rates are low for all of them. So I recommend getting the biggest drive you can. I like my favorite drives of all time are always Western Digital Blacks. 5-year warranties, really, really good drives.
Hey guys, I need to step off for about 10 minutes.
No worries.
I'll be right back.
Leave me all by myself, Wallace. Thank you.
All right, guys, be back.
What's the most unorthodox water cooling? Let's see. For 5 years, and I'm trying to save for a new one. It will be my second computer. Consider water cooling is intimidating to me. Any advice, please? If you find water cooling intimidating, stick with a closed loop water cooler. You get most of the performance, and it's just as easy to install as an air cooler in most cases. So I've had, let's see. Are you guys proud of the Omen X? Yes, that partnership was amazing for us. We're really excited that HP kind of recognized us as the best PC manufacturer in the space and came to us and asked us to build the Omen X for them. It's been a great project for us. We're really proud of what we did inside of it, what we were able to help with them on the final product. It's been very successful. I actually don't like WD Blacks because they're a bit louder than some lower-end drives. I do agree with that. They can be a little bit on the louder side. I've never been one to personally care about that. I tend to game with headphones on. If you want a quieter drive, there's definitely quieter drives for Western Digital on the lower end of the spectrum. Let's see. Asus have announced 240. What?
Or a better solution. Do what I do. Get
What?
rid of all mechanical drives.
Just get SSDs. They are getting cheap enough. Any ideas what kind of performance you need to drive those AAA games besides CSGO? At 240 hertz, what resolution? Were those 1440p? You would need probably dual 1080s overclocked. You're probably only going to get up to about 100. What do you think about water cooling kits, specifically EK ones? I don't usually recommend the kits just because you're going to save money by parting stuff out there yourself. I know EK has a very good water cooling configurator on their website, so you can go through, put in all the parts you have, show you what blocks you need. The hardest part is always getting enough fittings. You're never going to have enough when you buy them because you don't want to spend too much. Fittings are very expensive. So my main tip is just to do it slowly if you are going to water cool it yourself for the first time. We will be at CES. We usually have a suite and then we go on the show floor. So if you're there, just hit us up on Twitter. 1080p at 240 hertz, you could probably do, even like a 2 Titan X's on a AAA game at 1080p is still only going to get like 100 and something frames a second. So I don't think you're going to get anywhere near 240. Those are for people playing like CSGO. Or if you're a competitive first-person shooter, you lower the settings down all the way, and you can get much higher frame rates. Let's see. Yeah, definitely get a big SSD if you have the money. They're coming down in price. Let's see. I only put a mechanical drive into data storage here at this point. Is out of the price range. Only specific use cases will require those drives and systems. Yeah, I mean, I still have mechanical drives on my computer, but I'm a photographer, so I have quite a large Lightroom library, and I also do some videography. So I have probably 8 terabytes of mechanical drive storage. which is good for very, very, very big, media. So there's still a reason behind it, but for the most part, for your games, SSDs are all you need. Is that a bespoke fan controller Charles is installing at this time? Are you installing the fan controller PCB?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so that's the PCB, and what that does is that allows us to connect the all the fans to a single PWM port on the board, so then we're able to control the fans all at the same time dynamically via the temperature of the machine. How many bytes of dedicated WAM do you recommend? You forgot a W on recommend. I recommend 16 gigs of RAM. I think is the standard for what you usually want on a gaming PC. 8 gigs is kind of like barely enough in a lot of cases. You're seeing some games that will utilize more than 8 gigabytes of RAM, so 16 is pretty safe. And for the time being, you don't need more than 16 gigabytes of RAM unless you're doing video production or anything like that. Let's see. And thank you all guys for being here. So where are you at now, Charles, in the build?
Just making sure everything is secured where it is. I just have to plug in a couple of fans, plug the pumps into the Molex, and then we can start filling it up.
Excellent. Do we have any discrete cases that aren't blinking light shows? At least it fixes the actual fans. Oh, have you checked out their industrial fans? They are crazy and black. We can make our. You don't have to get internal lighting. A lot of our PCs, once they come in brushed aluminum, so they can look very discreet when they're running. And if you want specific components when you're buying a machine, we'll gladly substitute fans as long as we're comfortable doing it. We're not going to put something that we think is a bad idea, but if it's a good component, we'll offer it. What would you do if you had a radiator case where the fan holes diameters are too big? I'm not sure. Maybe drill out the holes in the rad shroud a little bit bigger to fit them in. It depends on how you're trying to screw them in. Is it safe to flip a PC on its side while it's running? So with liquid cooling, in general, you want to leave it the way that it's set up because that's how the pumps were designed to run. So a PC like this, if you flip it on its side, the pumps may become starved of liquid, which could burn them out. So with air cooling, it usually doesn't make a difference, but with liquid cooling, it definitely does. Let's see. Okay. Got a whisper for the specs, so might as well go over it. I'd love to let you guys know what's in it. So this has a Intel 6900K CPU, a Asus X99 EWS motherboard. It has 2 NVIDIA Titan X Pascal graphics cards that are water cooled, our own custom water cooling, 32 gigs of HyperX Fury memory, and a 1.2 terabyte Intel NVMe SSD and a 6 terabyte Western Digital mechanical hard drive. So pretty much top-end specs. We went with the 8-core processor in order to maximize it for TotalBiscuit's workflow. Can you guys hit the case with a wrench to speed up the assembly speed? When you build a PC properly, it takes time. We don't rush. We always do our best to build the best quality possible. So super important. Can you tell me what your own gaming PC is at home? That awesome stream. Thank you. So my PC, I have a MAINGEAR Vibe at home with a 980 Ti, 5930K, and 32 gigs of RAM. I have 32 gigs of RAM because I do a lot of Photoshop and stuff like that. The minimum I recommend was 16 gigs. In general, we offer PCs starting at 8 because everybody's PC workflow is different. If you're just playing Counter-Strike, you don't need 16 gigs of RAM. But if you want to play the latest titles, 16 is really the best. Have you made a computer meant to be on its side? Is that an option? Our Drift and our F131 can be rotated on their sides with the closed-loop liquid coolers. With the open-loop coolers, with the way the reservoir is, we wouldn't recommend it. But the other ones can be, so you can fit them in an entertainment system, for example. Let's see. Someone asked how many how many times can Charles fry apart or PC before he's stuck building PCs from Dell? All of the guys here take incredibly detailed care when they're building machines. So we have almost no parts that are ever damaged in that process just because the amount of care that they put into doing it. Let's see. What do you recommend for gaming rigs for when to start where I don't have to upgrade more than 2 or 3 years? So in general, if you don't want to upgrade your PC, what do you want to get currently? I'd recommend an i7 6700K. I'd recommend at least a GTX 1070 or 1080 graphics card and 16 gigs of RAM and an SSD. At that point, you won't need to upgrade your PC for 3 to 5 years. In 3 years, you may end up getting a new graphics card, depending on if you're gaming at higher resolutions. But for the most part, that is a robust system that's going to last a long period of time, especially if we overclock it. The craziest Steam build you've seen on the internet in person, I'd have to say it was our Coke build.
Our Coke build.
I hate to...
Definitely check it out. Check out our Facebook. And there's actually one post below this post here, so you'll see a picture of it. And Coke's giving it away too, by the way. So you guys can enter for a chance to win that system.
Do your custom rigs have built by XYZ inside of them somewhere? We don't put it in the machine. What we do is every system comes with a hand-checked checklist. So you get the name of the builder and the person who QA'd it. They sign off and give you your name. Once you get the PC, you're welcome to call in and talk to the builder. If you have any questions about the configuration, they did build it after all, so they'll be able to answer it best. So you get that all on a checklist. What's the most unorthodox water cooling machine, PC miner system you ever heard about? I would say it's still our Quad Titan Z system that we did that essentially had 8 GPUs in one computer, 2 1500 watt power supplies. That build was so ridiculous, the customer who got it had to rewire their office because of the amount of power that it used.
And just the thermals involved in that system, just trying to dissipate all that heat from a single system was a bit of a nightmare, but we figured it out. So.
Would you recommend the GTX 1070 or 1080 of upgrading from a 750 Ti? So they're both great cards.
Depends on your budget.
It depends on your budget. The 1080 is obviously better, but maybe if you're only ever going to play older games at 1080p, the 1070 is more than enough. Yeah. The 1080, I would say, is a must-have for 1440p gaming, and if you want to ensure that you're going to be able to play AAA titles for the next 3 to 5 years. That's going to be the best option. Let me see if I can find a link to the Coke contest. Give me a second. Do you have any? Do you have access to chat just so you can?
I don't. Actually, I'm not logged in.
Okay.
With the MAINGEAR chat.
Give me 1 second, guys. I'm looking for the Coke Esports giveaway. There it is.
Somebody's asking. MAINGEAR, I'm running 2 980s in SLI at the moment, and I'm not getting the performance desired. Do you recommend? Oops, my chat is moving so fast. Do you recommend getting 1080s or wait for the 1080s Ti? Well, what 1080 Ti's? I mean, the Ti's are not announced, so we're not even sure if it's going to be out yet.
There's always something on the horizon. Buy a PC when you need it.
Right, exactly. That's the idea. So, and if a 1080 Ti does come out, if it even exists, which I don't know it does. Then it'll probably be more expensive than your 1080s. So you probably want to look at your budget and see how much you want to spend.
Can I request a specific builder for my PC?
Yeah.
Are we gonna get a bunch of Charles requests now?
Oh man! So we need to get Charles' DNA and replicate him and make a few more Charleses.
You absolutely can. We have repeat customers that will do that all the time.
Yep.
Just looking for opinions. Amateur builder. My rig has a 3570K, 8 gigabytes of Fury, and a 770. Plan to get a 1070, another 8 gigs of RAM. Should I be rate gaming at 1080p? Absolutely. 1070 is like the sweet spot for 1080p gaming. 1080 is 1440p and up. Let's see. Great questions, guys. I think I just answered your question. I wanted the mirror of terabyte computer. What would it cost me? A mirror of TotalBiscuit's computer. I don't have the price for this right now. I mean, this is going to be a hefty build. If you just think about it, it's got like a $1,000 processor and 2 $1,000 or $1,200 graphics cards.
You can configure this exact system on MAINGEAR.com.
Yeah.
So just go to our website and there's a live configurator there. Just select the Rush. It's called the Rush. and this is the super stock. No, this is not the super stock.
This is the regular.
This is the regular X99 version. So just select that, and you can configure with the.
People are asking, wasn't Charles fired?
Titan XPs. No, we're supposed to fire Charles out of a cannon.
Do you offer rack mount cases? How about dual Xeon rigs? We don't have rack mount cases on our site, but we can do them via special request, and we definitely have dual Xeon rigs up to 222 core processors, which is 44 cores, 88 threads, which is just ridiculous.
Why would you need such power?
In those cases,
I know why.
Well, that's actually a valid question. Like, why would you need 44 processing cores?
It depends if you're rendering. It depends if you're doing. It depends what you're doing with
multiple virtual drives, for example, are going to need it.
Yep.
That's one of the more common cases. I've been using a 250 gig SSD for my system of games. I've gotten a bit tight, and I'm thinking about upgrading to an NVMe SSD, but I won't have that as my system drive. If I clone it, will Windows 10 be cool with that?
No.
It can be very particular. The NVMe,
That's
in order
the
to boot, I think you have to do a fresh install.
Yep. So the NVMe is what throws it off. You would be able to clone a regular SSD that's going to stay on the same SATA interface, but you're going to have an issue if you clone it.
It's a good idea anyway. A fresh Windows install is always a good idea. What you can do is leave the games installed on your own drive. If it's Steam, you can just copy your Steam directory over once you install Windows again, and you won't have to download all the games if you're worried about all the bandwidth that takes. Yeah,
it's just good to do some housekeeping, format Windows. I mean, I actually format Windows once a year.
I usually do too.
Yeah, not my business PC, my personal system. I back my stuff up, back up my game folders, format it, install the latest drivers, have it running nice.
So Charles has to build the blindfolded computer to save his job. That's what chat's recommending.
Okay.
There
Done.
you go. So if he can build the PC blindfolded, we don't fire him out of the cannon.
As long as it turns on. Okay, right?
Yeah, you gotta be able to turn it on.
Okay, that's
it.
Have you ever built a gaming PC that is intended to be able to run games in virtual machines? Beard guy. I answered that question earlier about Linus's build. We mess around with that kind of virtualization all the time. We just don't offer a product like that because it's not really reliable or something that would be good as a product. But we do mess around with stuff with that all the time. And I did see that Linus video. It was pretty cool. Can you swap the Coke for Diet Coke in that build? Yes. I just had a look at your laptops. We're updating our laptops to the new Pascal cards in the next week or so. Just keep an eye on our website. Do you offer a rack mount? Oh, I answered that question. Using SLI for VR doesn't work yet. I mean, no games support it, right? It's slowly being rolled in to games. That's kind of like a hard part with SLIs as new technologies come out. Usually the dual card support is a little bit further behind, but you can just turn off SLI if you run into an issue. Why did we choose to put a slim 360 in the back instead of a more beefy version? So not only are we concerned about performance, but usability as well. So if we had a very thick rad in the back, we would have lost the ability to put the extra reservoir and pump, which would have made the machine potentially less reliable in the future. 2, we would have taken up space in the back as well, which would have made it harder for the I/O.
Yep.
And there are people who will do a build in this case and do that, but it's impractical. This is more than enough, and the slim radiator we're using is actually, I think it's able to dissipate something like 1,200 watts of heat or something ridiculous. It's more than enough for the build, so there's no reason to put a thicker one. Thanks for being so open and sincere as a company. If you don't mind, your most basic the VR without upgrading anything enough play. Yep. So our most basic builds are very good for playing any basic like CS:GO, League, Dota, Overwatch at 60 frames a second at 1080p. Those $9.99 builds are going to be fantastic for that. That's kind of our direction, right?
You can technically play any game that's out.
Any game that's out, but 60 frames a second, I would say like Overwatch, Dota, League of Legends. And that's why we don't offer like a $600, $700 VR build. Is because we only want to offer one that's going to be good. If by battle rate you meant Battlefield 1, it will definitely play that at 1080p. Yep. You might not get 60 frames a second on Ultra. You bump it down and you should be able to. Yep. That's a great question. And that's an important thing that we want to do is make sure that we don't offer like crappy performance at that price point. For the blind PC build, you can also do all the software stuff blind too. Actually, so we have an incredible deployment system here that you could probably like.
Some of these questions are funny. I'm sorry.
You could probably do. We have a custom deployment system that installs Windows over the network and then dynamically only installs the drivers for that hardware. So you could probably install Windows with a blindfold. You couldn't do the testing because you have to watch it to see if you run into any issues.
There's actually a tour, a company tour of our facility here.
I'll post it in chat now.
Yep. So Ron will post a video.
But any particular questions you like, Wallace?
No, it's just some of the stuff you're suggesting is kind of funny.
They don't want me to keep the job.
Well, Maingear, what sorts of antivirus solutions do you suggest? We actually recommend McAfee because they're owned by Intel now.
Didn't they get sold?
Well, McAfee, Intel acquired McAfee.
I think they just sold it.
They just sold it again?
I think we shouldn't recommend McAfee.
Did they sell or no?
It might have just been just now.
Well, I haven't heard of the acquisition or anything, but
maybe
that's what we've
kept
been
the
selling
until
now.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but it's light. At least the versions that we're
the software
offering.
is still great though.
It's light. It's clean. It's not intrusive. There's actually nothing wrong with Norton's either. Some people say it's intrusive, but if you get that the whole system suite, then it might get a little bit too much. But just get the antivirus solution.
I like it's not it's not a site license anymore like it used to be. Malwarebytes.
Malwarebytes is great for
it's unobtrusive and it.
That's for spyware.
They have the full scanning suite that you can get. That's actually not that bad.
And it's free. They have a free version. They have a pro version.
I kind of recommend being smart and not running antivirus. As much as I hate to say that in public, but
no, you should you should have an antivirus. You never know. Sometimes it might catch you by surprise. Like a friend might send you
I
an
am married,
attachment.
so I do have antivirus because of my wife.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. Somebody uses your system. They don't know what they're doing. They know what they're downloading or what website they're going to. So you always want to have an antivirus.
How does warranty working outside the U.S.? The only difference is that the non-U.S. customers are unfortunately responsible for shipping just because the shipping pushes it outside of our ability to support it. But otherwise, you still get the phone and email support. You still get the free labor. It's just you have to send the system into us. That's the only difference. Better idea. Oh, okay. More blindfolded ideas. Thanks, gentlemen.
Oh boy.
Use Windows Defender. Windows Defender. I mean, you have no it just doesn't do anything. It's just kind of like there.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna help you a little bit. It's just definitely not gonna be as up to date or as thorough as an antivirus that you pay for.
What would you suggest for a person completely new to PC gaming? Our $9.99 Vibe is like the perfect starting PC. If it's outside your budget, I understand that, but as far as our PCs go, that's really the deal. We have a $9.99 Vibe and a $9.99 Razer R1, which is our partnered system with Razer. Now everybody's just talking about not like antivirus. Everybody wants the electric screwdriver for some reason.
It's a good screwdriver.
We should probably do an entire video about the screwdriver.
I actually bought one for the house.
Yeah, they're great. They're great, and they last forever too. How many years have you had that screwdriver?
This one was the one that Ivan first bought for me when I got here, so like about 3 years now.
Yeah, look at that.
Someone's still using mine because it has an NVIDIA SLI sticker on it.
Yeah.
And I see it every once in a while. I don't know who has it.
I remember that one.
Do we do glass tubing? We use PETG, as you mentioned, because it's shatter resistant. We won't ship regular acrylic or glass because it could break. Any browsers you recommend outside of Chrome? I use Chrome myself. I try to use Firefox like every couple months, and I hate it. So I still recommend Chrome. Just buy more RAM, I guess, and deal with Chrome. Oh, mobile phones. Okay. Okay. Here we go. This is always me and Wallace's favorite conversation to have on stream.
Yes, I'm a simple guy. I like the iPhone, believe it or not.
And I have a OnePlus 3.
I know everybody's going to make fun of my iPhone, but I also have, as a secondary phone, a Galaxy S5. So,
6, I think, right?
No, it's S5.
I think it's newer than that. I think it's a 6.
Oh, yeah, I got the 6. You're right. I got the 6. The 7 just came out. Yeah, so I'm confusing it. But that's my secondary phone. So
Wallace does Switch. I'm a pure Android guy myself. I just like the customizability of Android. I just replaced my OnePlus 1 with the OnePlus 3. I'm very happy with it for the price. Do we do copper tubing? We could. I really wouldn't recommend it. It's just not. it's hard to do it and have it look right, to be honest. I've seen builds and it's cool for like a steampunk vibe, but
looks like we might have hit the Facebook cap.
Did we really?
Yeah.
Congratulate! We have hit the Facebook cap.
We've hit the Facebook cap, guys. So we're no longer streaming on Facebook, just Twitch now.
Would you like me to create a second thing for Facebook?
I don't know. Do we need to?
I think it's long enough.
How close are we to completion?
This tube, that tube, put it in, and then water after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth it.
Okay.
I guess we can start one just to like filling the
gap.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had not too many questions. I totally appreciate it. Sorry. Are there any significant difference between the Vive and the R1? The difference between the R1 is basically the chassis. That and like the R1 just has all like Razer's aesthetic in it. So we limited components to make sure it really fit Razer's theme. We worked with their design team and optimized like the configurations for that. So they're both excellent. It depends if you want like the Razer look on the outside or the MAINGEAR look on the outside.
Yep.
That's been a great product for us. Can anybody here imagine working in an office environment, building the PC, rigs for a living, and then you now live stream your work under the scrutiny of over 6,000 people from over the world? I'd like to commend this guy for the hard work. What's his name? That is Charles. Charles is one of our best builders here. He also produces our live streams, our Twitch streams. He's changing it right now. Charles is a great guy. Pain Gear.
Pain Gear. That's great.
Hey guys, I just want to say, like, how do you feel you're maintaining 6,000 viewers? Thank you for joining us. This has been a lot of fun.
It's amazing. You guys are an amazing crowd.
We love interacting with our with the customer basically. So that's even why we do our own live streams, is more just to get to talk with people and answer questions. It's not about selling our product. It's about getting the about selling our product. It's about getting the we're getting some audio feedback. This has been a pretty successful stream, by the way, for the logistical kind of like craziness that it is to.
I mean, we have
multiple cameras and like professional lighting and
temporary setup here for.
What age did you guys start PC gaming?
What age?
Yeah.
Wow, I started PC gaming, like true PC gaming. I believe I had the realization. I think it was my freshman year. No, sorry. No, it was 6th grade. My 6th grade. That's actually I experienced PC gaming. Believe it or not, I played a game called Larry.
Leisure Shoot
Larry. That was the first time. And there's a game by Beavis and Butthead at the time too that I played. It was just 2 stupid games. And Myst.
Mine was 6th grade and it was Myst.
It was Myst.
Mine was great. I didn't have a PC at home at the time. But my library at school had PCs, and during lunch the library teacher liked me, so she allowed me to go in.
Yep.
And I'd play Myst at lunch. Had a little notebook to keep track. And
I actually tried it on a PC. It was a Zeos. I don't know if you guys remember, some old school people in here. You might remember. It was a brand called Zeos PC. I think they were acquired by Micron at one point or another. And it was a 486 SX processor. And that was the first time that I actually tried PC gaming. That was great. And then the first time that I tried like network PC gaming was my freshman year in high school. In our computer class, one of my buddies, he's like, "Look, there's a mod, this Counter-Strike thing. We gotta try this out." Crazy. And then like when I saw my buddy around the corner, and I'm like, "Is that you?" Like I would move, he would. I couldn't believe it.
My first example of network gaming was Oregon Trail in 4th grade, where first on a network it would show you the graves of anybody who had died. And so you would like name them after your classmates, and you'd go by and be like, "Oh, Ron Reed has died." And you're like, "Who did this to me?" Like, someone's asking if we can run GPUs and CPUs in parallel. With the soft tubing, no, but with our hard tubing, yes, we're absolutely able to do that. That's one of the advantages to it. Do you think the ATX format will ever be replaced now? I remember when BTX was starting to be pushed out before it died. These things are cyclical, so like MATX for a while felt like it was kind of dying. And with the change for 2-way GPUs and good cases coming out that took advantage of the form factor, we're seeing a resurgence of it. So, I think ATX is kind of here to stay for the long haul, but I think those other things will kind of come in and out. Do you ever consider doing custom chassis requests? Norse Lighting. We can do mods on chassis. The problem is a chassis from the ground up is really expensive and difficult to do. It's not really feasible on single
system.
build,
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It's just too expensive.
Let's see. My first gaming PC was an original IBM XT.
Yeah, and actually my first computer, it was an IBM Optiva. Believe it or not, it was a desktop
I had
IBM
some
Optiva.
crappy 386 that someone gave me.
It was a 46XX processor, and I bought an overdrive processor that made it a DX. I think it was a DX4 100 megahertz, and it was like the best thing ever. I upgraded to 4 megs of RAM. Sick. That was amazing.
How do you isolate the vibration from the HDDs? The mounts themselves do the isolation, so they have a little bit of rubber, and they'll keep the vibration from going into the case. It just takes little rubber grommets to completely isolate it. I have third-party OC 90 Ti. Would you recommend me to upgrade to a 10? 90 Ti is still a really good card. A 1080 though is a healthy upgrade. I would say, are you unhappy with the performance of your 980 Ti? If a game comes out and you don't like it, then get the 1080. But if you're happy with the performance, don't feel pressured to upgrade just because it's new. Base it on your performance and what you're feeling in the games that you're playing.
Somebody's asking to convince TotalBiscuit to upgrade his PC every month so it's going to become a regular thing.
Well, we do stream on our own Twitch channel.
Yeah,
so if
definitely follow us.
If you want to hang out with us and watch Charles build more computers, follow us on Twitch. It's twitch.tv/MAINGEAR, and also on YouTube /MAINGEARPC, and on Facebook and Twitter /MAINGEAR. We do our own streams all the time, so.
This guy's saying here his 386SX was amazing. It was faster than his DX. I don't know. It might have been your perception. It might have been Windows. Who knows? I had the same impression too. My friend had a DX4 that was a native DX4. It wasn't with an overdrive, but my overdrive DX4 was faster than his DX4. Sometimes it's just the way the operating system might be bloated or not, or the way the image was loaded. But
how often do you guys stream building on Twitch? So going forward, we're gonna do this at least once a month. Every week on Friday or Thursday, we do like a tech talk where we go over like the week tech news, kind of PC hardware related, and answer questions. We're going to add the live streams into this more frequently. Someone keeps asking me if we've gotten requests for Linux gaming PCs or dual boots. We do. We offer SteamOS. We sell dual boot SteamOS Windows machines. We just don't officially support Linux as software. It's just very difficult for us. Let's see. Punk Feud has just been asking so many fantastic questions. So they're offering packs for gamers with keyboards, mice, headset. We do sell all the components individually. If you guys think it would be a cool idea to bundle them together, let us know. We would totally do that. What keyboards do you use at home? If mechanical, what switches?
I actually have I still rock a Corsair K70, but I am switching to a new Razer keyboard.
I am too.
Black Widow X or the new one that doesn't.
The Renata?
Yeah, the Renata. That's what I'm switching to.
I have a K95. Although I have a blue switch keyboard in the office, which has been frustrating the hell out of everyone here. You haven't complained yet. I had somebody tell me they could hear me typing in the bathroom.
I can hear you type. I just haven't complained yet.
It feels so good though.
I know, but it's loud.
But it feels so good.
And then for mouse, my all-time favorite mouse is there's two. I like the Mk5 believe it or not, from Logitech, which is super old school. And the Death Adder is my favorite mouse of all time. So I'm just gonna upgrade to the Elite soon. So whenever I get the Razer keyboard, I'll get the new Elite Death Adder mouse from Razer.
I'm a Death Adder guy through and through.
It just fits so comfortably.
It's the perfect.
It's
the perfect
simple.
mouse, yeah.
It's fast. That's what you need. That's what you want.
And this is actually a pretty hot button topic. We have other guys here who argue against this, but like we both feel the same way. Considering buying the OnePlus 3 since iPhone 7 is 2 times the price, but the side puts me off. How's your experience with it? So I find that I have tiny hands, like super small hands. And this is a perfect. I can one finger do most things on the phone. The reader's really good. You have the iPhone 7 Plus. which is roughly the same size.
It's a big ass phone.
You're not going to switch back though, right? To the smaller 7?
I might go for a smaller iPhone 7.
Really?
I just want something different. I always want something different. Or I might go for Google Pixel. I'm not sure. I'm gonna wait for the reviews to hit, and I just might pick up a Google Pixel as my next phone.
I'm interested to see how the Pixel is.
Yeah, if the battery life is good, that's the only thing that keeps me on the iPhone. Is just the battery life on the Android phones are not as great. But
it's a big enough battery, you don't notice it.
Well, if it's good now, then I'll.
Plus,
I'll definitely make the
this
switch.
phone charges to full in 20 minutes. So who cares how good the battery is?
Yeah, that's true. But I don't want to try to
let's see. Blue switches are the best. They're just super loud. I like gaming better on reds. I like typing better on blues, I guess is the way to put it. You mentioned that you have to take care of outside shipping of the future. I don't understand what that question is. Sorry if you re-ask it. I see PSUs having AX and HX. They're different lines from Corsair. AX is Corsair's better stuff. HX is more value-oriented, but still good. We tend to only carry the AX by Corsair. Products. What are your experiences with import taxes? Import taxes vary on country. It can be substantial, to be honest. So if you actually just look on our configurator, go to the checkout process, the checkout will tell you what the taxes will be. So it's easier than trying to guess based on the configuration.
Yeah, and you can prepay them. So you can prepay the taxes and.
Do you think using air pressure to blow under my control key would make it work again? Maybe. I think you can replace the switches relatively easily, so maybe look into that instead. It probably won't be that expensive. Okay, can you briefly explain what RAID is and how does it work? Do you want to do this one?
Sure. So essentially we offer 2 options for RAID, and let's just focus on RAID 0 and RAID 1. Okay. Here, let me grab your phone. So think of RAID as two ways to work, right? For RAID 0, we get 2 hard drives and we stripe them and we make them work together, so it can access the data and in theory double the bandwidth of your read-write speeds in your hard drives. Okay. For RAID 1, we mirror these hard drives. Imagine these are hard drives. Okay. Everything that's copied to this hard drive is being copied to this hard drive for fault tolerance. So if this drive physically goes bad, you have this drive that's operating, so you don't lose your data. If this drive goes bad, this drive should be, in theory, still working. The bad part about RAID 1 is that it'll copy viruses as well. It'll copy whatever corruption in the OS that you might do. So if you screw up your OS in a way, it's still going to replicate across both drives and you're still screwed anyway. So the best option is to... Nowadays, you don't need RAID 0 anymore.
Yeah,
okay.
SSDs are super
SSDs
fast.
are fast as hell.
They're big too.
Especially NVMe SSDs.
You don't need to try to make a bigger drive either.
Just get an SSD and get a storage drive to back up your data, and you should be good. Now, if your data is really sensitive and you really don't want to lose that data, you can't afford to lose that data, then yeah, get an SSD and then get a RAID 1. So get 2 more physical drives for your extra backed up data, and then you'll be okay.
Someone wants to know if I have a car that I'm passionate about.
A color?
A car.
A car. Oh, yeah.
I'm not a car guy. So I'm really passionate about tech. I'm actually a big watch guy. I collect mechanical watches. That's a big thing of mine. But I'm mostly just passionate about technology. I tend to just kind of get into everything. I think someone here refers to me as the Google of the office. Speaking of input devices, anybody make a gaming trackball anymore? I don't think so. It's so hard to game with a trackball, to be honest, and they've grown such out of favor that they're just not really made anymore. How do you guys feel about Razer's mechanical switches compared to Cherry's? I think they're great. At the end of the day, Cherry kind of has like a...
It's just a brand at this point.
Well, but they also kind of have like a monopoly, not a monopoly, but they've taken advantage of their perception in the space to kind of overcharge, and I'm glad that Razer's making their own because it gives customers more option. Even Logitech is making their own, and I've heard good things about them. I used to work for a watch client called A. Lang & Son. Oh, that's super awesome. They're one of my favorite watch manufacturers. If I could afford one of their watches, I would have one. They're crazy expensive. If you really care about your data, you would really want some kind of actual backup, not in the same system. So my policy on backup is that it's not backed up unless it's in 3 places: where it is originally, a local backup, and an online backup. The reason you do all three, the local backup is for convenience. It's a hassle if I have everything, for example, in Google Drive, and my hard drive dies and I have to download a terabyte. But if my house catches on fire, I want to have my data as well. So I recommend doing all three. Personally, I use a USB 6 terabyte Western Digital hard drive. I use a product called like BVAK or something that clones my individual folders, and then I back everything up to Google Drive as well.
Somebody on Facebook is asking if the 999 desktop can run Fallout 4. Yes, it can.
Absolutely.
And Battlefield,
1080p, no problems. Yep.
That's got a GTX 1060 in there, or you can choose an RX 480, and they're both powerful enough to run a
So I want to say when you're talking about RAID, using the service like Backblaze also gives you another layer. Exactly. So Backblaze, SugarSync, Google Drive, Dropbox, CrashPlan, all really good services. Find one that fits your budget, but always back up in at least two places.
Actually, you know what I just use from like my important stuff? I use OneDrive.
OneDrive is great as well.
Yeah, that's it. It just I keep that folder in sync. Whatever's important, it's just
you know me. I just have like a Google obsession for.
Yeah, Ron loves everything Google. Hey.
There's actually a certain League of Legends player that does game on professional level with a trackball. Very cool. Charles, do you know where that is?
No.
I'm very disappointed in Charles then.
With the trackball.
So
look how beautiful that turned out, Charles. Great job.
So
man.
the build itself is finished, correct?
Finished in terms of it's operable. I mean, we still have to I still have to make some minor modifications in terms of the back.
And we won't show that on stream just because we want to.
Yeah, we just want to save some time.
Yeah.
But as of this point, I'm just gonna run the test of making sure everything turns on without water. Then I'm gonna run it again with water, and then I will proceed with the pastel, and that is as far as we're gonna go for now.
Yeah, once the pastel's coolant in, we'll be signing off for the day.
Good things always have to come to an end. We love you guys, but we're gonna have to go.
This
soon.
has been a lot of fun, actually.
This is amazing.
I wasn't sure what to expect.
I thought 4 hours was gonna be too long, and it just like flew by.
I really can't believe we've been doing it for this long.
Wow.
It's because of you guys.
It's because you guys have great questions.
In 3, 2, 1. Okay,
Charles is being dramatic over here. 1060 will do VR just fine for the most part. That's true. That's true. So that really what it boils down to is as you spend more, you'll get. Charles didn't plug the computer.
He didn't plug the computer in. It's not gonna turn on.
I thought it was gonna be me.
But my favorite card for VR is the 1080. To be honest, you're backing up your data already. Listen to these guys. I totally agree. You should totally rename to MAINGEAR. Second, what about WoW raids? I'm a recovering WoW player, as I like to say. I haven't played WoW since Wrath. I don't plan on going back because I have a family now and I don't have the time, unfortunately.
Alright, so now 3, 2.
Oh, it turned on!
There you go. Let's clap, everybody.
Okay, he turned it off immediately, but it turned on.
I didn't want the pumps to overheat.
Yeah, so we don't have liquid in there yet, so you don't want the pumps to be running without the coolant inside because the pumps basically use the liquid as lubrication to keep them running smoothly.
This is the juicy part.
This is the test coolant. So this is the basic stuff when we do our additives after the fact.
Yep.
We'll do that off camera because that is proprietary information. I was making a joke about there being more types of raids. Oh, yes, there's raid 5 and raid 0+1 and 1+0. Raid 5 is really only on the server side. We don't talk about raid a lot because people confuse it for replacements for backing up, which really bugs me. Raid was never meant as a backup technology; it's a convenience technology. I'm proud of you, Charles. It powered on.
Thank you.
One of the cool parts about where we put the reservoir in the back is it makes the filling easier because you have open access to a smaller reservoir in the back of it. Are you handicapping yourself by getting VR prepared machines if you have no intention of using VR? No. So our VR machine just means it's capable of doing VR. It's still an incredibly good 1080p gaming PC for the budget. So don't worry about that. You're not handicapping yourself at all. It's just a performance price point. Charles hype.
Charles delivered. He delivered.
What coolant mixed with? Is it like vehicle coolant? It's propylene glycol, and then a bunch of additives that we add in order to ensure longevity and that it doesn't freeze or all those types of things over time. Let's see. Satch is excited that the machine turns on. If you hear it acting funny, that's because we're filling the pumps and drying them out, basically. So the machine isn't quiet until we get it up and running and out of the BIOS and all those types of things. Do your custom sleeving yourself, or we partner with another company for our custom sleeving? It's just very time consuming to do it in hand. We have done it in hand for specific things like custom cable lengths and stuff like that. But we work with a partner that does all the color. We pick the colors out and they sleeve them. And then we can also do extra things. It is not flammable.
This liquid that we're using, actually, it's not conductive either.
It's not conductive. It's not flammable. It's anti-corrosive. Thanks, guys. So I'll go over the specs as Charles is filling it. So this has a 6900K, 2 Titan X Pascals, 32 gigs of Kingston HyperX Fury 2666, a 1.2 terabyte Intel NVMe SSD, a 6 terabyte Western Digital drive. You can see the liquid pulling to the reservoir. You should be able to see it on the camera. So he's filling it through the back right now, and it's pulling it through the pump and filling it up. And it looks gorgeous. And we'll be adding like a pastel dye to this to make the coolant pop. But this build looks gorgeous.
It's going, guys. It's going.
And this is there's a lot of stuff that happens after this, so we'll have to get like
we need to test it for leaks. And
we'll bleed the loop to get all the air out. We won't show all that on camera because it's
just time consuming.
We need to eventually get off the stream at some point. It is 6 o'clock in the afternoon here.
Is it?
Yeah, it's 5.
Wow.
Like 4.5 hours.
4.5 hours. Yeah, we start at 1:30, right?
You guys made this easy though. Can we get thermals? You know what? So follow us on Facebook right now, and we'll post pictures, specs, and like thermal benchmark information on a Facebook post
and Instagram as well.
In a couple days. So follow us on those channels, and we'll do like a follow up basically, where we could show a little bit more detail, where it's a little bit easier.
And if you don't know who we are, go to MAINGEAR.com and you can see all the products we offer, all the systems that we offer. We're a boutique system builder. Check us out. All right. Any other questions, guys?
I'm making sure my wife is
Watching.
wife is safe. 2 voicemails and a.
Yep, we'll post it on Twitter too. I see some of you are asking to post on Twitter. So yeah, we'll be posting. Follow us on Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, or all 3, and we'll definitely be posting the thermals and everything else.
You know what I'm gonna do to make this easier is I'm gonna post
the finished product there.
I'm gonna post some links to our in chat right now, guys, for you to follow up. Okay.
Is somebody saying MAINGEAR is down? MAINGEAR is not down.
Once they took it down.
No, MAINGEAR is not down, guys.
I just posted in chat, guys, so you can follow us.
No sparks or smoke. Successful build.
We appreciate it, guys. And maybe what we'll do is we'll do some sort of a giveaway with TotalBiscuit in the future.
Cool.
So just follow us and you'll get the details.
And post the Instagram and Twitter as well.
Yeah, I'm on the last one. Yep, just I posted in chat. Just give us a follow and you'll see all the cool stuff that we're doing. Okay. There we go. All finished.
All right, guys. I think we are gonna finish wrapping this up, or
You just have to do a minor adjustment. I mean, if you guys want to just wrap it up now.
Okay.
yeah, we'll post a picture on our social.
Yep.
On our social, and it's 6 p.m. our time, so I think it's time for us to wrap it up. But
yeah, Charles needs to eat. I don't know if he had lunch today.
Yeah, did Charles have lunch today? We need to feed him something. So, all right, guys. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yep.
Really, really appreciate it.
Yes.
Appreciate the love. You guys are super, super cool. And, check us out. Follow us, like us, wherever.
Yep, I
Social
posted all the
network you
links in chat, so feel free to subscribe to us as well.
Cool, guys.
Awesome. Thank you.
Peace out, everybody.